with the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs is hereby called to order. On behalf of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, we're ready to conduct this deliberation, and I will now call on my co-chairman, Secondary Committee of Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, Senator Lacson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, may I know where Matobato is and who is presenting him among the members of the committee?
I just want to make sure that you're ready to conduct the hearing with me.
On the part of the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, we have a quorum.
Thank you. In the meantime, let me just say good afternoon to everyone. And as everyone is all aware of, due to the change of the composition in the Committee on Justice, there is a need for an organizational committee on the Committee on Justice and Human Rights. The committee is hereby reorganized with the following members: Senator Pamela Lacson, who is also hereby designated as Vice Chairman. Members include Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, and at my request, both also Senator Laila de Lima. These are the only two people I requested the committee to be nominated. I asked the members of the Senate to nominate the rest. And the others include Senator Emmanuel Pacquiao, Senator Francis Pangilinan, Senator Grace Poe, Senator Juan Miguel Subiri, and Senator Antonio Trillanes for the minority. As ex-officio members, Senators Franklin Drilon, Vicente Soto III, and Ralph Recto. So these are the members, and everybody is forewarned or on notice. In the meantime, we shall continue on the consideration of the referrals. There are two Senate resolutions. One came late yesterday, and three privileged speeches, the subject matter of which are recent rampant killings due to illegal drugs and criminality. First one that has been referred to us is the one that we've been discussing for the last 2 or 3 hearings. This is the proposed Senate Resolution number 9, authored by Senator Laila de Lima, entitled Resolution Directing the Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights to investigate in aid of legislation the recent rampant extrajudicial killings and summary executions of suspected criminals, to strengthen the mechanisms of accountability of law enforcers and to institute corrective legislative measures to ensure full respect for basic human rights, especially the right to life. I have to emphasize the wordings recent, rampant, extrajudicial killings. There were 3 privileged speeches on 2 August 2016, Senator Laila de Lima. On 2 August 2016, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano followed with his privileged speech. And then on the same day, Senator Risa Hontiveros on 2nd August 2016. So there were 3 privileged speeches in one day. We now go to the consideration of the new referral. This is a proposal entitled Senate Resolution number 151, authored by Senator Trillanes IV, which was filed yesterday and was referred also yesterday. Resolution urging the Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the alleged extrajudicial or summary killings purportedly committed by the Davao Death Squad, with the intention of coming up with remedial legislation to ensure the protection of the people's basic human rights and their right to life, and the observance of due process of law in the government's conduct of its campaign against terrorism, drugs, and street crimes. Now, previously, rules were adopted governing internal procedures of this committee, but has not been published yet. New developments have taken place that will require a restudy of our internal rules, especially in the light of supervening events resulting from the repeal of Section 8 in the Rules of Procedure governing inquiries in aid of legislation. That said, we will be governed by Resolution number 5, or the Rules of Procedure governing inquiries in aid of legislation, until we finish the study of the said rules. I shall now go to the pending request of documents from resource persons. The following documents were requested by the previous Committee on Justice and Human Rights. First document is the documents and records concerning the case filed against two Pasay City police officers submitted to the Pasay City Prosecutor's Office. This was requested by Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan and former committee chairperson Senator Laila De Lima. I would like to ask the PNP. I don't see General De La Rosa here. Who shall I refer to with respect to the? That is. Can you please introduce yourself?
I'm Police Chief Superintendent Augusto Marquez Jr., sir. I have the compliance to the documents required from us.
Will the Secretary of the Committee please receive the documents and give it the appropriate markings? Have we been marking exhibits already? Have they been marked? There is also another request by Senator Chis Escudero, which is the breakdown of the budgetary requirement for government's drug rehabilitation programs. I suppose this has been, it should be referred to the Secretary of Justice. Is anybody from the Secretary of Justice here? Somebody refer you. Somebody refer your request to Escudero. Huh? PNP. Why are they building? I'm astounded. The request is upon the PNP on drug rehabilitation centers. Are you doing drug rehabilitation centers now? It's either PNP or I don't think it's PNP. It should be DOJ or PNP because they have the Dangerous Drugs Board or Department of Health. I'd imagine it should be, the request was originally given to General De La Rosa, but let us correct that. There is a budget. We can ask the DBM if they are in possession of an initiative to create more drug rehabilitation centers. Is there any objection from the committee if I refer it to the Department of Budget and Management? Any suggestions? I hear none, so we will refer this request to the DBM. Spot reports concerning deaths related to the government's anti-drug campaign. This is the third request, requested by no less than Senate President Pro Tempore Franklin Drilon. And I suppose this has been referred to the PNP. Is there any report on that matter? I understand that during the hearing, I wasn't here. I was handling the Blue Ribbon Committee investigation at that time. But I understand that you were submitting the spot reports, but you withdrew it. And what has happened to that since then?
I have with me, Your Honor, a box of the reports of the SOCO ready to be transmitted to the Secretariat.
So can we turn it over now to the appropriate officer, namely the ComSec? Can you please get it and make sure it's properly receipted and later on marked? Are these the first markings of this committee? Okay, so the first one should be appropriately marked. All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I would like to welcome all the other senators here present. In the meantime, Senator Laila De Lima to my left, Senator Trillanes, second to the right of Senator De Lima, and to the right of Senator Trillanes, of course, the lovely Senator Grace Poe. That made her day. Anyway, of course, Senator Lacson is on my left, and of course, on my right, farthest right, the late Senator Angara. I'm sorry, Senator Angara, who came in a little late. And of course, it's always good to have a smile from them. And please behave yourselves. I caught you talking a while ago with Senator Zubiri is on your left. Maybe we should separate you both because you talk too much. And of course, on the left should be Senator Pacquiao, not only the world champion 8 times over, but now distinguished senator. On that note, let me just go on. These are just housekeeping. You know, forgive my hesitation to make certain rules right away, but this is the first one of them. I'd like to emphasize that there will be rules in this committee, as you all know. Number one, no witnesses shall be presented unless they have previously submitted affidavits to the committee chair. There shall be no surprise witnesses, and only under exceptional circumstances will we allow that, if we have to. And that will be upon consideration of the rest of the members of the committee. And this is pursuant to Section 16 of Senate Rules Number 5. Resource persons, as much as possible, should provide positions papers prior to the committee hearings. And all requests for documents should be provided beforehand so that we don't have to ask it formally, so that we'll just do the formality of marking them during the hearing. The independent counsel, and I will introduce him right now, is future senator, if I may say so, is capable of doing that, Attorney Anacleto Butch Diaz, a seasoned litigator, an exceptional lawyer of tremendous caliber. Could you please stand there, Butch, Attorney Diaz? Have we stood up already? Oh, yes. Yeah, okay. We're both the same height, so we are height challenge. Senators Butch Diaz, Attorney Diaz, is, as I said, a very seasoned litigator, and he will make the direct examinations later on, so that we can get an overview of the cases pending before the committee. After the independent counsel has conducted the direct examination, the senators may proceed with propounding questions to the witnesses and resource persons. Senators should refrain or avoid from asking questions which have already been previously answered in length. Just a reminder, a friendly one. Senators who wish to propound questions may do so by using the podium right here on the left, so that you can get your best, visage before national television. But we are going to be on scrutiny, so be careful with your questions so that you don't ask repeatedly, etc. Each senator shall be given 10 minutes to ask questions. In monitoring the time, the staff would give time reminders, 5 minutes, 3 minutes to the chair, in order to remind the speaker. 10 minutes shall include all utterance of the senator, so keep it short. Do not be like me. I tend to lay the predicate too much, so I would advise everybody to go direct to the point and ask questions. And though your time shall be counted, question time will be counted strictly. 10 minutes shall not include answers. It shall not include answers by the witness, because we want to be enlightened by the witness, resource persons. I will ask the committee to give the chair some latitude if I feel that the question has not been, the point of the speaker or the senator has not been pursued adequately and has additional points that we should complete so that we will not be having gaps. I will allow extended questions. Are the senators agreeable to that? I see no objection, so thank you for your vote of confidence upon the chair. As I said, the chair of this option may grant time extension if the discussion is relevant and the point being made is well taken or good. The order of asking questions shall depend on the order of arrival of the senators. In case of repetitive questions, the chair shall regulate and classify these as asked and answered, and request the senator to move on to the next question. The chair has the right to rule that the witness is out of order or that the statements being uttered are irrelevant. I would not want to declare any senator here out of order. But I will suspend the meeting, and I will ask politely the senators concerned to remember that we are all ladies and gentlemen in this committee, and in the Senate for that matter. The chair has the right to rule that the witness is out of order, as I said, and everyone in the session hall should observe proper decorum at all times. May I ask also the audience not to refrain from making any statements, any unnecessary laughter or comments or faces, so that we could concentrate on the matter. I do not want to see a situation where the current Secretary of Justice, before put his ears, put his hands on his ears, and the camera was focused. I think it demeans the committee. To ensure clarity and brevity of the proceedings, so we will be able to expedite these investigations, we have sought the services of Attorney Anacleto Diaz, and I shall now make a preliminary statement by your leave, and I'll try to keep it brief. We continue with this hearing of the Justice Committee in order to ferret out truths about our current situation and to craft legislation responsive to the problems not only of today but also of tomorrow and meaningful to all, especially the least of our brethren. Our country is in dire straits. We have recently discovered the colossal extent of our drug problem. This scourge has reached even the deepest recesses of our countryside. Practically all of the barangays have been infiltrated and infected by this pernicious virus. We are in witness to news accounts of extrajudicial killings, so-called, alleged vigilante killings, riding in tandem, criminals' deaths under investigation. Napakarami po niyan. Kung ano ang pangalan. Pero murder is murder, and we don't have to name it. These, while our youth, the future of our motherland, continue to be poisoned by illegal drugs, distorting not only their cognitive faculties, but also warping their sense of right or wrong, and certainly interdicting their future. If we do not address this post-haste, the consequences to our society will indeed be tragic. This Senate has seen a coterie of initiatives, of bills, that wishes to address these problems. We have a lot of pending bills, especially on the Committee on Peace and Order involving drugs, and we have had some hearings already on that matter. We do not have to look far into the past to know the horror that the drug menace can bring in. You know, we start little by little with drug users, then pushers, and then, you know, you create drug lords, and it has permeated even the prisons that have all kinds of amenities given to those in prison. This is not the first time that we have heard it. It has just been exposed now with tremendous publicity. And so we do not want to end up like Colombia, which had almost 500,000 homicides or deaths, with 75% attributed to the drug trade over a certain period of time. In Mexico, the deaths range from 216,000 to 45,000. I'm sorry, 126,000 to 215,000 to 45,000 in Mexico since 2006. 18,250 deaths in El Salvador in the last 5 years. 18,000 in Guatemala. 27,000 in Guatemala only in the last 5 years. You've all heard in the past, in Latin American countries, Escuadro del Muerte, and all kinds of death squads, roaming Argentina, creating desaparecidos, or the disappeared, inflicting themselves on the descamisados, the shirtless ones, or the people who are poor, basically. That is not the future we want. This is not the future our people, especially our children, deserve. We will struggle, we will fight, we will not rest, we will not yield to this menace. The struggle is going to be hard, the obstacles will appear insurmountable, the fight will be seemingly impossible to win. Sapagat ang drug menace ay talagang patuloy ng patuloy yan. If you drop it, it will come back. But our children, our people, deserve no less than better than our best blood, sweat, and tears. The Constitution provides in Article 2, Section 4, the prime duty of government is to secure and protect the people. This, to me, means that while we wage properly the fight of our lives, the lives of our people, especially those enshrined in Article 3 of the Bill of Rights, remain respected and upheld. Certainly, the right to life is sacred, and we must make sure that that is always sacrosanct, and that all law enforcement and all citizens of the country kailangan gagalangin ang mga mamamayan at hindi mamamatay hindi papatay ng wala sa lugar. We also have to guard our people against abuses of authority and power inflicted by those who have been authorized to be and legally armed by our laws and regulations, the police. This representation, ako po mismo ay natamaan ng mga mamamatay tao na pinalaya pansamantala sa Bilibid noong 1967, sina Nito Alencastre, para paslangin ang aking ama at mababalikin. Matagal na pong racket yan nung araw pa, yung mga lumalabas sa preso at pumapatay ng tao. And so, do not doubt my resolve insofar as this is concerned. We will, as part of our legislative output, strengthen the internal affairs of the police organization. For starters, may Internal Affairs Service, under a law that has been passed here, hindi pwedeng tatagal yan. Automatic dapat yan, nakalagay doon. Pero may oras dapat. Pag bumaril ang pulis, o nagbunot, at nag-discharge ng weapon, kung may namatay, wala, dapat may oras kaagad upon which you can investigate. This will be some parts of the legislation that we are going to propose because wala ako nakitang timeline to sa investigation. It cannot be forever. Right away yan, because that policeman, if he doesn't follow the rules, will be a menace to society unless mapakita sa tao na mga pulis natin ay talagang ginagawa ang nakalagay sa batas at wala naman akong duda dyan, kaya lang kung magkamisan, depende sa namumuno. Masigla ang pulis ngayon dahil masindi ang mensahe ng Pangulo na dapat alisin ang drugs. Kalaban natin ang drugs. Patayin ang drugs sa ating lipunan, pero hindi tayo pwedeng papatay ng tao with wild abandon. Meron tayong patakaran dyan sa mga bagay na yan. Kaya tayo may batas. So, yung internal affairs natin, dapat maayos yan at maraming tanong dyan mamaya na aabot sa internal affairs. The rule of law, therefore, must remain supreme. In fact, in my emergency powers bill that I proposed the other day, walang writ of habeas corpus, ang sinabi ko, a writ of salus populi es suprema lex. The welfare of the people, the health of the people, is the supreme law. And that is important. Dapat ang kaligtasan, ang kalusugan, at ang kapakanan ng tao ang pinaka-supreme na law. Hindi na kailangan yung tinatawag na habeas corpus or martial law o ano man dyan. Ang kailangan yung talagang self-imposed discipline na kinakailangan recognition of the rule of law. We will not throw the rule book or the rule of law out of the window. And this committee, this Senate, and this Congress, I'm sure, will support the President all the way when that is applied. The rule of law must remain supreme. Its majesty must remain unsullied. For if we refrain from following the law, this is what could happen. And this is my ending, and I remind you of this ending. Those of you who have not seen or read The Man for All Seasons, talks about St. Thomas More, patron saint of all lawyers. And he was a man who was standing by his principle. At that time, there was already the axe of death pending on those who will oppose His Majesty the King of England. And there were people, of course, who were intriguing against St. Thomas More at that time. And so this discussion. Roper, because St. Thomas More refused to go after his enemies. So now you'd give the devil the benefit of the law. Ika niya ganun. Yes, what would you do, sabi ni More? Anong gagawin mo? Cut a great road through the law to get after the devil? Kung mga puno, putulin mo lahat ang batas, putulin mo lahat ang puno ng batas para mahabol mo si Satanas? Ang sabi ni Roper, I'd cut down every law in England to do that. Ang sabi ni More, when the last law was down, kung wala ng batas, and the devil turned round on you, where would you hide, Roper? Saan ka magtatago? Saan ka kukubli? Kung wala ng batas. Roper, the laws all being flat. This country is planted thick with laws from coast to coast. Ganyan rin ang Pilipinas. Marami tayong batas from coast to coast. Man's laws, not God's. And if you cut them down, and you're just the man to do it, do you really think you could stand upright in the winds that would blow then? Yes, I'd give the devil the benefit of the law for my own safety's sake. Dapat natin intindihin yan sapagkat hindi ko nakalimutan yan nung high school nung binasa ko yan. At yan ang nagturo sa akin lalo na nung mapatay ang aking ama. Pwede kong pinapatay. ang taong pumastang sa aking ama. Hindi natin ginawa yan. Pero gagamitin natin ang dunong, ang talino, ang skills, at kung kulang, dadagdagan natin ang gamit ng kapulisan. At kung may yan ay may sisira sa batas, yan ay lilitisin natin lahat in accordance with law. On the other hand, we must be fair also to law enforcement, because the predators or those who sell drugs are more industrious. Mas marami silang kakayahan manguha ng kwarta, at sa mga nababasa natin sa mga kapanahon na ngayon, nakikita nyo yung malalaking bahay sa Iloilo, nakikita nyo yung mga patayan ng mga druggies ngayon. Pagka may nangyayari na mamatay, pwedeng sabihin ng mga tao, di kaya naman nasabi ng Pangulo, kalaban natin ang droga, patayin yung mga lalaban sa mga pulis. Di kaya naman nangangatakot na ang mga drug pusher, kaya pinapatay nila, o yung mga drug lord, pinapatay na nila yung mga pusher, which is also a crime still, no matter how bad they are. Kaya pinapatay nila at tumataas, nag-i-spike. Di kaya naman tumataas ang pagpatay ng mga tao, lalo na nang tanggalin ang maskara ng Pangulo yung 5 general. Of course, they're presumed innocent until proven guilty. But that sent a very strong message to the world and to the country that there is a no-nonsense campaign against drugs. And because of that, yung dating mga pulis na may kasalbahian sa kanilang kaluluwa, ay diniligpit nila yung dating tumutulong sa kanila para magpayaman sa pamamagitan ng pusher. At diniligpit na yung mga pusher. O di kaya naman, may mga tao na pumapatay sa mga pusher na sumira ng buhay ng kanilang mga anak at nilang mga kapatid. I'd like to think that those are just some of the reasons why we're having this problem today. So today, makikita nyo, andyan sa slides yung sinasabi natin, I shall now continue with this hearing, and when the hearing was suspended last time, there was a witness here. Makakala ng iba, pag nagpalit tayo ng senador, ay hindi natin itutuloy yung hearing. Itutuloy po natin yan at iwawasto lang po natin para walang bahid ng duda, sapagkat maraming putukan sa magkabilang panig ngayon. We cannot confuse the politics of the time for the importance of the hearing that we're facing here today. Kaya walang takot itong committee na ito. Itutuloy natin, tatawagin natin yung nakaraang testigo. Ang tanong ko lamang, sino ang nagpipresent sa kanya? Because hindi ko nakuha yan last time. Who is presenting this witness? Is there anybody in the hall who is presenting this witness? Senator De Lima? You can use the podium and you can use the mic. Walang mic. O yan, mabuti yan. Para hindi na dinudot-dot yung mic. I'm glad Senator Trillanes is now smiling.
Where shall I stay? Here or there?
You can sit here if you like, beside me. Shall we proceed? Sige na. Senator De Lima, we have 2 lectors here. You see, there are always solutions. We don't have to fix the blame.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Okay, about the question on who will be presenting our witness. So may I first clarify, or may I first ask Mr. Chair, what witnesses will be presented today? Because as far as I can recall, before I turned over the chairmanship to the new chair now, we sent notices to several resource persons and several witnesses, including the witnesses coming from the CHR and Mr. Edgar Matobato, the one presented during the last hearing, last September 15. So first, may I know whether the witnesses from the CHR have appeared today in compliance with the letter invitation?
I will ask you that. I did not change anything. I didn't even change the date of the hearing. You're all aware of that.
Yes.
Having been aware of that, the chair chose to continue with witnesses, and they were all sent notices as previously done. And unfortunately, the CHR said that they cannot send that. I am surprised about that because they had no reason to presume that the Senate was going to postpone the hearings just because there was a change. It's called continuity. However, I will read the letter of the CHR. You can take a look at it. The letter reads, you know, I don't like these slides sometimes because they try to strain your eyes. Can you make it bigger, please, so that we cannot make our eyes bigger, but you can make the letters bigger? I will read it for you. Dear Senator Gordon, it is with sincere apologies to the Honorable Chairman of the Commission on Human Rights that the Commission on Human Rights will not be able to attend the Senate inquiry on extrajudicial killings tomorrow, September 22, 2016. With the recent developments in the committee, there was uncertainty on the schedule of the hearing and the presentation of witnesses. It was only this afternoon that the CRR was advised that the hearing was to proceed as scheduled. I just want to say here that in open session yesterday, we announced that it is going to be continued. And I also said that we are going to continue the hearing 2 days ago. That was not on I also announced it on television and radio. Given that the CHR does not have enough time to mobilize resources to secure the presence and transport of the witnesses before the Senate inquiry on the said date, rest assured that the Commission will produce the witnesses at the next hearing. It is requested that the Honorable Committee give the Commission at least 5 days' notice before the scheduled hearing. Hoping for your kind understanding, God bless. Very truly yours, Gwendolyn Pimentel, Ghana. Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there are no witnesses from the CHR right now. With respect to the second, to the other witness, the one presented last September 15, since we know that there's going to be a hearing today, so he has been brought here to the session again to continue with his testimony. Now, I heard among the ground rules earlier announced by the good chair that no witness will be presented if there is no prior affidavit or statement executed by said witness. May we confirm that, Mr. Chair? If that is this...
That is what I read, and this is prospective in effect. Unfortunately, unless he can present an affidavit here, I will have to go by what has been testified here previously. He went here on his own volition, I presume.
Yes.
He raised his hand. He's already under oath.
Yes.
We shall continue with his testimony.
Yes,
We will not waste time.
Okay, so that is the clarification from the chair, because I was going to say that also during the last hearing, I manifested that a judicial affidavit is going to be prepared for the witness. Now, I have to inform the committee that while there have been initial moves or steps to have him execute a judicial affidavit, because I was thinking that the judicial affidavit would have been executed or would be taken by the acting general counsel when I was still the chair. But with the change of chairmanship, then we think that it could no longer be done. The personality of the acting general counsel would now be put at issue. So we decided that we can probably look or scout for other counsels for purposes of the execution of the judicial affidavit of the witness. But having said that, Mr. Chair, as you said, since last time he already testified, or he started with his testimony already, then I guess since he is around, we can already present him. But to the other question, who's gonna present him, I'm afraid that the answer is none, because we were asking him if he needs a lawyer for purposes of today's proceedings. His answer was negative. The committee can confirm it from him whether indeed he does not need or he does not desire a counsel to assist him for purposes of today's proceedings.
My comment on that is that if nobody is presenting him, then how, ano yan, pumutok lang sa buho, dumating dito? Sino ba nagdala niyan?
Well, Mr. Chairman, just full disclosure, a few days before the hearing, Senator De Lima requested for my assistance to bring him to the Senate. But I didn't handle him legally. And after the hearing, since it was decided that the committee will provide the protective custody, he was temporarily placed in the Senate grounds, but later on during the evening, the Senate President decided to deny the recommendation of the committee chairman, of the committee rather, and that was the reason why he was evicted. And this representation was forced to provide the temporary sanctuary and security for the witness. And as of now, I still am the one responsible for his safety and security.
Well, there are two parts to your answer. Number one, it's obvious that Senator De Lima asked you to take care of the witness. So the witness belongs to Senator De Lima. Is that correct?
In the interest of disclosure, may I inform the committee that last August 29, somebody contacted me and asked that I meet with him, and told me that remember the self-confessed DDS hitman that was taken in by the DOJ under the WPP when you were still Secretary of Justice. Oh, said, yes, there was such self-confessed DDS hitman. He wants me to tell you that he now desires to surface because pagod na daw po sa kakatago, especially that he left the WPP sometime before the elections. And so the emissary further informed me that this witness would want to meet with me, to talk to him. So I did. I met with him last September 2 in the safe house, in a safe house. And he confirmed his desire to surface and to tell what he knows. And then I repeatedly asked him, are you sure? Sigurado po kayo? Opo, wala na po akong ibang choice. Pagod na po ako sa kakatago, sa palipat-lipat, dun sa mga kumukup-kup sa akin. So, alam ko naman na anytime pwede na po akong mamatay. So, mabuti pa, maisawalat ko na yung mga alam ko. So, that's it. That's how I got into why there is such an access to me. And of course, I had to take care of him after that. When I told him about a hearing before the last hearing last September 15, and I asked, gusto mo na bang mag-testify dyan sa hearing na yan? Opo. And that is why he was brought here. But I confirm what Senator Trillanes had disclosed earlier, that I had to seek his help several days before the scheduled hearing September 15, because I would not know how to secure this witness.
Senator Lacson?
Mr. Chair, just to set the record straight, I go back to the previous question of the chair. Who is presenting this witness, Edgar Matobato?
There's nobody presenting the witness now because I asked him, because as I mentioned earlier, we are supposed to execute, or we were supposed to have him execute a judicial affidavit. And we're still scouting for an examining lawyer for purposes of taking the judicial affidavit. I'm in fact thinking that I would seek the help of the Integrated Bar of the Philippines to provide a counsel for purposes of the taking of judicial affidavit. But for today, he has no lawyer yet, because I asked him earlier, about 2 hours ago, whether he would want a lawyer for purposes of today's proceedings, and he said, hindi ko na po kailangan.
May I rephrase my question, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
who invited the witness to appear before the committee?
No, of course, to him, as I said, he sought for me. Somebody met with me and relayed the message.
Mr. Chair, we have a security problem here. The witness just appeared here. Nobody presented him. Nobody invited him. And he just appeared and sat down and testified.
I'm not
before
yet
this
finished
committee.
po. I'm not yet finished. So since that the witness
Senator De
indicated...
Lima is recognized. Please ask the permission of the chair before you are...
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. Just for purposes of having a good discussion. Go
Thank
ahead.
you.
And by the way, before you do, Senator Cayetano just arrived. For the record, he's here. Go ahead, Senator De Lima.
Thank you. Well, as I said, when I met with the witness, because that was his request that he wanted to talk to me. So I met with the witness, and when he said that he is willing to testify, then I said, okay, you will be brought to the next hearing, and that was September 15. So basically, it was an invitation from the chair, or the former chair of the committee. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair,
Just to continue the debate here. Go ahead.
I do not wish to belabor the issue. I've heard enough, and I will not ask any more questions, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Trillanes is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the invitation by the new committee chairman was given during the caucus that we had last Tuesday among the majority of the members of the committee, and it was decided that Mr. Matobato would be brought here. And I told the members that I was the one was handling him, or at least safeguarding him for the time being. So that was the reason why he was brought here, and I was the one responsible for bringing him physically here. And he is in the holding area, Mr. Chairman.
Are you done? Is the gentleman done?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Well, just to set the record straight, I was visited by Senator Trillanes about the handling of the case, that he was desirous of bringing in Mr. Matobato here. And I said at that time that I feel that he is damaged goods. That was my own personal remark at the time. But if you want to do that, I will consult the committee. And that's why we met here and caucus here. And there's no secret about that. The concern here is not about his presence here, but who is going to present him. Obviously, Senator De Lima has been meeting with emissaries on this person, who, by the way, was on the Witness Protection Program previously. And he left the Witness Protection Program. So I do not want to make it appear that he is a hunted man, because he left on his own volition. Nobody left. Nobody told him to leave. Wala nagsabi sa kanyang umalis ka sa Witness Protection Program. And then all of a sudden, after having had the discourtesy of yung mga ginagawa ng Department of Justice para sa kanya, iniwanan niya. Ngayon, biglang lalabas yung witness na yan. At sasabihin niya, pwede siyang umarap. Kung gusto niya umarap dito, pwede. Ang kailangan ko lang, sino ang magpipresent sa kanya, because hindi naman pwedeng uupo na lang siya dyan. At hindi naman pwede sasabihin niya na wala siyang judicial affidavit today. I will let him sit down here, and we will ask questions upon him, and that is, I think, the pleasure of everybody. I'm not a one-man team here. That's why we have a committee. Go ahead,
Mr. Chair, I believe that the issue of who's going to present the witness now is inconsequential, because he already testified previously, and therefore he would now be asked further questions from the members of the committee.
All right, and that is why the only issue is who is going to present the witness. We have already decided that he will come here, so there should be no deliberation on that anymore. And Senator Lacson has interposed no objection. Go ahead, Senator Cayetano.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, may I just put on the record that I agree with the chairman that the chairman usually sets the rules as to the witnesses that will be presented, although the committee can overrule. Even Senator Pimentel Sr., when he was Blue Ribbon Committee, demanded affidavits not only to protect the witness, but to protect the Senate and the image of the country. Because with 100 million Filipinos and any nationality, there are crazy people out there. You can practically get anyone to say anything against any politician and just sit there. No? That's why the chairman usually puts a bar, and I will agree with the bar that the good chairman will put, because he was once Blue Ribbon Committee chair, and he implemented the same, and that Senate agreed with him. Having said that, Mr. Chair, I want to raise a second issue. I did not have that chance to ask the question last hearing. If Mr. Matobato was admitted to the WPP on November 25, 2014, and left on May 4, 2016, I asked this question sa media kasi hindi ko natatanong dito, bakit hindi nag-file ng case ang DOJ nung sila nakaupo at sila may hawak sa witness? Ang narinig ko po sa media na sagot, ayaw mag-testify ni Mr. Matobato. So, my question is, and sana may taga-DOJ dito, pwede ba yon, sir, na nasa witness protection ka but you refuse to testify? Ang alam ko, i-admit ka lang sa witness protection if you will be a state witness or you agree to testify. Kasi kung hindi, lahat na lang ng suspected ngayon na drug lords papasok sa witness protection but they will not testify against yung colleagues nila sa droga, baka 100,000 ang pumasok sa WPP at gobyerno pa ang gumastos, Mr. Chair. Because I ask this, Mr. Chair, because it will go directly into the credibility of the witness. But if it's for me to ask it later on to him, but I thought it appropriate to ask it now, Mr. Chair, before we put him on, because nalilito pa ako, how could he be in the WPP during that time kung hindi siya testify? Secondly, may affidavit ba required kung papasok ka ng WPP? Kasi ang sinabi ni Mr. Matobato, wala naman daw siyang affidavit kahit dati. Pangatlo, shouldn't it be in the records of the DOJ that he was in fact a member of the WPP? Of course, anyone and the former secretary can answer if you wish. And I leave it to you, Mr. Chair, if you want this answered later on. But I just wanted to put that on record, Mr. Chair.
Chair, just to respond very briefly, I don't think that was the answer whoever was asked about bakit hindi present. Hindi nag-file ng kaso, and then the answer supposedly, whoever gave that answer, is that dahil ayaw mag-testify. Wala pong ganun na nag-claim na ayaw mag-testify. Because precisely when this witness approached WPP, I had to interview him very, very briefly. He had some very few information, but he readily said that he used to be, according to him, I'm just citing his statement, he used to be a DDS hitman. So what I did, I asked our WPP then to coordinate with the NBI in order to further investigate. I even created a special team, but there was no updates regarding the results of that investigation by that special team. My instruction was to conduct a discrete investigation into certain allegations that were already stated by Mr. Matobato. So but when I resigned from the DOJ in October of 2015, no report has been submitted to me, either by the WPP or by the NBI, about the outcome of the supposed discrete investigation.
Mr. Chair.
With the permission of everyone, the chair and the committee has already decided that Mr. Matobato will testify now. So I'd like to go on with it because I'd like to be able to finish this investigation. We're not in here to stretch this investigation. The whole point of the investigation is the extrajudicial killings. The only reason why I'm also bringing in Mr. Matobato is because of the resolution filed by Senator Trillanes that he would ask for an investigation of the Davao Death Squad. And so it is well within that context. So the chair orders the calling of Mr. Matobato. I don't know where he is, but I hope I can clap my hands and he'll suddenly sit down on that chair. Sina? Sino to? Or, with the permission of the committee, I think Senator Grace Poe has been working since early this morning on her other committee, and she would like to be excused later on. She would like to ask permission to be able to, in the meantime, ask the other resource persons here. And by the way, I did not say that in my preliminary remarks. What we would like to do now in future meetings is when we invite the CHR, they will come in on time and they will be given that time. I would not want to be nag-iimbita tayo ng napakaraming tao tapos hindi matatawag in one day. So kung anong oras, i-estimate natin kung anong araw. Excuse me, can you still bring him back to the holding room? I think I've already stated that Senator Grace Poe is going to ask the other resource persons. And as soon as you finish, you may bring him here. Go ahead, Senator Grace Poe is recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In our investigation with the extrajudicial killings, the focus is not just on one person's testimony, but also the entire organization's handling of all of the peace and order efforts in the country. And so, even if I sound like a nag, I will always go back to this question because it is in the law that we need to have a civilian internal affairs head. And the last hearing that we had with the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, you said, or General De La Rosa already said, that names of civilians have been submitted to the President, and until now we still have a uniformed police officer. Now, it is not to question your credibility, sir, not at all, except that the PNP is not complying with the regulations. So I would like to know, is there a time frame by which we can expect? Otherwise, we would have to do some sort of penalties already for the non-compliance of this very legitimate rule, sir.
Republic Act 8551 vests upon the Chief PNP the sole prerogative of recommending to the President a list of names to be Inspector General of the Internal Affairs Service of the Philippine National Police. The same law vests upon the President the sole prerogative to choose or to appoint the Inspector General. I was appointed, ma'am, as acting Deputy Inspector General. I complied with the orders. I would not know the other processes which the Philippine National Police is doing or has done to appoint a regular Inspector General, as you so said, ma'am, in accordance with the law.
Therefore, so you're not privy to it. Perhaps we can ask the PNP through General Bato to send us an update, a letter on possibly when we can expect that appointment. Next, with you being in IAS now, sir, and with all the questions about the extrajudicial killings, have you received or do you have a count of how many complaints there are already with regards to possible cases involving police officers?
Ma'am, the alleged in police operations were resulting to the deaths of people, that falls under the 5 conditions by which Internal Affairs Service can do motu proprio investigations, or even without the complaints.
So do you have any? Sir?
Yes, ma'am. We have done motu proprio investigations on several cases where it is appropriate.
So how many do you have now? Ongoing investigations.
Ma'am, the number of PNP anti-illegal drugs operations covered under motu proprio investigation of the Philippine National Police Internal Affairs Service, covering the period from January 2016 to September 21, 2016, totals a number of 661.
Again, sir, a period from
January 2016 to September 21, 2016, ma'am.
661. Ngayon, in the past, is this the average that you usually have? in the number of cases that you need? These are open cases, right? Still being investigated.
Yes, ma'am, they're under investigation.
And how many-
Some of these actually, the investigations have been terminated.
How many
Some have been
personnel?
dropped and closed.
How many personnel do you have?
I have 666 personnel, ma'am, nationwide.
So at least one each for the cases,
If-
because you have 600.
If only, ma'am, investigations are the only operations that we are doing. But we do inspections, we do audits, we do character building activities.
So what
We
is
do
your
intelligence.
what is your average time frame in resolving issues or cases?
Well, these are investigations, ma'am, and I will find it very difficult to put a time frame on ongoing investigations. It's going to muddle, or it's going to disturb the way these investigations are being conducted.
And you submit your report to the chief PNP, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many police officers have been terminated because of upon your recommendation?
Are you referring to the motu proprio investigations on illegal drugs, ma'am?
Any investigation?
I will have to look for the numbers, ma'am.
You can just submit that
Yes, ma'am.
information
I
to
will
the
submit to
committee.
you.
Now, one last question. Under the current setup, PDEA should be the lead organization in handling efforts for the anti-illegal drugs program of the government. Now, they were saying that during the time of Mr. Kakdak, the amount of search warrants that were issued were actually less than his predecessor. I'd like to know now, with the PDEA, with the PNP, are there more search warrants being obtained, or has it actually lessened because of us relying on Oplan Tokhang alone?
Your Honor, I don't have the data now, but I believe the applications for search warrants have increased.
Okay, we will ask
Because,
also for the
Yeah, we can submit, ma'am, the data.
for you to submit that. I think now maybe I would like to hear for my last question. I'd like to hear from the editor-in-chief of Inquirer.net. Do you share any particular reaction to what's happening? Is there any particular circumstance by which you feel the government should be able to protect media, for example?
Moment. Mr. John Nary, editor of the Inquirer.net, is recognized.
Thank you and good afternoon. Actually, I was invited to shed light on the making of the Inquirer kill list, and I'm prepared to talk about that. I can give you my opinion on what's happening, but I'm not sure if that's the purpose for the invitation extended to me.
Well, then I will just give way to the person, to the senator that extended the invitation to field the question for Mr. Neri. Did anybody in particular invite him for the hearing? You.
He was invited by, like I said, we continued the investigation, and all the persons who were invited by the committee, out of respect to it, the previous committee, were invited. So before we proceed with Mr. Neri, I would like to have him stand up and that so that the committee can declare. By the way, we should declare. We should have the oaths of everybody, all the resource persons here today. Sabay-sabay na natin. So the following, those who have not taken their oaths. Okay, Mr. John Neri.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this inquiry? Let me sit.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Neri. Go ahead.
I think I will just allow the person who invited him, if he have specific questions
Senator De
for him,
Lima,
because
who's the one who invited her.
because my question for him is for him is just general media representative. But if you have particulars related to your findings, I will yield to whoever invited Mr. Neri. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you for allotting me this time ahead of everyone.
Thank you. If you sit down, that means your turn is already over. Huh? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Huh? Sorry?
Mr. Chair, am I next on the list? Actually,
No,
I
no.
yielded.
Mahaba sila.
Okay.
Since Senator De Lima invited Mr. Neri, I think you can properly address the question of Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As manifested by Mr. Neri, he was invited to shed light on the preparation of the Inquirer's kill list. We also extended invitation to the other media networks, ABS-CBN and GMA News TV, because there are also the other networks who are collating or which are collating all this data about the killings. Now, the two other media networks, if I'm not mistaken, made submissions, written submissions. May I ask the committee secretary? Okay, GMA 7 complied through written submission. We did not receive any communication from the ABS-CBN. And so we thank Mr. Neri that is here personally in order to shed light on that. So I would not know if this is the proper time to already ask questions or for him to present his data. Mr. Chair, I leave it to the committee whether or not we may now allow Mr. Neri to make his own presentation in relation to what was required of him or of Inquirer in our invitation.
Is the witness prepared to make that presentation very briskly?
Yes, sir. I don't have a position paper, but I can do it in a few minutes. If I may.
Go ahead, please.
The Inquirer kill list is, as its name implies, not a tally, but a listing of the names and other particulars of people killed since July 1st in the so-called war on drugs. The names are sourced by the different news gathering operations of the Inquirer Group, and there are 5. The main one is the Philippine Daily Inquirer, but there is also the Inquirer.net, Radyo Inquirer, Inquirer Bandera, and in Cebu, Cebu Daily News. So every day, our reporters are in the habit of updating themselves what has happened. But the list itself is updated only on Mondays and Thursdays. The latest was published last Monday, Your Honor, and our total is 1,027. Of this listing, 273 remain unidentified. Why is that so? Because when we went to the police sources, they were not identified there. In the past several weeks, we've only had occasion to correct the list 3 times. There were people who were first reported dead, but turned out to have survived the attempt on their lives. So there were 3. Of the 1,027, so 273 are unidentified. About 100 are identified only by aliases. Again, this is from the police reports that we get. So all in all, you have about 650 actual names of people who were killed. Again, I just wanted to stress that it is not a tally. It's very difficult to see the difference between 1,000 deaths and 2,000 deaths. I mean, it becomes just a mere statistic. So the idea for the kill list was to identify as much as possible the people who were killed in both police operations and vigilante-style operations.
Tell us, Mr. Neri, whether, well, you said that it's just a list. And so aside from possible names, if there are names, what exactly is the data you place in that so-called Inquirer kill list?
If I may read some items from the kill list. Incidentally, we can view it at inq.news/kill-list. It's just the same page that is refreshed every Monday and Thursday.
We will go to that website so that we can take a look at it, so we can, if that is all that is required, since it's already in the net, that is of public knowledge. So
Yes.
what the Inquirer has tallied, so we will just look into that. Yes, okay.
Yes, sir. It's unfortunately right now my connection is not working. It's inq.net. I'm sorry, inq.news/kill-list.
All right.
In Your Honor, if I could answer in some way Senator De Lima's question, the particulars include, as much as possible, the time of death. Again, this is based on the police reports. So it could be like at 3:50 a.m., then the name of the person, the circumstances in which he was found. So for instance, there was a cardboard that said, "Wag tularan, pusher ako," and so on. It's very, very simple, sir, but it also makes for sobering reading, I think. If you read 650 names, one after the other, it drives home the gravity of the situation.
All right. Senator Cayetana, you have a question?
Thank you, Sir Chair.
You are the first on the list.
Yes,
actually.
I was here at 12:45, but I had to quickly go to DFA. May I make use, Mr. Chair, of my 10 minutes?
Please go ahead.
I'll just use 2 minutes for the Honorable Mr. Neri, and then I will ask questions to Mr. Matobato. Sir, good afternoon. First of all, the biblical principle that a house divided will fall. And I think we're all united in 2 things. One, human rights should never be compromised. Sanctity of life. But number 2, that criminality and drugs should be fought, because criminals also violate people's human rights to live in security. Why did I mention the kill list? And I never meant to single out the Inquirer. You know my respect for yourself, for the online, and also for the Inquirer as a whole. The nation would not be the same without the Philippine Daily Inquirer. But I made an appeal to the media in general in Lao PDR, appeal to your sense of patriotism, that I know what you meant by kill list is killed list, or the people that were killed. Ang problema po sa international community, especially sa US and Europe, where they're very sensitive with human rights, kill list is a intelligence term ng CIA, ng Mossad and everything to mean an assassination list. So,
Excuse me, Senator Cayetana, I don't mean to do. Sir, you were not here when I said the time will be counted on your question.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you're aware of that. So
Yes, sir.
I would advise you to wrap it up, because
I
know you
will,
have
sir,
many
just make
questions.
this point. So the media has been loosely using kill list, extrajudicial killings. For example, in the first month of the Duterte administration, there were more extrajudicial killing on a monthly average basis on the Aquino and Arroyo time than on the Duterte time. But the media did not report it as extrajudicial killing. They reported it as murder and homicide. So Europe and US did not pick it up. Of course, the UN High Commission did scold the Aquino administration on human rights, but it wasn't emphasized. Vigilante killings means it is also state-sponsored. Parang Batman, a good guy killing bad guys. The US and Europe and other countries, Japan, do not use criminals killing criminals. They do not use the term vigilante, because those are inter-gang, inter-organized crime war. And it is not your fault, sir. It is not fault of the Philippine media. We're reporting in the context of Philippine media. The problem is the correspondents abroad, and through some push, through some political through some politics and some people who want to remove the president here, they are spinning it. Let me give you an example, Mr. Chair, with your permission. Can you put on the slide of the Washington Post? Everyone heard my speech here last week. My words were being twisted. Diba sinabi ko ito, the Philippines is becoming more like Singapore in terms of people being able to walk the streets at any time at night. Di ko po sinabing Singapore na. Di ko sinabing as safe. And I said people feel safer. Hindi pa safe, but safer. And I also said, yes, we should uphold the rule of life. Yes, human life is sacred. But I did say that Duterte, our president, cannot stop the war on crime. Ano po ang tweet nung Washington Times? What Alan Peter is saying, mass killing is necessary to protect the people. I will just leave that as an example, sir. There are people abroad, the US and Europe, making it appear that not only the president but his supporters are willing to kill everyone and that we are advocating mass killing. Can you go to the next slide? Night falls on the Philippines. I'm not just giving anecdotes here. I want to ask Pulse Asia and SWS, do a nationwide survey. Do we think it is daylight in the Philippines now? Do we think criminals are afraid and citizens are not? Or do we think the reverse? Do we think it's nighttime, or do we think that there is more safety now or more security? Next slide. Next slide. New York Times, Rodrigo Duterte ordered Philippine killings, professed hitman testifies. Fair report. But they assume that Congress will vet the witness first, because the U.S. Congress will never get a witness like Matobato to testify. Washington Post, we killed for Duterte, fed to crocodiles. BBC, next. Philippine drug war, the woman who kills dealers for a living. BBC took it hook, line, and sinker, 20,000 daw. Yung babae pumapatay para sa polis. Unang-una, saan kukuha ng 20,000 pesos ang police to order someone? So, anyway, I think, Sir Neri, it's unfair for you to be the one there. I'm talking to the whole Philippine media. But I think you see the context of what I'm going to. Let us investigate human rights. Let us use this committee to make sure that there's no abuse of the law. Let's hold the police accountable. So far, lahat ng pinakitang witness ni Senator De Lima dito, na filean ng kaso ng murder o iniimbestigahan. Meaning it is not state-sponsored, Your Honor. So I'll stop there if Mr. Neri wants to make a reaction, and then my next questions will be to Mr. Matobato. I think I have 4 minutes or 5 minutes? 4 minutes 20.
Just a couple of rejoinders, Mr. Chair. First, if it's all right with Senator Cayetano, may I disagree with him about the reading of the statistics as far as the first month in office is concerned. Maybe we can take a look at the numbers together.
Yes.
But the second point, and the reason why we had a kill list as early as July 7, in other words, the first week of the President's term, was because we heard the President make campaign promises about killing people. It is possible. I've met the President. He's a very charming guy. He's a very good conversationalist. It is possible that he was, I don't know, pulling our leg, or maybe figures of speech and so on. But it is the prudent course of action for journalists to take him at his word.
Yes.
So when he promised that there would be 100,000 corpses floating in Manila Bay, we prepared for that eventuality.
Sir, I don't take issue with that. We need you. We need the Philippine media to watch over us as a government. I was just referring to the name. Pag kill list, ang dating sa abroad, assassination list. The President did not promise killing people per se. He promised to go after drugs, at pag lumaban sila, he will stand by the police kahit patayin sila. And he has repeatedly stated, no extrajudicial killings, no killing outside the Constitution. But I agree with you, sir, that you were reporting in that context. I was saying lang, hindi lang Inquirer. Sumabay-sabay lahat, ABS-CBN, the others, and then the terms used, vigilante killing, extrajudicial, gave the impression abroad na nagkakagulo tayo dito. But when you go to the communities, they're saying, marami pang gulo, but we feel safer. So let me stop there, Mr. Chair, and may I launch 1 or 2 questions to Mr. Matobato.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions with Mr. Larry? If there are none, we shall proceed to Mr. Matobato. So I'd like to be fast with the witnesses so we can spare the resource persons time here. Will the Sergeant at Arms please bring in the witness, Mr. Matobato? And as he is doing that, I'd like to announce that the Majority Floor Leader, Senator Tito Soto, is in the chamber. Thank you. Good afternoon. Yes.
Your Honor, thank you, Mr. Chair. May
Could
we...
you kindly identify yourself for the record?
I'm Deputy Director Ferdinand Lavin of the NBI.
Yes.
Together with the Chief of the Anti-Illegal Drugs Division, Attorney Tubera, we are representing Director Dante Giran. Your Honor, with the permission of the Chair,
Go ahead.
I would just like to react to the earlier concern of the Honorable Senator Alan Cayetano. And I would also like to take exception to the earlier comment of the beloved Senator Laila de Lima. The first concern was Senator Cayetano's issue on whether there was a statement given by Edgar Matobato. For the record, may I state, Your Honor, that in September 2014, Edgar Matobato came to the NBI, referred by the DOJ, and gave a statement as a complainant against the policemen. We filed a case against the policemen in September 2015 for violation of the Anti-Torture Act, arbitrary detention, and the law under custodial interrogation. We filed this in September 2015, and up until now, it is pending preliminary investigation by the DOJ.
So, Mr. Chairman, can I clarify? So he was not being held in the WPP for being a DDS. It was for a different matter.
Your Honor, when he came to the NBI and gave his statement in September 4, 2014, he stated that at present, he is under the custody of the Witness Protection Program. That was his statement given to the NBI on September 4, 2014.
Mr. Chair, that's my main point. You usually vet and get the testimony and assess before you admit to the WPP. In the case of Mr. Matobato, I want to put on record, November 25, 2014, inadmit na siya. Hanggang paglabas niya ng 2015, October, walang assessment kung qualified siya sa WPP o hindi. And I find that very irregular. But I don't want to use my time for that today. Maybe we can call the DOJ in the next hearing, Mr. Chair.
The points are noted. We shall now proceed with the permission of the body to Mr. Edgar Matobato, the witness concerned. Please proceed. We will continue with the hearings and from the time it was suspended. Go
With your
ahead.
permission, Mr. Chairman and the members of the committee, I'll show a video. Kay Edgar, pakipanoorin mo to dahil mga kamag-anak mo daw to at saka mga kapitbahay. Based on that, I will just use 1 minute na magtanong sa'yo, yung reaction mo. Pero 2 minutes tong video na to. So, Mr. Chair, may I ask that this video be shown from CNN Philippines and the light be dimmed?
Just a moment, please. I was informed that ayaw mo raw magkaroon ng abogado. Tama ba yan? In other words,
Opo, sir.
nagpunta ka dito sa sariling kusa at nung tanungin ka, tinatanong kita ngayon, kailangan mo ba ng abogado?
Hindi na, sir.
Hindi na, sir. Ibig sabihin sa English nan, no need, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, no, it's okay. Okay. Well, you can afford yourself with a counsel if you want to. Yes.
Sana po pag kinakausap ang ating witness, wag hong nag-i-English.
Tinatagalog ko na nga eh.
Hindi po, because you were just saying po, you can afford.
Thank you very much. Tinastate ko na nga eh, hindi na po. No need. Okay? So, hindi nyo po kailangan ng abogado. Ano po?
Opo, sir.
Opo. Thank you po.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr.
Para
Chairman,
malinaw.
I asked in English. Sige, I will, ka Edgar, tanawon natin tong video. Tapos na akong pangutana sa imot tungkol sa video.
Excuse me?
I have a parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman. Is it not the responsibility of the committee to provide the witness with a lawyer?
Well, tinatanong ko nga siya kung kailangan niya pa ng lawyer. Kung ayaw niya, the committee can provide him with one under the Miranda Doctrine. Gusto mo malaman mo na lahat na sasabihin mo dito pwedeng magagamit sa hukuman. Laban sa iyo.
Opo, sir.
So gusto mo magkaroon ng abogado. Nung bang dumating ka dito, akala ko may abogado kang katabi na bumubulong sa iyo.
Wala, sir. Wala.
Yung babae? Si HR. Kaya tinatanong ko kung sino nagpipresenta sa'yo last time, bakit hindi siya nabigyan ng abogado last time nung si Senator De Lima pa nagpipreside? Kung palang, bakit hindi nyo binigyan siya ng abogado? Iba yung nag-assist, iba yung abogado.
Ayaw niya nga po.
Iba yung nag-assist. Nag-assist, nandun lang, tulungan kita. Pero iba yung abogado na magsasabi sa kanya kung ano ang dapat niyang mag-a-advise sa kanya, kung ano sasagutin niya
We can
para sa lugar.
clarify it from him po. We can clarify.
So paano ito? What is the pleasure of the council or the Senate?
Sir, Mr. Chair, in the past, the witnesses were allowed to waive their right to counsel. But if there is a lawyer in the hall and Mr. Matobato would like him beside him and para mabulungan if he thinks his right is violated, I would not object. But if he wants to waive his right, as long as he understands what he is waiving, Mr. Chair.
May lawyer si Senator De Lima dyan. Nakilala ko, taga-UP. Sir Ver.
Yes.
Ha? At mamaya, nag-manifest si Senator Pacquiao na magbibisaya silang dalawa. Kaya kung meron tayong translator sa Bisaya dito, maganda na.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I suggest that if he will get a lawyer beside him, it's better we get a lawyer that can speak Bisaya so that he can translate to him the Bisaya.
Medyo may hirap ito. Kailangan ng lawyer, tapos kailangan Bisaya pa. Meron ba tayong abogado dyan na pwede mag-assist sa... Mahirap pagka wala. Kaya tinatanong kita kanina, Mr. Matobato, tinatanong ko ho lahat kung sino magpipresenta sa inyo.
Mr. Chair, the video I want to confront him with is 2 minutes. With your permission, can he watch it? Then maybe I can request the Director General of the Blue Ribbon Committee is known for his integrity and probity. Director General Rudy Kimbo, if he is in the building, if he is in the building, maybe he can assist the witness. But in the meantime, may I play the video just for this will be my reference material.
Sandali lang, no? Pwede ko sabihin si Rudy Kimbo, pero chairman rin ako ng Blue Ribbon. Baka umabot sa Blue Ribbon ito. Yan ang problema ko.
My apologies, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there any lawyer in the House? Meron po bang abogado dyan na magaling magsalita ng Bisaya? Kabalo ng Bisaya. Ayan ang Bisaya ko, kinakalawang na po. Shall we suspend muna the... Hindi. Nakalagay yan sa Miranda na pagka ikaw ay walang abogado, pwede kang bigyan ng estado ng abogado. Sa legal service, kumuha tayo sa legal service. Will the Sergeant at Arms please secure from the legal services isang abogado na makakatulong mag-assist lang. Kahit hindi marunong magbisaya, pwede ka.
Advice of the right.
Sige. Pero...
Pwede daw.
Hindi. Di ba? Kailangan natin yung mag-advise. General Balahadya, meron ba? Sige po. Salamat po. In the meantime, pwede mo tayong tumawag.
In the meantime, not to waste time, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, can we show the video or is it your pleasure to wait for the...
Baka may mag-o-object doon sa video. May
Okay.
abogado yan, mag-o-object sa video yan kung medyo mahirap
On
yan.
that note, Mr. Chair, we'll wait for the lawyer.
Let's wait for it because let's do it right. Like we always say. Shall we have a recess? For those of you who want to go and make peace with yourselves, we will have a recess of 2 minutes. Session is once more in order. May we have everybody sit down, please? We have a lawyer here in the person of Mr. Marcos Babia. He is from the Parliamentary Counsel's office here in the Senate. Mabuhay si Marcos. Asan si Marcos? Ayun, halika na. Kukuha na dyan. Tama-tama, September 21. Kahapon. Tabi ka sa kanya. Mr. Matobato, siya po si Marcos Babia. Ano first name mo, iyo? Jose Marcos Babia.
Jose Marcos, Your Honor.
All right. Are you willing to assist the witness?
In the best of the way I can, Your Honor.
Okay. Sige. Shall we proceed?
With your permission.
Senator Cayetano is recognized.
Yes. With
If
your
you're going to
permission.
make a presentation, sorry, please turn off all the lights so everybody can see the presentation.
Sir President, this is a news clip from CNN Philippines. I will ask the specific questions to the witness after. If we can just all watch it. May we dim the lights, please?
Ilaw at yung mga nakakalbo, wag mo na lumapit para madilim dito palagi. Mabuti wala si General Bato. Can we turn out the light? Okay, good. Maluwag na. Go ahead.
Among the targets he disclosed was a certain Sally Macdum, who he says is an international terrorist. But people who know both Matobato and Macdum say Matobato is lying. Matobato is a regular customer at this eatery in Samal Island. This is where he usually takes his breakfast and lunch. He also became friends with the owners since his second wife is their third-degree relative. Matobato is into buying and selling of lands. He also served as a bodyguard to a local politician. He is known in the Peña Plata market. Business owners and residents say he always carries and shows off guns, including high-powered ones. Many say he is a troublemaker.
Natakot na kami kaya kasi marami kasi siyang baril ganito. Tapos may ganun pa siyang baril. Tapos nagsasabi siya na DDS daw siya. Lagi niya binabanggit yun, DDS ako, DDS ako. Tapos pag mapatay ako ng maraming tao, ganun ang sinasabi niya. Sabi, nakakatakot. Ano ba yung DDS? Kung mapatay ng tao. Tapos bibili siya ng lupa, tapos papatay siya ng tao.
Meanwhile, Macdum is more popularly referred to as Eric or Turco, since he is a Turkish national. He lived in Davao since 1997. He had a common law wife and a child in Samal Island. Macdum and Matobato are not just neighbors. Their wives are cousins. Macdum's mother-in-law says Matobato initially tried to sell gold to Macdum after finding out he was into a buy-and-sell trade. But from there, he had another offer. Matobato tried to sell a piece of land to Macdum. Macdum agreed and was ready to pay. Dindin says the money is already prepared in a bag. They even met at Matobato's favorite eatery where the transaction was supposed to take place, but it could have been set up.
Nag-order sila sa kape niya. Wala pa may nakaserve. Niabot ang kauban ni Matobato. Mga 7 katao. So nasiga ang mata sa Turko. Kaya anak siya nga, maras siya na-nervous ba? Siya gar. Anak po si Edgar nga. Kanang huwag ka lang matakot, sama ka na lang sa kanila. Pero may L300 ya sa baba, ma'am.
Dindin claims some investigators came over since Macdum's wife filed a complaint, but Matobato's wife tried to stop them from cooperating with the law enforcers.
Moari ang CIDG, ma'am, no? Pag nasa CIDG mo, puli ang igsoon, kasawa nga. Nung ganang inon niya akong asawa ba nga. Nung dili ka mag-testimony ha, ayaw pag-testimony ha, kaya madaot ka, anak.
And until now, Macdum's family never found justice for him.
So, Mr. Chair, my first question, kay Edgar, tinuod, dili tinuod? Tinuod?
Tinood na, si Mirasol Marquez asawa ni Sally Macdom. Noong 2002, amo na siyang gidakop sa mga pulis. Kuyog lang ko sa mga pulis. Dili man ko authorize mo dakop, sir. Dili man ko authorize.
Senator Subiri, will you please translate?
My
Well,
first
I know what tinuod means, but can you translate the whole passage?
Ang nidakop ana, sir, si Arthur Las Cañas, si Colonel Abode, si Colonel Capote, si Porog, si Gascon, puro mga pulis, sir. Ako lang ang sibilyan. Kay nagmeeting na sila, kay na daw terrorist. Terrorist ang akong nabalaan, terrorist. Pero ako ang nakabalo, sir, kay nagbadi ko kang Macdom, kay nagpapalit siya og yuta sa mua, sa kuha. Mura kong nagbroker. Mura ko nagbroker og yuta. Pero himuon din niya ng training center. Ang pagkasabot ko sa training center, kung himuon bang dulaanan, kung unsa ba, basta wala ko kabalo kung unsa.
Can you hold off for a while?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sabi niya, they had a transaction to buy land. And he was going to sell the land to Macdum. And it's supposed to be utilized for a training center or something. But they were transacting with land. Sige, padayon.
So, sa dali nga istorya, sir, gipatawag ko sa opisina sa heinous crime. Nagmeeting sila. So, sa tanto na pag-meeting namo, gipakita nila ang picture ni Sally Macdom. So, pag tanaw nako, mauman siguro ning akong gi-backupan, gikuyugan nako si Sally Macdom. Prove nako nga naasa akong kamot.
Hold it.
Okay, so he went to the office of this gentleman that he was talking about. Pinakita daw siya ng litrato na target daw to. And he said, nagtataka daw siya, ito ba yung binabakapan niya na kaibigan niya? At na-recognize niya.
So, heinous crime, he went to heinous crime, and heinous crime said, pinakita siya ng litrato ni Turco or Macdum na kaibigan niya.
Yeah,
That's right. Go ahead, please.
Mo to, sir, nagsabot mi nga mo adto siya Piña Plata kay magkinahanglan og kwarta para mabayaran namo. Mo to among sabot. So
Edgar, unsa giingon sa imon ng heinous crimes?
Ang gisulti sa ako sa heinous crime, terrorist lang ang kuha nila.
Kinsa man ang kastoryahan mo sa heinous crime?
Si Arthur Las Cañas, si Colonel Abode, si Jim Tan, si Porog, si Medina, si Ubalis.
For the record, Mr. Chair, I asked him what did the heinous crime tell him, and they said he was a terrorist. So I asked him who he talked to sa heinous crime, and he's narrating all of these names. Ka Edgar, ang ibig ko sabihin, pagpasok mo sa heinous crime, tanan mga pangalan sinabi mo, lahat sila nandun?
Sir. Opo, sir.
So, hinihintay ka na?
Hinihintay na ako, sir.
Kasi tumawag ka?
Hindi, sir. Umuna na ako sa Piña Plata. Una na ako sa Piña Plata. Sila ang ulahi pag abot. Ako ang niuna kay nagsabot mi ni Sally Macdom nga mag-abot mi sa itaas sa palengke ni Abinyon, yung nabidyo ngayon. Si Abinyon ang may-ari yan.
Tinuod na yung misis mo at misis ni Macdom magpinsan?
Magpinsan, sir. Magpinsan. Yeah. Live-in partner ko.
I asked him, Mr. Chair, whether it is true, tinuod ba that his wife and the wife of Mr. Macdom are cousins? He said, yes. No? So, kasi ka Edgar, and baka you can help me, Senator Migs, no? Kung magpinsan sila, magkakilala kayo, magkasama kayo, bakit biglang pumasok sa isip mo pumunta ng heinous crime?
Hindi man, sir. Siyempre, ako, sir, sa heinous crime, asset ako, sir. So, kung anong mga hinalaan nga tao, sumasabi din ako.
Wapa naman hinala di ba? Wapa. Ang storya mo kanina, ikaw nagpangutana sa mga taga-heinous crime kung kinsa man kini si Macdom. Pero, I will translate it. I'll just finish the
witness, I believe, can speak Tagalog. So I think you can speak to
okay.
Tagalog.
But maybe I just object, Mr. Chair, to the statement of Senator De Lima that it's misleading. I was just looking after the comfort of Mr.
The chair will decide
Matobato.
on any statements being perpetrated by any senator here. Please do not make side remarks. If you have a question, raise your hand. If you have any objection, raise your hand, and the chair will rule.
Thank you.
Please do not make any comments on what is transpiring right now. Marunong ka ba magtagalog? Kabalo ka magtagalog?
Kanang baloktot, sir.
Di bale, itutuwid na lang natin. Okay? Sige, go ahead.
So, Edgar, kung sabi mo kanina kasi, ikaw nagtanong sa heinous crime, sino ba to si Macdum or bakit to terrorist? Samantalang matagal mo nang kilala, dahil nga magpinsan yung misis nyo, at marami kang transaksyon sa kanya, yung ginto, tapos yung lupa. Parang bakit out of nowhere, bigla na lang, pupunta ka ng heinous crime?
So, wala man sir kaming transaksyon nga ginto, lupa man lang. Paano pag magginto yan, nga wala mang ginto sa Samal, sir?
Can you translate please, Senator Subiri?
No, he just, sabi niya, wala naman daw transaction silang ginto kasi wala naman daw ginto sa Samal.
Lupa lang.
Lupa lang.
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
so gaano katagal mo nakilala si Mr. Macdum?
So, kilala ko si Macdum, sir, mga 3 buwan siguro, sir. Si Sally Macdum. Inintroduce na ni Mirasol Marquez, yung asawa niya. Inintroduce nga, bakapan mo. So, maganda naman ang panagsama namin. Kaya akala ko, livelihood ang pupuntahan ng usap namin. Tutulong si Sally Macdum ng mga daycare center, mga ambulance, ang bibilihin niya sa Samal Island. So, pumayag naman ako. Pero hindi ko alam nga, terrorist siya, sir. Doon ko na nalalaman, doon na sa heinous crime, yung pag-meeting, pinatawag ako, pinareport ako. So, pinakita yung picture nga niya ng opisyal. So, sinabi ko ang totoo, nga magkasama kami. Magkasama kami. Ito talagang ang picture na ito ni Sally Macdum.
Tapos, sino nagpapatay sa'yo kay Sally Macdum?
Yung taon na yan, sir, nakuha na si Sally Macdum, mga banda alas 7 ng umaga, dinala na namin, sinakay namin ng FX, dinala ng opisina ng PAOK TF, pero wala na yung PAOK TF na yan. Ang pangalan lang ng opisina. Doon.
Na, ang ibig ko sabihin kay Edgar, so, magkakilala kayo 3 buwan, magkamag-anak misis nyo, nagkikita kayo, nakikita kayo ng kapitbahay na kumakain kayo doon sa favorite eatery, may deal kayo. Pagdating mo doon sa heinous crime, biglang sasabihin, terrorist. Sino nagsabi? Di ba, kinsa nagsabi, sandali, i-operate natin yan, kunin natin yan.
Si Arturo Las Cañas, sir.
Sino nag-utos kay Arthur Las Cañas?
Hindi ko na alam, sir, ang nag-utos. Hindi ko na alam ang
Excuse me,
nag-utos,
sino si Arthur Las Cañas?
SPO4, sir, Las Cañas.
SPO4. Ano yung Army?
Police, sir, police, sir.
Kasi sir, last hearing, pinapalabas mo si Mayor Duterte ang may utos at sumusunod lang kayong lahat. Ngayon, nagbago na yung inyong statement.
Talagang totoo man, sir. Yung sila nag-uusap lang, yung panggang Sally Macdum. Basta ako, wala akong nalalaman dyan. Pinatawag lang ako. So, tinuro ko naman lahat.
So, hindi si Mayor Duterte ang nagpapatay?
Just a moment. Let them answer, please. Just a moment. Go ahead.
Hindi si Mayor Duterte nagpapatay?
Ewan ko lang, sir. Hindi man ako ganyan, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just,
All right,
just one quick
Senator
point.
Trillanes is recognized. And
Okay.
please, may I implore our fellow senators that if you do not agree with the witness, please do not indicate your... you will have your time anyway.
Yes, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
just a quick point.
Go ahead.
I interjected because Senator Cayetano is giving wrong information in the body. If you would read the transcript, walang sinabi si Mr. Edgar Matobato na si President Duterte ang pumatay, ang nagpautos na pumatay kay Sally Macdum. Meron siya sinabi mga specific cases na nakita niya, narinig niya, pero not this one. So, wag natin i-twist. Kasi ganun yung nangyayari eh. While you're blaming people for, parang the media na tinitake yung word na as fact. Pero gusto mo rin i-take yung word mo as fact, in this case, twisted.
Mr. Chair, may I respond?
The best
That's all, Mr.
evidence is
Chairman.
in the transcript. And I would
Precisely, Mr.
advise
Chairman.
everybody, the statement that should come out of the senators, I'm not trying to teach you, is that let us look at the transcript so that we don't, suddenly imply that the senators are twisting matters, because I don't think, I will try to make sure that everybody gets the benefit of the good faith. If you do not agree, let us check the transcript.
Mr. Chair.
Is the transcript available?
Mr. Chair, just to respond, and please don't count this against my time.
No, it will not be.
It is a cross-examination technique. I do not take it against Senator Trillanes. The lawyers in the room would agree with me. When I say sinabi niya, he being the witness is free to say, Sir, hindi ko sinabi yan last time. Diba? I am not stating a fact. I am testing the witness, ask him the question. And if you review the transcripts in the Binay hearings, Senator Trillanes did exactly the same thing. So may I ask, Mr. Chair, that when a senator has his time and they do not agree, they wait for their turn rather than try
It's
to
already
lawyer
been
for
noted,
the...
and let us
Thank
not
you, Mr.
prolong this
Chair.
agony.
But Mr.
Senator,
Chair,
go ahead, go ahead.
I will not read it, but it's the transcript are cluttered with statements from Mr. Matobato that President Duterte, when he was mayor, ordered killings. No, so I'll not go one by one because mauubos yung
Yes.
time ko.
Please proceed.
So ano nangyari, Mr. Ka-Edgar, no? Hindi mo na sinabi sa asawa mo or sa pinsan ng asawa mo na kasama ka sa papatay kay Mr. Macdum?
Hindi sir, kaya yung trabaho man yun ng mga pulis sir. Paano isasabi ko yan?
Hindi ba, sir, trabaho ng pulis hulihin ng kriminal, hindi patayin ng kriminal?
Kung dito sir, pero sa Davao, ang paghuli yan, pinapatayan sir.
Yun po ang palagay ninyo. Pero nung tinanong kita last hearing, kung alam mo lahat ng pulis at buong Davao, sabi mo hindi. And it seems like you're not even from Davao City, you're from Samal.
Yung grupo naman ng heinous crime lang sir ang pumapatay. Ang iba naman nga pulis sa Davao, mabait naman. Hindi man lahat ilalahat mo yan.
So kaya nga, sir, so
Yung
binabago
heinous
niyo
crime
statement niyo.
Hindi sir. Yung lahat naman, yung mga heinous crime talaga, yung pulis ng mayor, yan talaga ang may order.
Okay. So, paano, sir, ngayon dinideny na terrorist si Macdum? Waman record, there's no record that he is a terrorist or wanted.
Kaya nga sir, pinahilan ako ng kidnapping sir na dismiss yan sir. Kasi si Sally Macdum, backdoor. Backdoor yan sir, si Sally Macdum. Walang record sa embassy sir, walang record.
By backdoor, ibig sabihin, walang record na pumasok siya dito.
Yes sir.
Sa ating immigration, alam mo yan? Wala ka, paano mo nalaman backdoor siya?
Yung mga pulis naman, sila naman ang
Hindi. Yung alam mo, hindi yung mga pulis.
Opo sir, yung alam ko lang sir.
Pinsan siya ng asawa, ang asawa niya magpinsan.
Opo sir, opo sir.
Sinabi ba sa iyo ng asawa mo na yung asawa ng pinsan ko ay tinatawag mong backdoor, pumasok na walang visa or ito ay palusot lang sa likod sa Mindanao?
Wala sir, walang sinabi sa akin
So
sir.
paano mo nalaman backdoor?
Yung mga pulis naman sir, sila ang nag-asikaso sir.
At pinaniwala mo yon over sa isang asawa? Yung relasyon niya?
Yung relasyon lang sir nila, yung pagkakaalam ko, pero walang sinasabi sir.
Sige, okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, iba kasi ka, Edgar, ang illegal alien, hindi terorista yon. Yung pumasok na Turko, Chinese, kahit anong nationality dito na walang visa, walang hindi namang criminal yon, di ba? Illegal alien sila. Pwede i-detain, pwede i-deport, pero hindi pinapatay yon. Ibang-iba sa terorista yon. Nung sinabi nilang terorista, ano daw ang ginagawa niyang, paano siya pagka-terorista?
Yan lang hindi ko alam sir, kasi ang pumatay man sir, mga kasamahan ko mang pulis. Paano yan pagkapalalaman ko sir?
So sir, hindi ka kasama?
Kasama ako sir. Kasama
ka sa pumatay?
Opo sir, kasama ko.
Anyway, I'm running out of time, Mr.
Well, let me just go. Kasama ka sa pumatay. Saan pinatay?
Sa mga aquari sir.
Sa quarry. Yan ba yung...
yung Kang Bin Laod sir.
Ha?
Bin Laod. Mga aquari Bin Laod sir.
Laod?
Yung may-ari sir, SPO4. SPO4 Bin Laod sir.
So, police din na may-ari?
Police yun may-ari sir.
So, pinatay niyo doon. Ilan kayo pumatay doon sa tao ngayon? Kay Turko?
Anim kami, sir. Anim.
Pumutok ka rin.
Hindi na yung kuan, sir. Hindi na yung binaril, sir. Binigti na lang yan. Binigti.
Binigti.
O, binigti, sir.
Pinagtulungan nyo yung tao, nahawakan nyo habang nilalagyan ng tali, tapos binigti.
O, ginanyan ang lubid, sir, dito sa liig. Ginanyan.
Sino ang humawak sa lubid?
Kami ni kuan, sir. Kami ni Arthur Las Cañas.
So, dalawa kayo ni Arthur Las Cañas.
Opo, sir.
Bakit pinatay?
Ang nalalaman ko lang, sir, terrorist si Sally Macdom. Yan lang ang nalalaman ko. So, wala naman akong ibang nalalaman, kaya yan man ang kuan nila, nga terrorist si Sally Macdom.
At dahil doon, okay sa'yo patayin siya.
Parang wala naman ako magagawa, sir, kay sila man.
Hindi ko tinatanong kung wala magagawa. Tinatanong ko lang sa'yo, hindi ka naisip na konsyensya mo na yung asawa ni Macdom, pinsan ng asawa mo, hindi pumasok. Huwag naman, pinsan ng asawa ko yan. Hindi pumasok yun sa'yo?
Hindi, sir. Wala naman ako magagawa, sir.
Sige, okay. Alright.
Edgar, dito sa page 18 hanggang page 20 ng ating transcript. So sabi ni Chairperson De Lima, mayroon ho bang namatay dyan sa pagbomba nyo sa mosque na yan? Naka-timing lang, ma'am, na walang tao, walang samba. Chairperson De Lima, so walang naging casualty. Walang naging casualty, ma'am. Chairperson De Lima, sino kamo ang nag-utos? Sagot mo, Mayor Duterte, ma'am. Tama?
Opo, sir.
Paano mo narinig mo na si Mayor Duterte nag-utos?
Opo, sir.
Paano po?
Noon ng gabi yan, binumba yung cathedral, sir. Binumba. Pagkatapos ng 26, umakyat si Mayor Duterte na ang sabi niya, masakirin niyo yung mga muske. So, hinati naman kami nila ni Colonel Asindista, El Diponso Asindista, kami ang nagsama doon. So,
Sir, isa-isay natin. Sino kayong magkakasama nung nagsalita si Mayor?
ang dami namin sa opisina, sir.
Mga ilan?
Hindi ko na maalala, basta buong heinous crime, sir.
Okay.
Buong,
Tapos sa harap ninyong lahat, sinabi niya, bombay natin yung... sinabi niya?
Ang kaharap na talaga, sir, yung opisyal namin.
So hindi niyo narinig mismo yung utos niya?
Narinig namin, sir, narinig namin.
Sabi mo, ang kaharap lang yung mga opisyal?
Ang kaharap nga, siyempre, opisina man, sir, hindi man kwarto yan, parang ganito. Siyempre, maririnig
So,
mo ang...
ano eksakto narinig mo sa kanya?
Patayin mo yung mga nagbomba sa katedral.
So iba yun sa sinasabi mo dito na siya nag-utos na maggranada sa moske. Iba yung patayin mo yung mga nang masakre, iba yung bombahin mo o masakrin mo yung mga Muslim.
Paano, sir, nga kami ni Jun Larisma ang humagis ng granada ng moske?
Tama, sir.
So, in-order na niya yan.
Hindi, sinabi niya maghagis kayo ng granada o sinabi niya patayin mo yung mga nang
Basta
masakre?
ang order, sir, masakrin lang yung moske.
Sir, hindi niyo sinabi mo kanina. Ang sabi mo, ang eksaktong salita ni Presidente, patayin ang...
Yung nagbomba, sir. Yung mga suspect, sir. Yung mga suspect.
Patayin ang suspect. Yun ang sinabi. Pero yung masakere ng mga hindi niya sinabi.
Nag-order na niya, sir. Nag-order niya. Mayor pa siya, sir.
Sinabi niya?
Sinabi yan, sir.
Sabi mo kanina, hindi yun ang sinabi niya.
Sinabi yan, sir.
So, ano eksakto sinabi ng Pangulo?
Ang sinabi niya, masakirin yung mga muske. 3 muske. Isa sa Maa, isa sa Ikulan, isa sa Bangkiruhan. So, kami naman sa Bangkiruhan. 2 kami ni Jun Larisma ang humagis ng
So, yun
granada.
ang ginamit niya salita, masakirin niyo ang moske. Yun eksaktong sinabi niya.
Opo, sir.
Paano mamasakirin ang isang moske? Pwedeng pasabugin, pwedeng sirain.
Excuse me, just for the record, Senator Lacson is giving, your 10 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Senator Lacson has asked me to extend your time, to take his time.
Yes. Kaya Edgar,
10 minutes.
pagpasensyahan mo na ako kasi grabe tong accusation mo di ba? So hindi mo masisi, ako man, sabihan ng asawa ko, may kasamang babae yan, talagang tatanungin, nasaan ka, anong oras, sino, pinsan mo ba yan, para malaman kung nagsasabi ng totoo. Di ba? So, nasaan kayo nun at sino kayo magkakasama? Pakiulit.
Kami ni Major Asindista, ni Cloribel, ni Jerry Baguhin, Arthur Las Cañas. Basta madami kami, sir.
At nandun ka?
Oo, nandun, sir.
Malayo ka, malapit ka, paano?
Tama-tama lang, sir, kay maliit man yung opisina namin, hindi man malaki.
Sige. Si Mayor ba kilala ka?
Opo, sir.
Malapit ka sa kanya?
Hindi, sir, hindi.
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 So tingin mo magsasalita ang isang tao ng patayan sa taong hindi niya kilala?
Ewan ko lang, sir, kung sa'yo. Basta yan ang utos lang.
Sige, sir. We'll go forward, no? Sa page 19, eto, Mr. Matobato. Pagkatapos ng pagbomba kami sa simbahan ng Muslim, naglipas ang mga araw, umutos siya na iyong mga suspect na Muslim, hulihin nyo, patayin nyo. So, ang kuwan naman namin, ma'am, inabangan namin yung mga Muslim doon. Pinadukot namin, pinapapatay namin, nilibing namin sa mga quarry. SPO4 Ben Laud. So, eto si Macdum.
Hindi yan si Macdom, sir.
Iba pa to.
Iba yan. Ang mga Muslim yan nasa barangay Waan, sir.
So, yon inutos din ni Mayor.
Opo, sir.
Saan mo narinig na sinabi niya to?
Yan talagang inutos sa amin. Siyempre naman, hindi ka makakarinig,
Saan
sir.
nga, sir?
Oo.
Ano sabi mo, sir? Siyempre naman, hindi ka makakarinig?
Nakakarinig naman, sir, sa...
Kaya nga, sir. Ano to? Ibang meeting? Parehong meeting?
Parehong meeting yan, sir. Yung talaga yung mga Muslim doon, sir.
Pero hindi yun ang testimonyo mo, sir.
Order niya yan, sir. Hindi man yun pumapatay yung mga pulis.
Sir,
Hindi yan order niya.
Ang sabi mo dito, pagkatapos ng pagbomba, sabi mo yung meeting nyo nung
Opo,
una,
sir.
bago magbomba. Ngayon, sinasabi mo parehong meeting.
Hindi,
So,
ganito
iniiba mo testimony mo last time at saka ngayon.
Ganito yan, sir. Siyempre, umu-order ka kung...
Pakisagot mo muna yung tanong. Iniiba mo ba yung testimony mo ngayon kaysa nung nakaraan?
Pare-pareho lang, sir.
So, ano ba? Dalawang meeting, isang meeting?
Isang meeting lang yun, sir.
So, mali yung sinabi mo last hearing na pagkatapos ng pagbomba, dun lang in-order na sundin mo yung ibang Muslim.
Kasi, sir, sumusunod lang ako sa mga official, sir. Hindi naman ako pulis, sir.
Pakisagot lang kasi iba yung tanong sa'yo. Ang tanong sa'yo, pagkatapos ng bomba, nag-meeting na naman kayo, inutusan kayo na naman na gawin na naman yung dapat gawin na sinasabi nyo.
Opo, sir. Inutusan ng mga pulis, sir. Inutusan yung mga...
Sige. Well, anyway, Mr. Chairman, the record speaks for itself. In the last hearing, ang sinabi niya, meeting muna, imasakir ang mga moske, pagkatapos binomba, saka inutos. Now he's saying it was the same meeting where he said both. I think the record will speak straight. Pag sinundan ko yung transcript, kay Edgar, ang sinabi dito, kinidnap nyo si Macdum.
Kaya nga, sir, yung parang kinidnap na yan. Siyempre, hindi naman
So,
hinuli yan.
oo ba yun o hindi?
Totoo, sir, totoo.
Oo.
Oo, sir, oo,
Opo,
sir. Oo.
thank you.
Pero hindi si Mayor ang nag-utos sa inyo na kidnapin si Macdum.
Walang kinalaman si Mayor.
Okay.
Sir, oo.
Doon kay Macdum walang kilalaman si Mayor.
Walang kinalaman.
Okay. So, gaano ka kasigurado kay Edgar sa mga pinapatay kung kailan ito'y utos ni Mayor at kung kailan ito ay mga pulis o kasamahan mo lang? Halimbawa, kung sila mismo ang may, hold upin si Macdum, o kaya meron silang pusher or whatever. I'm not saying, hindi ko sinasabing masasamang pulis yung mga binabanggit mo, hindi ko sila kilala. Pero ang sinasabi mo dito sa amin, sumusunod ka lang kung ano sabihin nila. Tama po?
Opo, sir. Opo,
So,
sir.
kailan mo po nalalaman, sir, pag utos ni Mayor, at kailan mo nalalaman kung sila lang may gusto nun?
Hindi man yung palagi, sir, nga sumasama ako sa kanila. Yung may trabaho lang, sumasama ako, sir.
Sige, sir. Lilipat na ako sa ibang topic, ha. Sir, sabi mo ikaw ay isang professional killer.
Wala akong nagsabi yan, sir.
Sabi mo, sir, ang trabaho mo ay pumatay.
Wala, sir. Wala akong sinabi yan.
So, ano, sir? Sabi mo,
Bawal
sir,
yan.
kafgo ka.
Ipangyabong, sir.
Hindi, sir. Di ba ang sabi mo, DDS ka?
Hindi ako nagsabi, sir, na DDS ako.
So, hindi ka DDS?
Membro nga, sir. Pero yung pag-ipagyabang ba nga, magsasabi ako nga DDS, hindi yan.
Okay. So, miyembro ka ng DDS?
Membro, sir. Membro.
Ano po ang ibig sabihin ng DDS?
Pumatay ng tao, sir. Basta panalaman ko lang, sir. Pumapatay
sige.
yung auto, sir.
So, ibig sabihin po, yun ang trabaho mo, pumatay ng tao?
Opo, sir. Pero yung masasamang tao lang, sir.
Sige. Magaling ka ba sa trabaho mo? Hindi.
Simple naman, sir. Ano naman, sir?
Okay. Kasi hindi talaga ako makatulog dun sa litrato ng 30 tao na uubusin lahat ng laman ng barel dun sa NBI agent at 30 kayong inubos. So kung ang laman 5 o 7 shooter o 9 yung laman na bala, may 115 bala, hindi pa rin patay. So, ibig sabihin, hindi kayo magaling na killer.
Hindi ba, sir, operation ng mga pulisya kasi gumugulong yung tao sa ilalim ng pick-up, sir. Gumaganon yun, sir.
O, sir, pero 30
Paano yung
kayo.
pagtatamaan mo, sir, nga magaling sa rolling yan?
Sir, sabi nyo 30 at sabi nyo 200 ang balang laman ng katawan niya.
Yung sa estimate lang, sir. Siyempre, hindi mo naman mabibilang yung putok ng baril, sir.
Sir, ang nasa likod mo, bilangin natin ha. 1, 2, tapos bakante, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So, siyam ang nasa likod mo po ha. So, times 3 niyan ang 30. So, kung yan po ang pick up, times 3 po niyan ang nakapaligid. Sabay-sabay, isang tao lang binabarel, 200 ang laman na bala. Paano po kami maniniwala na professional kayong killers, mga alagad ng batas, hihintayin nyo si Mayor na may using dalawa bago mapatay? Kasi, hindi ako kukuha na, kung may DDS talaga, at ako ang pinuno ng DDS, hindi ako kukuha ng inutil na killer. 30 kayo, isang tao lang ang papatayin nyo.
Ganito, sir, ipapaliwanag ko sa iyo.
Sige po.
Yung bumaril ng Amisula, mga pulis din, sir. Mga pulis din. Lumaban ito si Amisula. Paano mo malalapitan, sir? May baril man si Amisula. Magaling din. Shooter din si Amisula.
Opo, pero sabi niyo po, 30 laban sa isa.
Kaya nga, hindi nalalapitan, sir. Nang doon siya sa ilalim ng pick-up, paano mapupuruhan mo yan ng tao?
Kaya Edgar, hindi yun ang testimony mo nung una. Sabi mo, nandyan lang, pick-up lang, nandyan, paglabas, naturo, pinagbabarel. Ang sabi mo, nakahiga na, binabaril pa rin, humihinga pa rin. Kaya lumapit si Mayor at kumuha ng usi at tinuluyan. So, ang pinapalabas nyo po last hearing, si Mayor kung hindi kay Mayor, hindi pa mamamatay yon.
Ganito, sir. Nahuli na si Amisula, naubusan na ng bala, sir. Yan lang, naubusan na siya ng bala.
Okay.
Kaya na nga, linapitan na si Mayor, nga si Mayor na nga ang tumapo sa buhay ni Amisula, sir.
Ang point ko lang naman kay Edgar, at mali pumatay. Ang sinasabi ko lang, maging organized crime yan, maging sa droga, maging sa pulis, mga professional yan. Paniniwalain niyo po kami na 30 tao, uubusin laman ng laman na bala ng baril nila, hindi nila mapatay ang isang tao na ikaw na nagsabing naka-corner na siya, nandun na, yung gulong-gulong sa pick-up ho, hindi malaki ang ilalim ng pick-up, limitado din ang mapupuntahan niya, nakapaligid na ang 30 tao sa kanya.
Mahirap yung tatamaan, sir, ang ganyan nandoon sa ilalim ng pick-up, sir. May sikusino yan, sir. Mahirap yung tatamaan, sir.
Sir, nagsimula ba putukan? Nasa ilalim na siya o nasa harap pa siya nung nagsimula yung putukan?
Ang kaharap niya, sir, si Major Pabo Pumiro, binaril ni Amisola, tinamaan talaga.
So, nakatayo pa ho siya?
Hindi na nakatayo si Major Pabo, nabulagta.
Opo, pero si Amisola po, nakatayo pa rin siya.
Hindi na, sir, nag-cover na siya. Kaya ang dami namang pulis.
So, pagbaril niya, higa siya?
Opo, sir.
O, tapos?
Lumalaban.
So, higa siya, pero wala naman nakatakip po, di ba? Dahil kita, pick up lang nandun, walang nakaharang . 30 na ho nakapaligid, sabay-sabay nang pumuputok. Punong-puno na yung katawan ng bala.
So, sir, mali yung sayo.
Paano nga, sir?
Hindi yun na bastang babaril-barilin lang ang tao, sir. Lumalaban ang tao, bakit
kaya nga, sir,
lalapit ka, matatamaan ka?
Kaya nga, sir. So,
nakadistance ang tao, sir. Paano yan?
Sir, yun nga sinasabi ko, pakikwento mo sa amin paano nangyari. So, nakahiga si NBI agent, bumabaril pa, nasaan po yung 30? Kasi kayo po nag-describe nung huli na yung 30 nakapaikot na kayo, inuubusan nyo na ng bala, pero si Mayor, di ba tinanong ko po sa inyo,
Hindi ko yan sinabi, sir, nga 30. Hindi ko yan sinabi sa iyo nga 30, sir.
30 ang sinabi niyo, sir.
Hindi, sir.
So, ilan po? Pakihanap lang sa transcript, kasi ang alam ko, 30 ang sinabi. So, ilan po?
Basta madami-dami kami, sir, pero mahirap, ipapaliwanag ko lang sa iyo, sir. Mahirap tatamaan yung tao nga nandoon sa ilalim, sir.
Sir, kung
katulad yung
huwag tayo mag-usap, sir.
Excuse me. Ano ang baril ni Amisola? Alam mo ba?
Parang Glock man siguro, sir. Hindi ko na sigurado, sir.
Ilan ang laman ng Glock?
Extended ang magazine, sir.
Nakita mo extended?
Extended ang magazine, sir.
Ilan ang laman ng extended?
Hindi ko alam, sir. Hindi ko
naman.
Hindi ko alam yun. Basta Glock lang, sir. Hindi ko alam yung magazine yung pirang laman, sir.
May 14 rounds, may 28 rounds. But anyway, sige, go ahead. I just wanted to know. Kasi sabi niya na ubusan ng bala eh.
Mr. Chairman, ka Edgar, tama ka naman na mali ako o mali ka pag theoretical. Sir, mahirap. Sir, lumalaban. Kaya nga ang tanong ko sa iyo, eyewitness ka eh, sabi mo. Actual. So, kwento mo sa aming actual. So, pag baril niya doon kay Major, anong ginawa niya, tapos paano nangyari? Ikaw magkwento sa amin.
Umikot-ikot si Amisula, sir. Umikot-ikot. Oh.
Paano pong umikot-ikot, sir?
Nang kuwangin sa pick-up, sir. Gugulong-gulong sa pick-up. Kasi dumapa siya, sir.
Dumapa?
O, doon na sa ilalim ng pick-up na tago. Siyempre, may gulong ang pick-up. Hindi mo mapupuruhan. Kay, hindi ka kakalapit sa kanya. Kay shooter yun si Amisula.
So, yung 30 po na nakaganon sa ilalim, sabay-sabay pumuputok, walang tumatama?
Tumatama, sir, pero hindi siya napupuruhan.
Ito po, sir, siguro po 30 kami. Transcript 229. Very fortuitous. So, tunay. So, tunay to, hindi. 229. Kayo po nagsabing 30, hindi po ako.
Hindi ko
so, binabago niyo po ulit, sir?
Hindi ko binabago, sir, pero parang hindi ko na nakukuhan, sir.
Okay. Sir, so nung napuruhan na siya, kasi napakarami niyong bumabarel, lumabas siya sa ilalim ng o doon na po siya sa ilalim?
Hinila na, sir.
Paano po, sir?
Binira na siya sa, sir, sa...
Palabas.
Palabas, sir. Pero,
nung hinila siya palabas, hindi pa rin siya patay kahit na 200 ang laman ng bala niya.
Buhay pa siya, sir. Buhay pa. Daplis naman tinatamaan niya, sir.
Oo.
Daplis naman. Kaya nga, buhay pa siya.
200 tama pero panay daplis po?
Excuse me, Senator Cayetano, wala bang autopsy report ito?
Well, anyway, Mr. Chair, I was just going to point out that his testimony is that he is a professional killer. Whether he used that word or not, that is the implication of being a DDS member.
I think we can all agree because he claims to have killed so many people.
Yes.
I think that is stipulated already.
But in the specifics, it is incredible that 30 people will not be able to kill one shooter and then the mayor will come with 2 magazines. I just wanted to point that out because aside from not imagining it, Mr. Chair, people have been calling my office, texting me, sending me private message, sir. Sir, paki-clarify dahil baka mali lang rinig namin. Because even an unprofessional killer, meaning yung makahawak lang ng baril.
On this graphic notes, there are 30 people that has been established. Lahat pumuputok yung 30 na yon. At sa kakabila ng putukan na 30, buhay pa siya at sinasabi mo, lumapit pa yung mayor para patayin siya. At ang nakapatay ay si Mayor Duterte.
Opo, sir.
Ha?
Ang tumapo, sir, si mayor na ang tumapo, sir.
Parang, gumugulong siya, no? Sa ilalim.
Naubusan ng bala, sir. Kaya nakuha na siya.
Okay. Kaya gumugulong siya.
Opo, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I will move on, Mr. Chair. Sir, sinabi niyo last hearing na wala kayong na-execute na affidavit para sa committee. Tama po?
Wala pa, sir.
Parang may nagtanong din sa inyo if you ever executed an affidavit sa gobyerno. Meron ba? Wala. Senator Miggs, with the permission of my colleagues, can you ask him if he ever executed an affidavit and submitted it to the government?
Wala pa, sir. Wala pa, sir.
Wala. But can we ask in Visayas so that we'll make sure he doesn't make a mistake?
Nakasabot ka, Manong Ed, katunggi pangutanan ni Cayetano? So wala pa, hantod sang una pa, wala pong magpagahimog, affidavit?
Wala pa, gihimo pa, sir. Gihimo
pa.
pa.
Karon?
Oo, sir.
Kahit kailan, wala?
Wala pa, gihimo pa.
Wala, okay. May I ask the NBI, when you investigated Mr. Matobato, did he execute an affidavit?
With the permission of the Honorable Chair. Yes, Your Honor. In September 2015, he was referred to the NBI by the then Secretary of Justice, Secretary Laila de Lima. She was then under the Witness Protection Program of the government. He came to the NBI as a complainant. Attorney Tobera will show you, Your Honor, pictures when his statement was taken inside the NBI office.
So it is not true that wala siyang affidavit?
Yes, Your Honor, and we are submitting copies of his statements with the NBI for the record, Your Honor.
Kaya Edgar, sa NBI meron kang affidavit. Sabi mo kahit saan, kahit anong gobyerno, wala. O hindi ikaw yon?
Meron akong kwan, sir, yung pinahil ko sa torture lang. Yung sa torture lang, sir. Tinorture ako ng mga pulis, sir.
Walang DDS doon?
Wala, sir. Wala, sir.
Okay. Attorney Tubera, in his affidavit before, did he mention anything about DDS or a Davao Death Squad or anything like that?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman and members of this committee. Actually, when the case was referred to us by the Department of Justice through the Witness Protection Program, the order for us was to evaluate the testimony of Mr. Matobato as regards his participation as member of the Davao Death Squad and his ordeal before the hands of the Philippine National Police of Davao in connection with the killing of the hotelier Richard King. After evaluating the statement, Your Honor, the case that we evaluated that can sustain the rigors of trial is only cases for Anti-Torture Act, Republic Act 7438, and arbitrary detention. And this was filed by the NBI before the Department of Justice with the assistance of AO35 Secretariat. I am referring to the AO35,
Sir,
Your Honor.
did you furnish that copy to the DOJ? Kasi sabi kanina ni Senator De Lima, hindi na daw nag-report ang NBI sa DOJ.
Your Honor, I am aware that after the filing of the case before the DOJ for preliminary investigation, there was a preliminary investigation conducted and my agents attended that hearing. Thereafter, no summon was ever received by the NBI.
But is my observation correct? In this peculiar case of Mr. Edgar Matobato, bumaliktad ang process. Usually, evaluate muna, then accept sa WPP. In this case, nung pinapa-evaluate sa inyo, tinanggap na sa WPP.
Talking to my experience, Your Honor, the procedure is that an investigation should be conducted by a law enforcement agency, and after evaluating the statement, they will refer the matter to the DOJ for the evaluation of the Witness Protection Program for his or her coverage to the program. I just do not know if the WPP can motu proprio cover a particular witness in their program without the recommendation from the NBI or PNP for that matter, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, just for the record, my observations. The witness has a tendency to answer, then change his answer. No affidavit, meron affidavit. Second, my point precisely in vetting the witness, the good Senator De Lima herself admitted a while ago that konti lang, a few, ang ginamit niyang word, a few lang, yung sinabi sa kanya ni Edgar Matobato, but he was admitted immediately to the WPP even before the evaluation. In fact, Senator De Lima's statement is that it was only in October, that when she left in October 15, no, nasa WPP pa si Mr. Matobato, I wanted to prove there a tendency of some human rights advocates, including Senator De Lima, to believe anything that is against Mayor Duterte before investigating. Because in this case, it's very clear, hindi pa inimbestigahan, kinupkup na bilang WPP witness. And I think this will be relevant later on, Mr. Chair. And of course, she's free to answer. I don't mean any disrespect, Mr. Chair, but it's just relevant to this investigation.
The statement is noted, but I think it's kind of
Unparliamentary. I'm sorry, Mr. President, I have no choice.
I was going to say very subjective.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I will treat it as subjective, not
So
as objective.
I apologize to both of you, but I did not know any other way to put it, so that when we evaluate the evidence, that will be one of my premises.
I will make sure that it is evaluated in that
Yes.
in the manner that
Thank
we
you.
see fit here. Yes. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just feel the need to respond to that. Ang ina-administer po ng DOJ, Witness Protection Program. Ang siyempre, ang mga dumudulog po sa DOJ ay yung mga magsasabi na nanganganib yung kanilang buhay dahil meron nalalaman tungkol sa komisyon ng crime. It is a practice, and the WPP officers can confirm this, na madalas pong mangyari na kaagad-agad kino-cover sa WPP, at least temporarily or provisionally, dahil yung witness na dumudulog po sa DOJ ay nagsasabi na nanganganib ang buhay ko dahil may alam ako dito sa krimen na to, etc., etc. That is witness protection program. So, unless makita namin na medyo may diferensya ang ulo, kapag nagkukwento, the general rule is, ina-admit muna namin kaagad pending evaluation. So that, I just want to make it clear. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I will accede to that preliminarily, kasi nga, paano kung totoo mapatay? Pero that means 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. The record shows that he was admitted on November 25, 2014. The good secretary left October 2015, and according to her, wala pa siyang report. And the witness left May 4, 2016. So in his case, it wasn't preliminary. For 9 months until the president, the Justice Secretary, now Senator, left, okay lang na sa WPP siya, pero hindi inalis. But anyway, the best evidence will be the records, which I ask that we get from the DOJ, including the affidavit that Mr. Matobato forwarded with Attorney
For the record,
Tovera,
the chair has
sorry.
already instructed the secretary of the committee to secure the affidavit from the NBI. Would that be
Mr.
sufficient?
Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry
we already
again.
have it. It's been marked. What is the exhibit number? Can you please stand up and tell me? Annex C. C. All right. Go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, that was just to clarify, that was the annex is the WPP report? Or?
The affidavit.
Affidavit, okay.
the
So
affidavit
we
is
don't
submitted.
have the WPP report, no?
The chair therefore directs the secretary to secure the copy of the WPP report immediately.
Mr. Chair, just to
Yes,
clarify,
go ahead.
what I said kanina po, nung umalis po ako no October 2015, wala pa ako natanggap na report. Dahil, as it appears, nag-file yung NBI sa National Prosecution Service. Hindi muna po yun diniretso sa akin because it was filed with the National Prosecution Service. So, di ko po alam, hindi ko po nalaman kung ano yung naging outcome nung rinifer po sa NBI. That's what I said. Please, let's not be
Anyway, Mr.
putting
Chair,
words into my mouth.
there's the record is there, and I'm not trying to twist. There are two theories here. Now, one, meron talagang DDS, at meron talagang nationwide effort for extrajudicial killing. The other theory is that it is a political play against the president, and we are getting incredible witnesses. But I'll not go into that, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, can I continue on the same point?
Before you do, the chair will admonish everybody that the words are taken on the record, and the committee will be in its best service of the nation to consider everything that is on the record. And,
Thank you.
Please, I beg both of you, both of the representatives here. I'm saying representatives because apparently there's a debate going on here, and therefore leave it to the committee to be objective. I precisely ask that both of you be in the committee so that you can actually have your say.
Yes.
But spare us the editorials.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
I will submit,
Please
Mr.
proceed.
Chair.
Thank you.
Kay Edgar, sabi mo kanina walang affidavit. Tapos nung nilabas ng NBI na meron affidavit, sabi mo sa torture lang. Tama? Okay, so ang ibig mo sabihin sa affidavit na yon, wala kang binabanggit tungkol sa DDS.
Yung sa torture ko lang, yung mga pulis lang ang sinama ko.
Sa DDS, wala.
Wala pa man.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cayetano, your time is up.
Yes. Can I just read
But
this?
I believe Senator Pacquiao. Who
Mr.
is
Chairman,
supposed to be-
I will give
1 minute
my
lang.
10 minutes. Bigay ko pa rin yung 10 minutes ko sa kanya.
Thank you, Senator.
Just for the record, baka sabihin nyo, namimili ako rito, no? A senator can give his time so that the continuation of a cross-examination or an interpellation can be undertaken. Senator Lacson has waived his time of 10 minutes, and now Senator Pacquiao, who comes, and for the record, these are the order. Senator Cayetano, Senator Lacson, Senator Poe, they're all finished for their first round. Senator Angara has not yet spoken. Senator Trillanes, and then Senator Zubiri, and then Senator Pacquiao and Senator De Lima. In the interest of an orderly presentation, we will allow Senator Cayetano to go ahead and continue. And then you can repost later on. That is the ruling of the chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And may I just confirm that is the tradition of the Senate and the committees? That time can be given in accordance with
That's what I said. If I wasn't clear, tatagalugin ko, pwede pong magbigay ng oras ang mga senador para mabuo ng isang senador yung kanyang yung flow para matuloy-tuloy po. Kasi maraming mahihilo sa nanonood o nakikinig, at pati kami rin baka mahilo pagka pabakat-bakat. Kaya yan ho ang ating tutuloy ngayon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ka Edgar, dito po sa question number 6, what reason do you have to fear for your lives and that of your family? Ang sagot, I was a member of the Davao Death Squad or DDS since 1988. That was where Rodrigo Duterte first came into power as mayor of Davao City. Next, paragraph 7, question. What is the Davao Death Squad, DDS? It is a group of assassins and gunmen based in the entire province of Davao. Hindi lang po city, province of Davao nakalagay dito. That it is discreetly being run and funded by Rodrigo Duterte since 1980 up to now. At present, it is directly being under the supervision of SPO04, Arthur Las Canas, and about 10 of his police subordinates in the Davao City office. Can you enumerate the names of the subordinates? Niname po niya, Mr. Chair. Aside from these police officers that you have named, are there any other personalities involved with the operation of DDS? Yes, retired SPO4 Buenaventura, and so forth and so on. Even the next question, do you know any other such personalities? Yes, retired SPO4 Ben Laud. Sir, kakasabi nyo lang 2 minutes ago, wala sa apidabit na to ang tungkol sa DDS. Tad-tad po ng tungkol sa DDS. Bakit po kayo nagsisinungaling sa committee? This is the affidavit that he has signed.
The chair directs Senator Cayetano to show him the affidavit.
Yes, Mr. Chair. May I read? This is sworn statement of Edgar Matobato E. Bernal given before Agent Eugene Javier IV in the presence of Agent Oliver de Rivera and witnessed by Joselita Abarquez here in the Office of Anti-Organized and Transnational Crime Division, AOTCD, Death Investigation Unit, DIU, National Bureau of Investigation, and DI TAF.
With all due respect, to cut to the
September
chase,
4.
I request that Senator Cayetano approach the witness and show at your own peril and
Mr. Chair, just a manifestation.
Pakitignan mo lang yung affidavit.
While he's looking at that, sir,
Hindi, kaya nga may abogado siya eh. Kaya I'm just trying to respect his rights. Can you please allow me some latitude here? This is normal in any court case. Papakita mo yung iyong ebidensya doon sa testigo kahit hindi marunong bumasa. Pag bumasa, meron siyang abogado dyan sa tabi niya na papaliwanag sa kanya. Pag hindi natin pinakita yan, hindi niya lalong malalaman.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
That's what I was supposed to say. Kanina ko kasi nung tinanong siya na sinabi mo na ba na kasama ka sa DDS o nabanggit mo naman sa DDS, hindi naman po sa kanya pinapakita kanina yung affidavit na yon.
Wala
pa ho yung affidavit kanina dahil nakuha lang ho doon sa NBI afterwards.
May make 2 points with the permission of Senator De Lima. First point, sir, siya po ang unang nagsabing walang affidavit. Then secondly, nung sinabi niyang meron, ang sinabi niya, torture lang, walang DDS. So I'm not supposed to even show it to him first for him to read and to answer. Because I'm testing precisely. Third point, Mr. Chair, with the permission of Senator De Lima, we are not supposed to, either of us, lawyer for or against. So the usual procedure, Mr. Chair, is for the senator to wait for their turn, then counter whatever they think the other senator did wrong, rather than to stand up and question. If not, Mr. Chair, then every senator here that has 10 minutes may magi-interject sa kabila. I understand the feeling of Senator De Lima, but at the proper time, she will be able to do this, to question.
On your time because you're arguing. But let me just point out, as a lawyer, tatanungin kayo ng tanong, kung sinagot mo yung tanong at alam mo ang tamang sagot, talagang, kaya dapat, please advise yung witness kapag may tinatanong, intindi niya yung tanong maigi para masasagot niya ng maayos. At magsabi ng totoo.
Mr. Chair, just again on that point, I hope my colleagues would understand why I had to inject once, every now and then. Dahil nga po, yes, the whole purpose of why we are asking questions kay Mr. Matobato ngayon is to test his credibility. Kaya, merong ganyang questioning, although this is already the cross-examination style of questioning, which happens in regular legal or judicial proceedings before a court of law. Kailangan naman ho natin maintindihan na itong proceedings natin ngayon ay hindi naman talaga a formal judicial proceeding. Na wag naman po sanang ganun na para bang nag-aano ng mga, yung masyado naman istrikto, na sinabi naman ho niya na ang kanyang inabot na educational attainment is grade 1. So what I'm trying to say, I'm appealing to my colleagues to give him some consideration. Wag naman po yung parang talagang in a formal setting, in a court, cross-examination. This is a fact-finding inquiry. And therefore, yes, we are testing his credibility. We have every right to do that. Pero wag naman pong ganon na masyado namang style. I know that my colleague here used to be a practitioner, but this is not a court of law. Bigyan ng konting konsiderasyon. I-explain po ng maigi. Wag ho nagbabasa ng mga Ingles. Wag hong nagtatanong ng Ingles. Wag naman pong ganon. That's my appeal.
Thank you. The chair takes note of your appeal for a more compassionate questioning. But this is an investigation in aid of legislation. When somebody comes in here and makes allegations, all his statements will be subject to trial by probity. We have to prove the witness is saying the truth. That is fair game. Do not come here and expect kindergarten treatment. You are here before the Senate Committee on Justice. I would expect Senator De Lima to know she's appeared here. She even appeared in the impeachment case of Justice Corona. And you know that there will always be this cross-examination methods. So, you come here at your own peril. When you say something, you have to expect, dapat alam po ninyo, pag may sinabi kayo dito, ibabalik ko sa inyo. Kaya po may record eh. Walang silbi yung record kung hindi babasahin sa inyo na yun ang sinabi nyo, tatanungin kayo, ba't nag-iiba kayo ng sagot? Kaya ho tinatanong yung affidavit sa inyo, tinanong kayo kanina, gumawa ka ba ng affidavit? Dapat sinabi mo kagad, opo, ang sinabi mo, hindi. Kaya nung pumasok ka, pinakita kayo sa affidavit. Pwede yun. Kaya isipin mo ang sasagutin mo. Huwag mong isipin, lulusot ka, isipin mo na dapat totoo yung sasabihin mo. Walang lusot dito. Nagkakaintindihan ba tayo?
Opo, sir.
Okay, walang abogado ka rito kundi yan nasa tabi mo. And I would advise all lawyers, I'm giving you wide latitude, including Senator De Lima, including Senator Trillanes, and Senator Cayetano. You've heard me call out Senator Cayetano. And I will say here, I do not want to have to say certain remarks that might offend you. Please do not let me do that. At most, I will call break in the session so I can tell you politely. But please do not go beyond the bounds. We are here in aid of legislation. We are investigating. When somebody comes in here, we have to cross-examine. We have to interpolate. Some say interpolation, some say cross-examination. Kailangan palabasin ang totoo. Otherwise, I will hold you in contempt. Sabihin ko, sa Tagalog, iko-contempt kita. Walang Tagalog yan eh. Paliwanag mo yun sa Tagalog.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Pinapatawa ko lang kayo para mawala yung tension at baka mamaya may dudutan na naman tayo dito. Wala lang dudutan. Okay, go ahead, please.
And Mr. Chair, may I just promise this committee that I'm asking the hard questions dahil may pupuntahan po ito. So, kay Edgar, nakita mo na yung affidavit nandyan sa harap mo, no? Una, sinabi mo walang affidavit, tapos meron, tapos torture lang. Pero kung titignan mo, ang kabuuan ng affidavit na to ay tungkol sa DDS. Tama po? Okay. Ano ba totoo, sir? Kasi sa internet may nagsasabing nakatapos ka ng grade school or ng high school at hindi talagang grade 1. Kakaulit lang ni Senator De Lima na grade 1. Ano totoo, sir?
Wala, sir. Wala talaga.
Hanggang anong
one lang
grade
ako,
ka, sir? Grade 1?
Kasi
sir,
itong, sir, ito ang nangyari sa aking buhay, sir.
Okay lang kayo, sir.
Anong grade natapos mo?
Grade 1, sir. Grade 1 lang.
Grade 1. Saan ka natapos ang grade 1?
Sa Tamayong, sir. Kalinan, Davao City, sir. Okay. Tamayong, sir. Kalinan,
Tamayong, sa Davao City?
Oo.
Okay. Hindi ka na nag-grade 2, ha?
Hindi na, sir. Hindi na.
Okay. Sige.
Kasi, sir, ang punto lang naman dito, hindi ko anong grade. Napakaraming magagaling na tao na hindi nakatapos. Pinakamayaman, world leaders, innovators, na hindi nakatapos, no? Or na-expel, no? Sabi nga ni Mayor Duterte, siya, 75 lang, no? Pero dito po kasi sa affidavit nyo, nakalagay na you finished 3rd year of grade school. Nagkamali lang po kayo nun? So, grade 3 dito.
Hindi naman, sir. Hindi man ako naka-grade 3, sir. Grade 1 man lang ako, sir.
Okay.
Ano yan? Hindi nga ako
Sige,
masyadong
sir.
pumirma sa pangalan ko, sir.
Okay. Ngayon po, dito po sa page 4, nakalagay dito, can you give us an example of an important target? Humingi ng halimbawa ng important target. Mahalagang target nyo, no? Yes, sir. One of them was Salim Makdoum, a Pakistani national. He was ordered liquidated by Rodrigo Duterte through SP04 R2 Las Cañas because he was a suspected terrorist. Okay po?
Tagalogin ko po, no? Hininga ka ng isang mahalagang target o maselan na target. Ang sagot mo, opo, si Makdoum. Si Makdoum. At ang nag-order sa iyo ay si Mayor Duterte.
Yung, sir, yung si Arthur Las Cañas, sila man ang nag-uusap, sir. Si Arthur Las Cañas.
Pero ang sagot mo sa affidavit ay Mayor Duterte. Ikaw sumagot na.
Nakasabot ako, sir. So, sir, order ni Mayor Duterte, si Arthur Las Cañas yan, sir, ang order, sir. Pero order yun ni Mayor Duterte, sir.
Okay. Pero kung titignan po natin yung transcript kanina, sinabi mo hindi mo alam. Sir, si Las Cañas lang. Hindi ko alam kung si Mayor.
Sir, nalilito ako, sir. Sorry, sir.
So ano totoo? Order ni Mayor Duterte? Hindi.
Order yan ni Mayor Duterte.
Paano
So, si Arthur Las Cañas ang
Sige, sir.
kumukuan.
Paano mo alam order ni Mayor Duterte?
Sumasalita naman, sir. Sumasalita naman siyang Arthur Las Cañas, sir.
So hindi mo kay Mayor Duterte narinig?
Si Arthur Las Cañas, sir. Si Mayor Duterte, sir.
Sagot lang ho ninyo yung tanong. Narinig nyo lang yung kay Las Cañas? Las Cañas?
Kang Las Cañas, sir, nga, ang kang Mayor Duterte, ito kang Arthur Las Cañas, sir. Sila lang dalawa nag-uusap, sir.
Hindi mo nakita? Hindi mo narinig?
Hindi ko narinig, sir, pero sumabi naman si Arthur Las Cañas, sir.
Hindi mo narinig na sinabi ni Mayor Duterte yun?
Opo, sir.
Hindi mo nakita at narinig na sinabi ni Mayor Duterte yun?
Nakita ko si Mayor Duterte, sila naman na nag-uusap, sir.
Pero hindi mo narinig?
Hindi ko po narinig, sir.
Okay. Sa madaling sabi, sinasabi lang sa iyo ni Las Cañas.
Si Las Cañas, sir.
Okay, salamat.
My point, Mr. Chair, which I want noted in the record, is that the witness has a tendency to point to Mayor Duterte, but upon questioning, it is assumptions. He assumed that it happened. But to go to the next point...
It is noted, the chair is a lawyer, and so are all the other people here, honorable men who can discern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I just wanted one question sa NBI. Binigyan niyo ba ito ng abogado nung gumagawa siya ng affidavit?
Unassisted by counsel, Your Honor, considering that
Unassisted.
no assistance of counsel, considering that he was there to file a complaint, Your Honor. But in the course of the taking of the statement, he proceeded to give a statement regarding his participation with, supposed participation with DDS, Your Honor.
Sa mga siya nagko-complain sa Tagalog, nagko-complain siya, pumunta siya doon, at nung siya ay, sabi ko sa ito, no? Nagpunta ka doon, nagko-complain ka, at habang nagkakwento ka, sinabi mo na ito mga kwento na kasama ka sa pagpatay dito sa mga bagay na ito. At iba pa, tama ba yan?
Opo, sir. Opo, sir.
Okay.
Opo.
At sinumpaan mo yan, di ba?
Opo, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry for making my observations, putting it on record. It's just that the general audience, 99% of our people are not lawyers. So sometimes I make that. So, so with your permission now and then, I will just make a conclusion, not of the committee, but an observation of this representation. May I yield to Senator Lacson?
No, it's just about to ask the NBI na nandito. Did it not occur to you no nagsasabi na siya ng mga incriminatory, self-incriminatory statements na mag-provide ng lawyer sa kanya? Dahil in the course of the testimony or yung paggawa ng affidavit, lumalabas na yung member siya ng DDS. So, ini-increment yung sarili niya. Hindi nyo naisip na kailangan na yata bigyan ng lawyer ito kasi self-incriminatory yung mga sinasabi.
It did, Your Honor. However, we relied so much that witness or complainant to us was sent by the Department of Justice, so that the Department of Justice would have thought it prudent, Your Honor, to provide lawyer if they think, Your Honor, at that point in time that he should be detailing his activities with DDS.
Para maintindihan na lahat, pinadala siya ng Department of Justice sa inyo, tama?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
At pinadala siya ng Department of Justice na alam ng Department of Justice, nag-usap na sila, na sasabihin niya na siya ay miyembro ng DDS.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. As a matter of fact, in his statement, he said that I am currently under the Witness Protection Program.
So, okay. So, yun. Malinaw yan, ha? Hindi niyo siya inaaresto noon. She's under, nasa Witness Protection Program siya, at siya ay naglalatala on his own. Pumasok sa kalooban nyo, sa isipan nyo, na dapat, sana, kung siya ay arestado ninyo, bago siya, at sinasabi ko din sa madla, nakikinig, pagka kayo inaaresto, sasabihin sa inyo, ikaw ay may karapatan na huwag sumagot, di ba? Tahimik ka lamang pag tinatanong, dahil arestado ka eh. At kung kailangan mo ng abogado, puprovide kami ng abogado para hindi mo mapapahamak ang sarili mo. Pero ito, iba ang sitwasyon dito. Hindi nyo siya inaaresto, nagpunta siya ng kusang loob, padala ng Department of Justice, nililinaw ko lang para malinaw ang sitwasyon. Tama ba yan?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Tama
po ba yun, Mang Edgar?
Opo, sir.
Salamat po. Yes, Attorney Tovera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In connection with the previous question and answer by Deputy Labin, the witness was turned over to us to evaluate his testimony insofar as his personal case is concerned and the Davao Death Squad. Since the beginning, we already advised him to be assisted by counsel. But as things went on, like today, Your Honor, he opted not to choose counsel. And the matter that we investigated is in his personal case. However, when we dwell on the Davao Death Squad, na marami na po siyang revelation, we need to verify the truthfulness of his allegations. So we invited him to go to Davao in order to recover the corpus delicti because he intimated to us that their victims were being buried in some places there.
Yung mga bangkay, yung corpus delicti, mga bangkay.
Opo, Your Honor.
Pinapunta niyo siya mag-isa doon? Huhukayin niya?
Hindi po. Kasama po namin dapat siya. NBI investigators and NBI of Davao kasi may coordination na po kami. Pero ang sabi po ni Ginoong Matobato, huwag niyo po akong padadapuin ng Davao. Airport pa lang, patay na po ako. So, hindi po namin na case build up yung sinasabi niya na Davao Death Squad na may utos yung kagalang-galang na mayor po doon at iba pa pong politiko. So, hindi po kami nakapag-case build up sa Davao Death Squad which necessitates the assistance of a counsel, Your Honor.
That's correct. All right. Okay. Malinaw. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sir, kanina tinatanong kita balik tayo kay Mr. Macdum, no? Sabi niyo po na basta't ang sabi lang terorista. So, tinanong kita, ano pang impormasyon? Sabi mo, sir, yun lang, basta't terorista. Tama ba pagkarinig ko or may dagdag ka pa doon?
Opo, sir, yan lang.
So, hindi nagbigay sila sa kanya sa'yo ng detalye kung bakit siya terorista, gumagawa ba ng bomba yan, nag-hijack ba ng aeroplano, anong pagka-terorista? May sinabi sa'yo? Wala?
Wala, sir, wala.
Okay. Bakit, sir, sa affidavit nyo meron kang nakwento? Kasi dito po sa affidavit nyo, eto nakalagay, why was he suspected to be a terrorist? Pareho po nung tanong ko sa inyo, Panyaro, page 4 of 15, no? Number 31. Pareho po tanong ko sa inyo kanina, ha? Ang sagot nyo po sa NBI, I do not know, sir. I was told by SP04 Arthur Las Cañas in a briefing was that Salim Macdum is a Pakistani who came into the country through the back door from Malaysia. He has no record with the Bureau of Immigration. He was the prime suspect in the bombing that occurred in General Santos. Doon po, 2 years ago ho, alam nyo kung bakit hinahabol si Macdum dahil sa bombing ng Gensan. Pero ngayon po na tinatanong ko kayo, ang sagot nyo, wala kayong ibang alam tungkol doon kung bakit siya terorista. Ito po ba galing sa inyo to, na yung sa Gensan, o may naglagay po dyan? Anong, pakipaliwanag lang po, anong tingin nyo po?
Tinuod na, sir, tinuod na. Di lang ko kayo maka-istorya, pero tinuod na nga si Salim Macdum, terrorist, sir, terrorist.
Bakit dili makastorya? He said it's true, but hindi lang niya makwento. So, I'm asking, bakit dili mo makwento?
Sorry. Sa tinuod lang yun, sir. Makabalo ko sa mga istorya kung dili lang tungod kang Arthur Las Cañas. Si Arthur Las Cañas lang ko puro makabalo, sir, nga terrorist, bomba, si Salim Macdum, basta tanan nga detalye, sir, kang Arthur Las Cañas, sir.
Senator Sibili, please.
Yeah, to simplify, he says that all information that he gets galing po kay
Las Cañas.
Yeah, lahat ng information niya galing dyan.
So, hindi mo alam, kundi sasabihin sa'yo?
Opo, sir. Opo, sir.
Gusto ko lang linawin, babalikan ko lang, with the permission of Senator Cayetano. Sa NBI, no? Nagpunta ka doon, nagko-complain ka laban sa DDS, tama?
Opo, sir.
At binigay mo yung salaysay mo, na sinumpaan mo.
Opo, sir.
At doon, sa course ng reklamo mo, ikaw ba'y nasa witness protection program na noon?
Nandoon na, sir.
So, nandun ka. So, pagpunta mo doon, ang pakiwari mo ay ikaw ay witness na protektado na ng ating bansa. Tama?
Hindi pa, sir.
Ano hindi?
Yung
pumunta ka doon, magko-complain ka, magrereklamo ka, alam mo na ikaw ay nasa isang testigo ng gobyerno na kahit na may kasalanan ka, protektado ka. Ano karaan?
sir.
Naintindihan mo yung tanong ko, ha? Naulit ko yan, ha? So, dahil ka nagpunta doon na nasa witness protection ka o ikaw ay protektado ng gobyerno, sa salaysay mo, umamin ka laban sa iyong sariling interes na inaamin mo na ikaw ay pumapatay.
Opo, sir.
Tama ba yung sinasabi ko?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pero sa kabila niya, nag-alala pa rin ng NBI na wala kang abogado, pero inassume ng NBI na dahil galing ka sa Department of Justice, nasabihan ka na pagpupunta ka dyan, yung sasabihin mo dyan ay laban sa interes mo at ito ay dala ng pakiwari mo na dahil ikaw ay witness na protektado ng gobyerno, hindi ka na pwedeng habulin ng sinuman sapagkat parang nakipag-areglo ka na sa gobyerno para sa kapalit ng pagtestigo mo laban sa mga pumapatay na DDS, kung meron man. Tama yan?
Opo, sir.
Malinaw, ha? Pakiwari mo, ha? Gusto ko na, intindihan mo yung sinasabi para malinaw tayo. Malinaw sa'yo po? Tinuod, that means totoo po yan.
Tinuod na, sir.
May tinuod. Kasi sa amin
Totoo, totoo, sir.
Totoo ka.
Totoo, sir.
Tuod
Para
man.
hindi naman ako mahabol ng mga pulis, sir. Yung talagang
para hindi ka na mahabulin ng pulis dahil ikaw protektado ka na ng gobyerno. Testigo ka na ng gobyerno laban sa mga ibang masasamang loob.
Oh, sir.
Tuod man. Okay, yun lang gusto kong malaman. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Ang punto ko kay Edgar, kung galing man kay Las Cañas o hindi, kanina sabi mo, hanggang dun lang sinabi sa'yo ni Las Cañas. Hanggang dun lang na terrorist. Pero sa affidavit mo, siya daw ang suspect sa Jensen bombing. Alam mo ba na siya suspect sa Jensen bombing o hindi?
Basta si Las Cañas ang nagsasabi sa akin na suspect yan sa bombing. Oh.
So, nasabi niya sa'yo?
Opo, sir.
Bakit kanina nung tinatanong kita kung may alam ka pa tungkol kay Macdum, sabi mo wala na, sir, basta terrorist lang?
Sir, itong salaysay ko, sir, sa katagalan, sir, minsan nalilimot ako, sir, nalilito ako, sir.
So, hindi
Yan
ka
talaga,
sure
sir.
sa testimony mo kung ano pa maalala mo at hindi?
Naalala ko, sir. Ngayon nga, binigay ito sa akin ngayon, naalala ko na, sir. Naalala ko na. Oh, magsasabi naman ako ng totoo. Siyempre, kasali ako dyan, sir.
Oh, sir, pero paano namin alam kung ano paniniwalaan mo na nakalimutan mo, ano yung totoo, ano yung sinabi ni ganito? Kasi napakabigat nung statement na yon eh. Na kaya matibay loob mong patayin siya kasi alam mo siya yung bumomba sa Jensen. Pero nakalimutan mo na. Ang dami mong detalye po na naalala mo lahat, pero yung iniisa-isa kong detalye sa iyo, umiiba ho. Kaya Edgar?
Kana, sir, maura ginasa nga ako ikasulti nga tinuod na, sir.
Sige po.
Dili na bakak, sir. Dili na bakak.
Sige. You want to translate, then I'll move on to next
Sabi ni
point.
Edgar, yan lang daw masasabi niya. Yan ang sabi niya, katotohanan ayon sa kanya.
Again, with the permission of Senator Cayetano, I just want to, yung mga lukot maayos eh. Ang sabi mo kanina dito, ikaw ay asset.
Yes, sir.
Nagpunta ka doon sa heinous crimes, at ang sabi mo, asset ka. Yung bang asset may bayad?
Wala, sir. Wala, sir. Wala, sir.
Walang bayad. Papatayin si Macdum. Wala kang bayad, kasama ka sa nila para patayin ng isang tao, okay sa'yo, hindi ka magtatanong? Lalo na't pinsan ng asawa mo, yung asawa ni Macdum?
Wala naman ako magawa, sir, kasi project man yun ng mga pulis, sir.
Pinipilit ka ba ng mga pulis?
Hindi, sir. Hindi naman.
Bakit sasabihin mo walang kang magawa?
Wala naman ako magawa, sir. Siyempre, mga pulis man yung
Kasi
kasama
ang
ko.
importante sa akin, malaman ko. Ako, alam ko na hindi ka masyado nakapag-aral, pero hindi excuse yun na hindi ka makapagsabi ng totoo.
Oo, sasabi ako ng totoo, sir.
So, para sa iyong protection, dapat magsabi ka ng totoo dahil dadami pa yung problema natin pagka gano'n eh.
Oo, sir. Oo, sir.
So, hindi mo naiisip na, ba't naman natin papatayin niya? Terorista yan eh. Kayo sinasabi mo, siya nag-bombing doon sa Jensen. Pag sinabing bombing sa Jensen, parang meron ka ng rason. Patayin natin yan. Talagang nambobomba, pumapatay ng tao yan. Pero sinabi mo kayo na, terorista lang yan. Papatayin mo, sasama ka uli. Papatayin mo si Macdum, sasama ka sa kanya. Kahit napinsan mo, dahil terorista yan. Hindi ko maintindihan yan. Para bang, tapos ngayon haharap ka dito, I'm sorry napasensya ka na. Haharap ka dito, sabi mo, after telling us, kasama sabihin mo sa amin, ang napatay mong tao, minimum 50, sabi mo nung isang araw, hanggang 1,000 kasama ka, alam mo. Tapos ngayon, wala ba tayong konsensya, kapatid?
Nagkukonsensya naman ako, sir.
Kaya ka nagpunta dito, di ba?
Nagkukonsensya naman
Kaya
ako,
ka
sir.
nagpunta dito.
Opo, sir.
Kaya ka humarap dito ngayon.
Opo, sir.
After 50 to 1,000. Kaya nga sinasabi ko, siyempre kung ikaw, kahit na sinong tao, papatay ka, hindi ka basta papatay, terorista eh. Kasi yung terorista, bakit, ano bang ginawa niyan? Siyempre, ang gatong, sabi ko, paputok, maraming pinatay, angal ka. Eh, hindi mo naman kilala yan, ba't ko papatayin yan? Lalo, wala kang bayad. Asset ka eh.
Opo, sir.
Asset, walang bayad.
Walang bayad, sir.
Di ba may sweldo ka kamo dun sa CAFGU?
6DF, sir.
Ha?
6DF, sir. Oh.
CHDF. May sweldo ka doon.
Allowance man lang, sir. 6DF, sir.
Ano ba hindi ba yung CHDF parang CAFGU yan? Diba yan? Civilian Home Defense Force.
Oo, sir. Oh.
Wala na yan noon. By that time, alam ko, CAFGU pumalit yan, di ba?
Oo, ngayon, sir. CAFGU na ngayon, sir.
Noong panahon na yon.
6DF, sir. 6DF ako, sir.
Kailan ba, nung pinatay ba ninyo si Macdum, si HDF ka, or CAFGU, or ano ka?
6DF, sir.
DDS?
Umalis na ako, sir, sa 6DF, sir. Umalis na ako. Doon na ako sa...
Naging CAFGU ka ba? Sabi mo kasi last time, CAFGU eh.
6DF, sir, 6DF. Ngayon, ang pumalit na, sir, CAFGU na, parang iniisip ko na nga...
Sir, sandali lang po,
CAFGU
ano?
na, sir.
Ang sabi nyo rito, nakita ko sa transcript, kung di ko nagkakamali, sabi nyo, CAFGU kayo. Ano ba talaga? CAFGU o CHDF?
6DF, sir. 6DF, sir.
So, pinabago nyo yung statement nyo?
Sir. 6DF, sir.
O, sige. Tapos, naging asset kayo ngayon. At pagtapos, kailan ka naging DDS na may bayad ka?
Nag-umpisa ako ng DDS, sir, is 1982, sir. 1988, sir. 1988.
1988.
Oo, sir.
Mr. Chairman, a bit of information. Yung CAFGU, nagsimula ito 1987. So 1988, CAFGU na, wala nang CHDF. For your information. Anyway, magulo.
CHDF.
EO, I think EO 264, pinirmahan ni President Cory yung pag-create ng CAFGU 1987. So pag 1988, wala na tayong pag-uusapang CHDF, CAFGU na noon.
Ako, sir, nag-CHDF ako 1982, sir. Nag-CHDF ako sa barangay namin, sir. Sa barangay namin.
We're all friends.
No, I take exception, Mr. Chairman. I was not confusing the witness. I was stating a fact. How could you say that I was confusing him?
Well, please address the chair. I was about to tell, I will say, admonish Senator Trillanes to stop saying dates because the witness can hear. You're so near. We're after the truth here. Tama yung sinabi ni Senator Lacson. Tama yung sinasabi ko. Nakalagay sa affidavit mo, CAFGU. Ano ba talaga nasa isip mo? CAFGU or CHDF?
1982, sir.
Hindi, tinatanong yan.
CHDF ako, sir. Kaya...
Ha?
So, ngayon na, sir, ang CHDF, pinalitan na ng CAFGU, sir. Kaya nga, CAFGU, sir.
Alam mo, pasensya ka na, makukuha ko yung record mo sa CHDF.
Oo, sir.
Sinabi mo, CAFGU ka. Noong una, kaya pinakuha ko. Alam mo, ginagawa namin ang homework namin dito. Hindi, sandali na. Suspended.
Let the witness testify for himself.
I will, session resume. I will admonish everyone here in this chamber, senators and also people watching, do not open your mouth. Do not say anything. May kasabihan sa Kastila, yun lang nalalaman ko sa Kastila, maganda pakinggan, sera la boca para no entran las moscas. Sera nyo ang bibig nyo para hindi papasok ang langaw. So I'm admonishing our friends here in the Senate, and I will call you down, and you don't want me to call you down and embarrass you here. So, let us go back. Sinabi mo ba na kafgu ka noong nakaraan testigo mo?
Sinabi ko, sir.
Sinabi mo kafgu?
Oh, sir. Oh.
Ngayon, binabago mo CHDF ka.
Dumaan talaga ako sa CHDF, sir.
Yes or no?
Opo, sir. Opo, sir.
CHDF ka na. Hindi ka nag-kafgu. Opo, titigyan yung senador. Makahalata ka.
Opo, sir. Opo, sir.
Alam mo, ang abogado, pag sinasabi niya, sabihin ko, let it be on record that the witness is looking at whoever. Okay? Huwag kang hingi ng tulong kahit kanina dito. Ikaw ang nasa upuan dyan. Okay? So, sinasabi ko sa iyo, sinabi mong kafgu ka, binabago mo ngayon, sinabi mo, CHDF ka na ngayon. Babala kita, ha? Pagka CHDF ka, makukuha ko yung records mo sa CHDF.
Opo, sir. Opo, sir.
Okay? Dahil sinabi mong kafgu, nagpapagod kami rito na kinuha ko yung record sa kafgu at sinasabi rito, certified, walang taong katulad mo na nagpunta sa kafgu. Okay?
Opo,
So, okay, sinasabi mo si HDF, hahanapin ko yung record dyan. Let the Secretary of the Committee call up the military, the AFP, and find out whether the name of this person, Mr. Edgar Matobato, ever served in the CHDF. Because lahat siyang binabayaran. Pag binabayaran, ina-account niya ng COA. Aalamin kung nabayad sa iyo. Sumweldo ka ba sa CHDF? Nagbigyan ka ng allowance?
Allowance, sir.
O, so meron yon. Pumipirma ka, di ba?
Opo, sir. Sa
Oh,
barangay
yun.
namin, sir. Sa barangay namin.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Just a bit of manifestation. Inamin naman po niya talaga na sinabi niya dati, during the last hearing, kafgu. Now, bakit niya naman mention na si HDF? That's what he was trying to explain po. Let's consider yung mga year na sinasabi. Kanina po, narinig po siguro natin, noong 1982, CHDF, pero he's being cut short when he is trying to explain bakit yung naging kafgu. We have to remember po, again, just to make a point, drive home the point, yung point ko po kanina, na this is not a court of law. Remember po, na in cross-examination in court, the lawyer of the witness can always object. But in the proceedings before the Senate, the lawyer is not allowed to object, but simply to advise. And therefore, nangyayari na mayroong mga misleading questions na hindi naman kayang, the counsel would not be able to come to his rescue kung merong mga ganong mga questionable questions. Because nga bawal ang lawyer na mag-object on behalf of the witness. So sana po, again, I go back to my appeal earlier, iwasan po natin yung mga misleading na kapag naman po siguro meron siyang ine-explain, hayaan naman po siya para maka-explain. Thank you so much.
I would normally say I resent that remark, but you're a lady. And I will always respect you as a lady.
Ni SPO4 Laod, tama po ba, sir?
Opo.
Anong ginawa niyo po sa kanya? Si Macdum, sir.
Oh, pinatay po.
Paano niyo pinatay, sir?
Binigti.
Okay, sir. Sir, tapos pagkatapos niyo binigti,
Sinapsap nila ni Arthur Las Cañas.
sino po nagbigti?
Kami po ang nagbigti, sinapsap ni Arthur Las Cañas.
Sinapchap.
Opo.
Ano ibig sabihin ng sinapchap? Tinagataga.
Oh, tinagataga. Tinagataga, sir.
Go ahead, please.
Sige. So, tinataga. So, hindi ang pagpatay po sa kanya, bigte, hindi po nilaslas yung liig ng kutsilyo.
Hindi, bigti din.
Tinagtad po o pinagsasaksak?
Tinadtad po.
Okay. Bakit po sa inyong paragraph 35, page 5 ng inyong affidavit, ito po sinabi nyo. I'll say it in English, Mr. Chair, then translate in Tagalog. After 2 days later, I met Salik Macdum still in the second floor of Penaplata Market. Unknown to him, SPO4 Arthur Las Cañas and their group was already with me. They made a show of arresting Salim Macdum, and we brought him to the burial site in Barangay Maa, Davao City, where I saw the group slit his throat and took turns stabbing him to death. After he died, they buried him there in a lot owned by retired SPO4 Ben Laud. Sir, ang sinabi mo sa affidavit, nilaslas ang liig, tapos pinagsasaksak. Ang sinabi mo last hearing, chinap-chap at binigte. Ngayon, ang sinabi mo rin binigte. Ano ang totoo sa dalawa?
Basta binigti, sir. Binigti yan, sir. Binigti yan.
Bakit po sinabi nyo sa NBI na nilaslas ang liig?
Binigti yan.
Senator Cayetano, you have one
Yes, sir.
minute and 10 seconds.
Okay. May sagot ko kaya kay Edgar. Bakit magkaiba parati kwento nyo sa
Hindi naman
affidavit?
kinakount yung time ng witness eh. Yung witness can answer for a long time. I'm just telling you that because
Yes, sir.
you already have 3
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
substitution. Go ahead.
Sir, yung pagkuhan na, sir, si Arthur Las Cañas na ang sumaksak at saka sumapsap, sir. Igo lang ko nga nagbigti. Igo lang ko nagbigti, sir.
Siya lang daw nag-strangle.
Sino? Siya lang?
Siya nag-strangle. Pero yung sumaksak daw, yung
Sandali lang po, ano? Okay, magagalit sa akin. Sinabi nyo kanina, binikti nyo yung dalawa ni, ano pa na, si Castañas. Lasanya, ano? Nagugutom tuloy ako dito.
Opo.
Malapit na po Pasko, kaya Castañas.
Ano pangalan nun?
Las Cañas, sir. SPO4 Las Cañas, sir.
Alam ko naman, para lang ma-relax tayo. Las Cañas. Okay. Sabi mo kanina, dalawa kayo nagbigti. Tinulungan mo siya.
Basta, sir, kaming dalawa ang nagbigti. Katapos, pagbigti, sir.
Pero ngayon, sinasabi mo, ikaw lang ang nagbigti.
Di nagbigti,
alin
sir.
ang totoo?
Oo. Tapos, siya na may hawak man siya ng kutsilyo. Siya na ang...
So, nagbago na naman tayo.
Oo, sir.
Kanina, dalawa kayo nagbigti.
Kaming ang dalawa, sir. Kaming dalawa.
O,
Oo,
tapos?
Sir. So, may hawak siyang kutsilyo, sir.
Tapos?
Tapos,
nilaslas sa
ginanyan
ilig.
siguro niya, sir. Oo.
Importante, ba't di mo sinabi kanina? Sinabi mo lang binigti.
Oo, sir.
Importante yun.
Opo, sir. Opo, sir. Kailangan complete, sir.
Nilaslas yung leg. Lalo na sinabi mo doon sa affidavit mo nung una, na nilaslas, tapos sinaksak. Pagdating mo rito ngayon, binigti, sinapchap na. Wala yung laslas. Malayo yun.
Opo, sir. Opo, sir.
Anong paliwanag mo?
Basta yung sa akin lang, sir. Totoo yan, sir.
Hindi pwede yung basta. Totoo. Kailangan sabihin mo yung totoo talaga.
Oo, totoo.
Ano yun? Basta. Kay Gordon pa rin ako.
O, so, sawa ako, sir. Gibigti na siya, sir. Tapos, gilaslas na ni Arthur Las Cañas, sir. Mo na akong gusto ipasabot, sir.
Translation, please. Translation, please.
Yan ang gustong ipaintindi sa inyo.
Okay. Ano ang gusto mong pailang? Kanina sinabi mo, binigti. Ninyong dalawa. Tapos wala na. Tapos ngayon, nung nakaraan, sinabi mo, pinagsasaksak. Tapos ngayon, sinasabi mo ngayon, sa isang affidavit mo, nilaslas, tapos sinaksak. Walang bigti. Ano ngayon ang totoo?
Ang totoo yun, sir. Sa umpisa, binigti yan. Pagkatapos, linaslas ni Arthur Las Cañas. Yan ang paliwanag ko, sir.
Okay, alright. Sige. Pasensya na kayo, ha?
May I ask Senator Pacquiao to ask the question? Kasi ang question ko, bakit iba sa NBI sinasabi mo, iba dito?
Gar, nganong lahi-lahi man imong statement, lahi sa NBI, lahi dire. Lahi-lahi man imong istorya.
Usahay manggod, sir. Naglibog na ko, sir. Usahay naglibog ko.
Ano yan?
Ang sabi ko, bakit, ang tanong ko sa kanya, bakit iba, Mr. Chairman, ang tanong ko sa kanya, bakit iba-iba yung statement mo sa NBI saka dito? Ang sabi naman niya, nalito na po kasi ako. So nalito na po kasi siya. So
Just for the record, ang
sa
libog-
Bisaya po kasi nalito, naglibog.
Bisaya, nalito.
So sa Tagalog kasi naglibog, pangit, iba yan eh.
Hindi naman pangit yun.
in your mind, naglibog.
Anyway, for the record, again, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, iba po yung nasa NBI. Kanina, I asked him, may laslas. Sabi niya, walang laslas. Next question ka, Edgar. Nakakang barel? Do you have a gun? Nung panahon na yun?
Sir, na ako.
Sarili mo?
Opo, sir.
Anong,
Opo, sir.
Anong klaseng barel?
45, sir.
45. Anong brand po?
Colt 45, sir.
So, original?
Original. Binili ko yung kang Arthur Las Cañas, sir.
Okay. Binigay sa'yo?
Binili, sir. Binili.
Magkano pila ang...
25 man siguro, sir.
Paano mo na-afford bumili ng barel na 25,000 kung 3,000 a month lang ang sweldo mo?
Hindi man, sir. Ako, nagbroker ako ng lupa. Yung may ginansya naman ako, sir. Nagbibinta-binta ng lupa, sir. Sa Island Ganitip Samal, sir.
So may iba kang income kasi nung unang sabi mo, yun lang, 3,000, naging 4,000, naging ganon. So may iba ka pang negosyo din.
Siyempre naman, sir, kaya kung hindi ka mabubuhay sa sahod mo, sir, nga 5,000 lang, may anak ka, sir, paano pagkabuhay mo yan?
Hindi, sir, ang punto ko, nung una kasi ang pinapalabas mo, kaya ka nag-DDS, yun lang sweldo mo, wala kang mahanap na ibang trabaho. So kung may kinikita ka naman sa lupa, bakit ka pa pumasok sa DDS?
Hindi man yun permanente, sir. Hindi man yung palagi nga may income ka, sir.
Pero para sa 3,000 isang buwan, papatay ka ng papatay?
Hindi man yung sarili ko, sir, nga desisyon, sir. Yung talaga yung sa mga pulisman yan. Inuutusan ka man lang, sinasama.
Okay. Anyway, Mr. Chair, I won't argue with the witness on that. Sir, dun sa mga security, sabi nyo ni Speaker Nograles na pinatay niya, ilan sila?
4, sir.
Ilan ang hinulog nyo sa tubig?
Lahat, hinulog sa tubig, sir.
Lahat?
Lahat, sir.
Ilan ang, pakiulit paano nyo ginawa?
Dinala ni Arthur Las Cañas yun, alas 2 ng hapon, sir. Dinala ni Arthur Las Cañas. Pagkatapaw, tumawag si Arthur Las Cañas nga, Gar, maghanda ka kay may bagahe akong dala. Doon na ako nag-abang sa beach ni Mayor Antalan. Doon na ako sa beach ni Mayor Antalan. Sa pagkakuwang ko, dumating sila ng mga alas 2, dinala na namin yung mga tao sa buhangin. Doon na pinastar. Binigti, sinaksak. Ganyan ang nangyari, sir. Pagkatapos, tinapon sa dagat, linagyan ng hollow block.
Sino po nag-utos?
Si Arthur Las Cañas, sir.
Hindi si Mayor Duterte?
At saka si Mayor Duterte yan ang utos, sir. Kaya ang sabi ni Arthur Las Cañas, utos yan ni Mayor Duterte, papatayin yan. Pero sa pagkakaalam ko, sir, hindi yan tao ni Nograles. Tao yan ni General Parparan at saka General Matiliano. Parang linagay nga security yan.
Sir, bakit nagbago? Dati sabi mo, tao ni Nograles, nung
Sa
sinabi naman Nograles,
pagkakaisip ko, sir.
Sir, patapusin mo lang. Daw silang tao na napatay. Tapos ngayon, tao naman ng ibang tao.
Basta tao yan, sir. Dinitil nila. Yung sinabi sa akin ni Arthur, doon naman lang ako nalaman ko, sir, nga tao yan nila ni Matiliano at saka ni General Parparan.
Mr. Chair, just that point, no? So, hindi mo narinig kay Mayor mismo. Sinabi lang sa'yo ni Las Cañas na sabi ni Mayor.
Basta sinabi ni Arthur Las Cañas, sir. Kasi ito si Arthur Las Cañas, sir. Yan ang parang kapatid ni Mayor, parang right hand. Pinagkakatiwalaan niyan kay sa buong Davao, sir. Yun ang talaga ang nagpukuan ng
Siya lang po
Pisan
nagsabi
Orde.
sa inyo na utos ni Mayor yon o maraming nagsabi sa'yo?
Siya Arthur Las Cañas, sir.
Siya lang, wala nang iba?
Wala nang iba.
Dito
Dami kami, sir. Pero
dito lang sa Nograles, sa mga bodyguard ni Nograles, madami nagsabi sa'yo na utos ni Mayor o siya lang?
Si Arthur Las Cañas, sir.
Okay. Just for the record, and I'm done, Mr. Chair. On page 8 out of 15 of the affidavit, ang sabi niya po, the police officers, plural, themselves, plural, said in Bisaya, utos ni Mayor na ipaihaw tong mga tao ni Nograles. So, the inconsistencies are just glaring, Mr. Chair, but I will let the committee and the people judge for themselves. Thank you for this time, and to our colleagues, Senator Lacson and Senator Pacquiao, thank you for giving me your time.
Thank you. I just want to, gusto ko lang masabi mo na malinaw sa akin, pinalitan mo na, hindi na siya Nograles, mga tao na nipalparan yung pinatay niya.
Opo sir, pero detail yan kang kuan sir, detail kang Nograles sir.
Iba yung tao ni Nograles, iba yung tao ni Palparan. Sabihin mo lang yung kuan, di ba? Binago mo na uli. Hindi na si Nograles ang mga tao ni Nograles, ngunit tao na ni Palparan at saka ni Batillano.
Basta yung sinabi ni
Hindi pwedeng basta iya. Hindi pwedeng basta. Pag sabi mo,
tao yan ni kuan sir, ni Parparan at saka ni Matiliano, detail na kang kuan sir, Nograles sir. Yan lang ang paliwanag ko sir.
okay, thank you. Salamat.
Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Sir Chair.
May I just ask,
Yes, sure. Go ahead.
may I exercise my privilege to interject anytime, being co-chair?
Of course.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If Senator Lacson wishes to go ahead, no?
No. Interjection lang.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Co-chairs, magandang hapon po sa ating kasamahan, sa lahat ng bisita. Sir Edgar, magandang hapon ho. Kailan ho kayong huling pumatay ho?
2013 sir.
Sino po yung pinatay ninyo?
Yung kuan sir, yung pag-umangko ni Mayor Antalan.
Pamangkin ni Mayor Antalan. Siya
Opo,
ba ho
sir.
sino si Mayor Antalan?
Si ex-Mayor Roger Antalan sir.
Mayor ho ng Samal?
Samal sir.
At 2013. Anong buwan ho?
Hindi ko na natatandaan, o January ba, o ano, basta di na ako makakuan sir ba, kaya tungod sa...
Bakit niyo ho pinatay yung taong yun ho? Yung pamangkin?
Kasama na ako sir, pero ang bumaril yan, si Major Lau, sinalvage namin.
So,
kasama ako sir.
Hindi ho kayo yung pumatay? Hindi kayo ang bumaril ho?
Hindi sir, hindi. Si Major Lau sir.
Hindi, ang tanong ko ho, Edgar, kailan ho kayo mismo ang pumatay? Yung kayo mismo ang sumaksak o kaya kayo mismo ang bumaril ho?
Yung talaga yung hindi yung iba yan, yung sa Dika Home, Tugbok District yata yung nasakop yung subdivision, yun pinaakyat ni Paulo sa amin. Ako talaga kami ni SPO2 Medina, dalawa kaming pumatay.
Sinong pinatay niyo ho nun?
Hindi ko alam ang pangalan, sir.
Opo.
Basta inakyat namin ang bahay, kami ni SPO2 Medina, may nadamay din para nakonsensya.
Kailan po yun, sir?
2013, sir.
Mga January din ho ang pagkaalam nyo.
Basta ganyan, sir, guys.
Alin po yung nauna? Yung yung inutos ho ni Mayor o itong sinabi niyong inutos ho nung ni Paulo?
Ang nauna, sir, yung inutos ni Paulo, sir.
Sinabi niyo ho inutos ni Vice Mayor po yan ng Davao, no? Yung
Vice
sinasabi ho
Mayor,
natin.
Vice
Siya mismo nagsabi ho sa iyo, Edgar, patayin niyo yung taong yan?
Opo, sir, nandoon man ako. Sir.
Ilang kayo nun? Sino ang nandun nung sinabi niya sa yan?
Si Major Francia, Major Lau, Las Cañas, SPO4 Buenaventura, SPO2 o SPO3 Pogi o Junito Ubales. Basta madami kami, sir.
Asan kayo nun nung sinabihan kayo nun?
Nandoon kami sa sir. Nandoon kami sa yung hilltop, sir. Hilltop ng MAA, sir.
Tinanong nyo kung bakit ipapatayin yung pinapapatay sa inyo?
Hindi man kami bawal man kami magtanong, sir.
So, basta inutos sa inyo, gagawin nyo?
Inutos. Siyempre, mga pulis naman kasama ko, sir.
Ikaw lang ang hindi pulis doon?
Oo.
Kayo lang po?
Oo, sir.
Binigyan ho kayo ng litrato para makita nyo? Sino
Hindi
yung
na
tao
yan,
nyo?
sir. Dinitalye naman yung bahay, sir. Yung bahay, kung anong bahay. Kaya itong tao na ito, sir, malapit sa bahay ni Major Lau, Ronald Lau. Malapit, sir.
So kilala ni Major Lau.
O kilala ni Major Lau, sir.
So ito yung huling pagpatay nyo. Anong ginawa nyo ho doon? Kayo mismo ang bumaril ho doon sa taong yon?
Kami ni Kwan, sir, Renante Medina, sir.
Dalawa kayo.
Dalawa kami,
Mga
sir.
ilan ang amputok ko?
Siguro, ang putok ko, sir, mga 5 lang siguro, sir, ang putok ko sa baril ko, sir. Mga 5 lang, sir.
Anong ginagawa nung biktima nung ginawa mo yun?
Naglalaro ng tong-it, sir.
Tong-its.
Oo, yung naglalaro.
May iba kayong pinatay noon? Yung kalaro niya? Hindi. O siya lang?
Nadamay, sir, ang dalawa, sir. Yung matandang lalaki at saka matandang babae, sir.
So 3 ang pinatay ninyo?
3 nga.
Naglalaro lang sila ng tong-its?
Oo, isa lang ang subject, sir. Nadamay yung dalawa, sir.
So, ano yun? Pumapatay lang kayo pero di nyo iniisip kung tama yung ginagawa nyo? Hindi nyo naisip na paano kung hindi naman criminal itong pinapatay namin?
Kaya nga, nagkukonsensya ako, sir. Pero wala naman ako magagawa, sir. Kaya mga regular naman yung kasama ko. Ako man lang ang civilian. Sumasama lang ako.
So, naniniwala kayo na tama yung ginagawa nyo nung panahon lang yun?
Ako, minsan, sir, hindi ako na kukonsensya ako na hindi ako naniniwala, sir, nga ganyan yung kagalit lang niya. Tapos, umuorder siya ng pumapatay, sir. So, siyempre, inuutusan yung pulis, di akala ko nga wala ng kaso, sir, kay pulis man yung kasama ko, sir, mga pulisman.
So, kaya nga kasi pulis ang kasama nyo, sa tingin nyo tama yung ginagawa ninyo?
Sa akin, sir, sa aking sir, hindi tama, sir, ang pumapatay, sir.
Bakit ulit-ulit na sinabi nyo na po na halos 50 po yung napatay ninyo? Kung tingin mo hindi tama, hindi mo ulitin, di ba? Pero nung panahon yon, iba yung pananaw nyo ngayon, Edgar. Iba yung pananaw mo nun, di ba? Dati, tingin nyo tama yung ginagawa ninyo.
Opo, sir.
Bilang KAFGU, wala bang training sa inyo tungkol sa human rights o karapatang pantao? Wala bang ganong klaseng sinasabi sa inyo na dapat ang unang focus nyo kung may kriminal, dapat hinuhuli muna bago pinapatay? Hindi ba ganon? Wala bang training na ganon?
Wala akong nakakuha sa human rights, sir.
Ikaw lang ba ang KAFGU na kasama dyan sa DDS? Ikaw lang? Halos lahat pulis yan?
Ang dami, sir.
Madaming KAFGU?
Hindi, ang daming mga kasama nga civilian, sir.
Civilian.
Dami,
pero walang, kumbaga, orientation sa inyo na dapat respetuhin ang buhay. Ganon? Walang ganon?
Wala, sir. Wala. Basta order lang, sir. Sumusunod. At saka, hindi man pwede kami kumikilo, sir, kung walang pulis. May kasama kang pulis, sir, kaya para hindi ka mahuli.
O may kasama kang pulis, pero ang utos sa inyo, papatay na talaga kayo. Hindi kayo aaresto. Kumbaga, ang instruction sa iyo, hindi arestuhin ng tao, kundi pumatay. Yun ang instruction sa inyo.
Walang nahuhuli nga dito, sir, kasi mga pulis yan, sir.
So, sa tingin nyo, di ba dapat lahat ng KAFGU sa bansa, dapat may orientation na respetuhin ang buhay? Di ba mali yung instruction na papatay ka kagad? Kasi maaaring magkamali ka. Tingnan mo, sinabi mo, nagkamali kayo dun sa 3 pinatay ninyo. 2, hindi naman, sabi mo, hindi naman kriminal. Wala namang kasalanan, di ba?
Opo, sir.
Hindi ba sa ganong klaseng strategiya, maraming inosenteng mamamatay?
Opo, sir. Kaya nga ako, sir, nagkukonsensya nga ako. Umiwas na ako, sir, pero gusto naman nila akong isalvage, patayin. So, ang gusto ko lang, pagpunta ko rito para malaman ng tao, sir.
Pero, Edgar, ang kwento mo sa aming last week, nung nagsalita ka rito, kaya ka pumasok sa witness protection sapagkat gusto kang i-frame up para dun sa pagpatay kay Richard King. Hindi ba tama yon?
Tama yun, sir. Tama yun, sir.
So, nung panahon yon, ang motivation mo, ang motibo mo is natatakot ka sa buhay mo. Hindi sa sinasabi mo na nagkamali ka. Para yung pagkakamali mo, na-realize mo later on na lang. Tama ba yon?
Opo, sir.
Meron akong... Go ahead, sir.
Edgar, ang sabi mo yung huling-huling hit ninyo, no? Yung huling pagpatay, January 2013. Yun ang huling-huli na.
Sir.
Wala na kayong inambush, inattempt na patayin, binarel, saksakin, kung ano man. Wala na.
Wala na, sir. Kay September 1 man ako tinanggal, sir. Umalis ako, sir. Nagpaalam ako kang Arthur Los Cañas. nga magpapaalam na ako kay matanda na ako. Ang dami namang pulis, sir, na train nila, sir. Kaya hindi naman mga civilian, sir. Yung mga civilian na kasama ko, pinagpapatay naman, sir, sikreto. Kaya nga, nalaman ko, umalis na lang ako, sir. Umalis ako. So, hindi naman pumayag si Arthur Las Cañas, sir. Hindi naman umayaw. Kaya, yan, pinagplanuhan na nila ako, sir.
Wala ka natatandaan na binaril mo noong October
Wala na, sir.
2014?
Wala na, sir.
Abogado.
Nandito naman ako, sir.
Sandali, wala kang kilalang attorney Abeto Salcedo Jr.?
Wala, sir. Wala, sir.
Wala. Na hindi mo natatandaan na nabaril mo siya doon sa labas ng DAR office, October 23, 2014?
Hindi, sir. Nandito na ako, sir. Nandito na ako
Sa may Bonifacio Highway?
Wala, sir.
Alam mo, sabihin ko sa'yo, nung humarap ka rito noong September 15, siyempre nasa television ka, nakilala
Opo, sir.
ka niya. Dahil nakasurvive siya, hindi siya napatay, pero binaril mo raw siya. Katunayan, magpapile siya ng complaint. At noong mga panahon na yon, gumawa siya ng cartographic sketch. At kung babalikan natin yung cartographic sketch, kamukha mo talaga. Kaya nung lumabas ka rito, nakilala ka niya, kaya nga siya magpapile ng complaint sa ngayon. Ito'y information na nirelay sa amin ng aming Senate President mismo kasi yung tao, taga Cagayan de Oro. Pero inambos siya at di umano, sabi niya, binaril mo siya October 23 pero hindi mo rin napuruhan at siya ay nakasurvive. Kaya magpapal siya ng complaint laban sa iyo for attempted murder o frustrated murder. Nabuhay kasi.
Oh, sir.
So,
Paano?
Anyway,
sir.
ganun lang. Sinasabi ko lamang sa iyo na na-identify ka niya
Sir.
at hindi siya raw pwede magkamali na ikaw talaga yung bumaril sa kanya kasi nakakapanood ka niya sa TV. Just for your information. Sa pagka, Thank you.
Thank you. May sinabi kang last week, Edgar, nung huling pagsalta mo rito, hinahatid mo daw si Vice Mayor sa Ateneo de Davao. Tama ba yon?
Hindi na, sir. Yung bata pa yun, sir. Hindi ko na natatandaan. Hindi, bata pa yun. Mga elementary pa yun, sir. Sumasama ako, pero may mga backup pa yun siya, sir. May mga backup, sir.
Saan ka nun? Nasa backup ka?
Hindi lang. Sumasama kami, pero hindi ko na matandaan yun, sir. Elementary pa yun siya, sir. Wala.
Kasi nga lumabas, parang may mga reports na lumabas na hindi naman daw siya nag-aral sa Ateneo.
Hindi ko matandaan yun, sir.
Hindi mo na matandaan kung anong eskwelahan. Pero kung matandaan mo, ilang beses mo siya hinatid?
Mga 2 beses lang siguro yan, sir.
2 beses?
Nadaanan namin, sir.
Nakapag-usap kayo? Nakakapag-usap kayo?
Hindi, sir. Bata pa yan. Hindi pa, sir. May mga pulis naman yung mga escort, sir.
Ang kwento niyo po sa amin, ang gusto i-frame up kasama mo para sa pagpatay kay Richard King, si Inspector or Superintendent Felonia?
Yan ang pinapaamin sa akin, sir, nga ako daw ang tumira kang Richard King, ang nag-utos naman, ang mastermind naman si Felonia. Pero hindi yan, sir. Hindi yan totoo.
So gusto rin nila i-frame up si Felonia?
Opo, sir. Opo, sir.
Bakit kayo ni Felonia ang pinili para maging biktima ng frame up?
Hindi ko na alam, sir. Hindi ko na alam yan kung ano yan.
Sabi mo na nagbebenta ka ng lupa.
Opo, sir.
Mga nakailang benta ka ng lupa?
Madami-dami siguro, sir, yung nabinta ko na lupa doon sa Samal Island, sir. Nabro-broker, pero hindi ako lisensyado, sir. Yung kuhaan lang, sir.
Naka-10 benta ka na?
Mga 6 siguro, sir.
6? So, magkano ang komisyon mo?
Minsan, nakakatanggap ako ng 300.
300,000?
Kaya mahal man ang lupa sa Samal Island, sir.
300,000 ang komisyon mo? So, yun ang pinakamataas na komisyon na natanggap mo?
Opo, sir. Opo, sir.
Kailan mo natanggap yung 300,000?
Kung nabibinta ang lupa ng nabibinta, sir, binibigyan ako ng may-ari, sir.
Kailan mo nabenta yung lupa nung 300,000? Nakakuha ng komisyon ng 300,000?
Hindi ko na maalala yun.
2013, 2014, 2012?
Sir, mga line of 91 siguro, sir. Binta-binta ng lupa, sir.
Before 2000 pa? 1990s pa?
Mga 90s, sir. Ang bintahan ng lupa, sir.
Ang sabi dun sa isang news report na magbebenta ka raw ng lupa kay Macdum. Tama ba yun?
Hindi, sir. Nagpapabili siya ng lupa para gagawin nga training center. Yan.
Ikaw ang gusto niyang ahente.
Oo,
Parang sabi niya,
nagpapahanap ng bundok.
sabi niya sa Edgar, hanap ka ng lupa para sa akin.
Oo, yung mura lang na lupa.
Mhm.
Mura lang na lupa.
So, naghanap ka para sa kanya.
Opo, sir.
Nakahanap ka.
Nakahanap nga.
Anong nangyari doon sa transaction?
Wala man silang nangyari. Hindi man nabayaran, sir.
Hindi nabayaran.
hindi
Kasi ang lumabas doon sa report, magmi-meeting kayo, nag-set up kayo ng meeting at dala niya yung pera. Hindi ba totoo yun?
Nag-sit up kami ng meeting, sir, pero kung kailan babayaran, sir, ang lupa. Pero walang pira nga dala, sir.
Nag-set kayo ng meeting kung kailan babayaran.
Opo, sir.
So, ano yun? Cheque? Kaya wala siyang perang dala?
Ewan ko lang, basta nag-sit up lang siya muna kung klaro ba nga ang lupa mabibili niya.
Doon sa meeting yun ang bang meeting na kung saan siya'y kinuha nyo?
Opo, sir.
So, ibig sabihin, ikaw ang naging rason kaya nagkita kayo at...
Ako ang naging rason, sir. Ako ang naging rason.
Pero yung lupa, totoong transaction yon, hindi yon inutos sa'yo ng mga pulis na...
Hindi, sir, hindi.
Gumawa kayo.
Kang Sally Macdom nga, sir. Kaya mga bundok man yun. Gusto niya mga bundok, bilihin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Angara.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman. Before I start my line of questioning, may papakorek lang po ako dito sa transcript natin, Mr. Chairman. In relation to the point raised earlier by the chairman. On page 26, the transcript says, Mr. Matobato, kasi siya man ang nag-utos, ma'am. Arthur Las Cañas, kami, nandoon man kami, ma'am. Bit man ako maski saan kasi katiwala din ako. Ang mga tao na ito ay tao ni General Matiliano at General Palparan na sumusuporta kang Mayor Duterte, ma'am. The statement should be Nograles, not Mayor Duterte. So, sinabi niya during the last hearing na tao ni General Matiliano and General Palparan na nakadetail kay Prospero Nograles when he ran for mayor in 2010. So dito sa page 28, nakalagay dito, so kasama kayo doon sa nagdukot sa apat na yon ng mga tao ni Nograles? Oo, ma'am. So we need to correct that, Mr. Chairman. I so move. And on page 27,
what is the correction?
Instead of Mayor Duterte, mga tao ni General Matiliano at General Palparan na sumusuporta kang Mayor Duterte, ma'am.
Yun ang inutos ni Mayor Duterte na dukutin?
Yes, pero hindi sila sumusuporta kay Mayor Duterte because kay Nograles sila. Speaker Nograles sila at that time. Okay. So, then next on page 27, just to show na may mga lost in translation talaga, on page 27, Mr. Matobato, sinakay namin sa high ace, pagkatapos iniisa-isa naming binigti, tapos nilagyan ng katawan ng hollow block, tapos biniyak ang tiyan, tapos tinapon namin sa laod. It's supposed to be laot or dagat.
Sa dagat,
laod.
dagat.
I'd rather use
sa Bisaya, sir, laod.
Laod. So, kaso merong laod quarry din eh.
I was about to say that.
Yes, kaya he was referring to dagat.
So, dagat.
Dagat.
Dagat, sir.
Okay.
With all due respect to my colleague, Senator Trillanes, that you cannot correct the statement of the witness. You have to ask him himself if that was accurate.
No,
Hindi kayo ang magko-correct. Ang magko-correct po ay yung testigo. Tanungin niyo siya, ito ba ang ibig mo sabihin? Hindi yung kayo ang magko-correct dahil hindi po kayo ang testigo. Yun lang ang gusto ko sabihin.
I submit, Mr. Chairman.
Pakitanong niyo lang ho para makorek kung tama yung sinasabi.
So, yung gusto mo sabihin ay dagat, hindi yung laod quarry.
Dagat, sir, dagat.
Okay.
What about the first part? Yung kay Palparan.
Okay. Yung sinasabi mo, si General Matiliano at General Palparan na sumusuporta kang sinusuportahan nila?
kang Prospero Nograles.
Prospero Nograles. Okay? Tao nila ito. Hindi ito bodyguard ni Prospero Nograles, ni Speaker Nograles, kundi mga tao ni General Palparan at ni General Matiliano na sumusuporta kay Speaker Nograles. Ganun ba yan?
Opo, sir. Opo.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I will now continue my questioning. Mr. Matobato, ikwento mo nga kung paano ka nagsimula. Yung buhay mo, kung ba't ka, at least, yung naalala mo lang.
Sir, noon 1977, sir, yung tatay ko, pinatay ng mga MPA, pinugot yung ulo sa harapan ko, sir. Oo, sir. Yan, nagkaganyan ako, sir. Yung nakita ko mismo, sir, yung tatay ko, pinugutan ng ulo ng MPA, sir. Sa aming barangay, barangay Tamayong, Puroksik, sir. Kaya nga, ang isip ko, lumaki-laki ako din, papasok din ako ng ano-anong klase ng departamento ng gobyerno, sir, para mabigyan ko naman ng tatay ko ng hustisya, sir. Ganyan lang. Sa akin naman, ang gusto ko naman, bago nila ako patayin, sir, mabigyan naman ako ng hustisya. Ang dami nilang inutos sa akin, sir, pagpatay, pagganyan. Basta-basta lang silang sumusugo sa akin, sir, umuutos. Tapos ang dami ko na nalalaman, sir, gusto naman nila akong patayin para lang ako makagsalita. Kaya nga, pumunta ako dito, miski wala akong aral, miski wala akong kuan, sir, kaya nga, nagkusang loob, sir, nga pumunta dito, sir. Yan lang ang sasabihin ko, sir, nga totoong buhay ko. Hindi naman ako pumapatay ng tao, sir, nagkakapira ako. Kung hindi, sama ko man yung mga pulis, sir, paano yan? Total, wala man kami, hindi man ako hinuhuli, sir, hindi man kami kasi kasama ko man yun ng mga pulis, sir. Miski bitayin pa ako, sir, hindi na ako tatakbo. Total, matanda na ako, sir. Wala na ako. Basta, isasabi ko lang yung totoo, nga totoo, sir, totoong totoo. Yan lang. Hindi na ako pupunta dito, sir, kung hindi ako naghahanap ng hustisya, sir. Hindi na ako pupunta. Kaya na ako magpakamatay, sir. Pwede ako magbigti sa sarili ko, sir. Yan lang gusto ko lang, sir, kung saan bang hustisya sa akin, sir. Nakita ko yung tatay ko, na pinugutan ng ulo ng mga MPA, at saka ngayon, ako naman ang tatangkaan nga papatayin ako, sir. Saan ako pupunta, sir, para magka-hustisya, sir? Katulad ng mga pinatay namin, sir, naghahanap rin ng hustisya, sir. At saka nagkukonsensya na din ako. Yan lang ang gusto ko, sir. Yan lang ang totoong buhay ko, sir.
So, anong year ka, sabi mo, pumasok ka ng CHDF? Anong taon?
1982, sir. 1982, sir.
So, CHDF ka.
CHDF
Pagkatapos
talaga,
nun,
sir.
pagkatapos, ano nangyari? Ikwento mo na lang.
Yung pumasok ako, sir, kinuha na ako ni Dudong Pagidopon at saka ni Mayor. Dinala ako doon sa bangkiruhan.
Excuse me, sinong mayor?
Mayor Duterte, sir.
Kinuha ka niya?
Kinuha niya yung kasama niya.
With your permission?
Bodyguard niya si Dudong Pagidopon, sir.
Ano, lapitan ka niya, sabi, sama ka sa akin, bodyguard kita?
Si Dudong na, sir. Basta si Dudong na ang kumausap sa akin, sir, kasama si Mayor.
Sir, linaw niyo lang ako kasi pag nagsasalita kayo, sabi lang ni Sargento ganito, sabi ng isa, ganito. Ang kailangan dito yung nilapitan ka ba ni Mayor Duterte, sinabi niya, sumama ka sa akin, o sabi lang nung...
Hindi na, sir, lumapit sa akin si Dudong Pagidopon, sir.
So hindi ka kinuha ni Senator ni Mayor Duterte?
Driver, sir. Pero,
yung driver ang kumuha sa'yo?
Yung driver, sir.
Thank you.
Salamat, sir. Yan. Pagkatapos, dinala kami sa bangkiruhan. Nagtatag ng... Yung umpisa ng DDS, sir, hindi yung DDS.
Anong year yun?
1988, sir.
Ilang taon ka na?
Mga 20 plus siguro, sir. Yung taon, sir.
Kailan ka ba pinanganak?
1959 ako, sir, pinanganak.
59.
June 11, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Yung kinuha ko, sir, yung kinuha na ako, so, nagtatag ng grupo ng Lambada Boys kung Davao Dit Squad, sir. Puro mga civilian, sir. Puro mga civilian yan. 1988, sir. Oh. Yan ang umpisa ng Lambada Boys kung Davao Dit Squad, sir. Sa pagka ngayon is DDS na. Yan ang umpisa hanggang pumapatay kami, sir.
Okay. Anyway, sinabi mo nung simula ang meron kang allowance na sinasabi. Sino nagpapasweldo sa inyo?
Si Mayor Duterte, sir.
Paanong sinisweldo?
Inaabot lang sa amin yung sobre. Maabot lang ang sobre sa amin.
Again, with your permission,
Yes, sir.
si Mayor Duterte ang nagbibigyan ng pera sa iyo mismo?
Hindi na, sir. Pinapadala, sir. Pinapadala. May tao na, sir.
Mag-ingat tayo doon sa mga salitang gano'n kasi importante yun, no? Kasi pwede ka lang magtestigo doon sa nakita mo, na-experience mo. Okay?
Opo, sir.
Thank you very much. Alam kong, kasi ayokong tatanungin kita palagi.
Pero alam mo na ang pera ng papasweldo sa inyo ay galing kay Mayor Rodrigo Duterte. Alam mo?
Opo, sir.
Okay. Saan ka niya kinuha? Saan ka naka-detail? Saan ka naka-assign?
Doon na sa anti-crime, sir. Doon sa anti-crime na kami naka-detail.
Saang opisina?
Sa Magallanes, sir.
Hindi. Anong sa office ni Mayor?
Hindi, yun sa office ng pulis, sir. Office ng pulis.
Office ng pulis. Pero sa city government. Yan yung una mong assignment. Pagkatapos, kinalaunan,
doon na kami. At saka, yung mga target namin, sir, yung natuloy-tuloy na.
hindi. Doon tayo sa sa mga assignment mo. Na-assign ka ba sa office ni Mayor ng Davao City? Na detail ka ron o na-assign?
Opo, sir. Opo, sir. Opo.
So, yun ang kiniklaim mo. Kasi madaling ma-verify natin ito eh. Kung hindi ka nagsasabi ng totoo, wala kang papel na maipoprove na doon ka naka-assign, ha? Kaya kailangan mag-iingat ka doon sa statement mo. So, yan ang totoo.
Opo, sir.
Okay. Next. Itong sinasabing kay Sally Macdum. Itong kay si Sally Macdum, sinabi sa'yo, sabi mo, ni SPO4 Las Cañas, na siya ay foreign na terrorist.
Opo, sir.
Sa relasyon niyo ni SPO4 Las Cañas, ikaw ba ay nagtatanong o ikaw ay nagtitiwala sa kanya?
Noon, sir, nagtitiwala din ako kang Arthur Las Cañas.
So, siya ba ay kasama nung mga kailan siya pumasok dun sa DDS?
Sa umpisa pa, sir. Sa umpisa pa, sir.
Sa umpisa. So, mahabang pinagsamahan ninyo, 1988. Ngayon, kailan itong kay Sally Macdum?
2002, sir.
2002. So, marami na kayong operation, marami na kayong niligpit ng mga tao.
Opo, sir.
So, ang sistema, ikaw, sumasama ka lang sa operation at sinasabihan ka kung sino yung target. Ganun ba ang nangyari?
Opo, sir. Opo, sir.
Hindi ka nagtatanong dahil
magagalit naman, sir, kung tumatanong ka. Basta tinuturo na yung project, ganyan na lang, sir.
So, ganon. So, kumbaga ikaw, nagtitiwala ka na tama yung ginagawa nyo dahil
Opo, sir.
si Las Cañas ay matagal mo nakasama. Ganun ba yan?
Opo, sir.
So, kung ngayon, hindi naman natural yon na mahaba ng pinagsamahan ninyo, tapos ngayon, 2002, biglang magtatanong ka. Di ba?
Opo, sir.
So, nung pinakita ang na-target nyo, itong picture na ito, si Sally Macdum, anong reaction mo?
Hindi na ako hindi na ako maka-react kasi si Arthur Las Cañas man na masusunod, sir.
Oo, pero ikaw, alam mo na trabaho yon.
Opo, sir. Trabaho yan, sir.
Natrabaho mo yan.
Opo, sir. Opo, sir.
Hindi yung parang napipilitan ka rin. Sa akin naman, magpakatotoo ka rin na hindi mo sasabihin nung time na yun parang pinipilit ka.
Opo, sir. Hindi,
So,
sir. Hindi.
Trabaho mo yan. Talagang,
Trabaho yan.
siyempre, pag nagbibigti ka ng tao, talagang naniniwala ka sa ginagawa mo.
Opo, sir.
Okay. Mapunta tayo dito sa kailan ka nagkaroon ka ng sweldo na regular?
Nagkasweldo ako ng regular, sir, is yung job order ko is 90, sir.
Sigurado ka dyan. Hanggang kailan?
Hanggang 2013.
Hanggang 2013. So
Oo,
kung
sir.
kukuhanin natin yung mga record ng Davao City Government, dapat nandiyan yung pangalan mo.
Oo, sir. Pero contractual man lang yun, sir.
Contractual.
Renew ka lang.
Pero meron yan, dapat. Dahil sabi nga ng ating chairman, naglalabas tayo ng pera, kailangan nililiquidate yan sa Commission on Audit. So makikita natin yan. Kaya dapat sigurado ka dyan sa statement mo, ha?
Oo, sir. Kaya may kuwan man ako, sir. May ATM at saka may ID.
Sige.
ATM ka?
Oo, sir. Sa land bank, sir.
Marunong ka bang bumasa?
Hindi, sir. Yung asawa ko lang sir ang kumukubra. So
Hindi ka naman niloloko ng asawa mo?
Hindi naman, sir.
Okay,
Hindi
good.
naman,
That's
sir.
good.
Hindi naman, sir.
So ngayon, pumunta tayo dun sa... Kasi kanina sinasabi ni Senator Cayetano na imposible yung maraming tao kayo na may isang NBI agent na nakatago, na bumabaril, na imposibleng hindi nyo mapatay. Ipaliwanag mo ako kung paano yon.
Kasi ito siyang nangyari, sir.
Kahit ibisaya mo na lang. Anyway, dyan naman si Senator...
kani ang istorya nga tinuod. Pagbaril niya kang Major Pabo, so nabaril si Major Pabo ng NBI agent. So tinamaan dalawang kamay at saka paa. So bumulagta si Major Pabo. Si Amisula naman kumover sa pick-up, nagro-rolling. Paano di man maduol, sir. Di man maduol kay paspas man ang yang pagpusil. So kami, siyempre, mo distansya kay basig maigo ka, matablahan ka.
Sabi niya, mabilis daw ang putok. Hindi, so...
Nung binaril daw si Pabo, tinamaan si Pabo sa dalawang kamay at saka sa paa, kaya nabulagta siya. And then ito si Amisula, mabilis gumalaw dahil shooter, gumulong at nahirapan silang
ganyan, sir, malakas gumulong sa ilalim ng pick-up, kaya nga hindi na pupuruhan, ang daming pumuputok pero hindi na pupuruhan kaya nagro-roaring dito sa ilalim ng pick-up. Diyan lang siya na tamaan na ng kung naubusan na siya ng bala. Naubusan ng bala si Amisula.
So, sinasabi kasi ni Senator Cayetano na mahina daw kayong mga hitman kung ganon. Sa inyong trabaho ba, ikaw ba ay sniper o pangmalayuan ba yung mga tirada nyo?
Hindi, sir. Ganito, sir. Ang sabi nila, ang DDS mga sharpshooter. Hindi yan, sir. Wala yung training. Kasi, linalapitan lang yung tao, binabaril ganyan. Sa marami ang tao. Hindi yan nga ang mga DDS, mga sharpshooter, hindi yan. Yan talaga, sir, ang kwan, sir. Hindi yung nagtitira nga distance, sir. Hindi. Kasi sigurado sa ulo tatamaan yan.
Yun ang base sa experience mo.
Opo, sir.
Kasi baka mayroong ibang experience si Senator Cayetano na nakapagbakbaka na yata siya. So, hayaan na natin. Anyway, so, itong baril mo, sinasabi mo, meron kang baril?
Meron akong baril, sir. Merong lisensya.
Sigurado ka dyan?
Sigurado ako, sir. Paso lang ako sa PTC.
So, kasi madaling ma-check yan. Okay? Kung totoong hitman ka, dapat meron kang baril na, kung may baril ka, kailangan may pruweba ka na meron kang baril.
Opo, sir. Meron akong baril. Nandoon sa RTC, sir, yung baril ko. Kasi, kinuha nila, sir. Kinuha yung baril ko. Tapos, nandoon na sa korte, sir, ang baril ko.
Okay. So, saan ka nakasay?
Excuse me, dahil sa anong kaso kinuha yung baril mo?
Yung, sir, sa kang Richard King, sir.
Ay, kay Richard King. Sa'yo pinapataw.
Oo, sir. Pero yung baril ko, sir, hindi naman nahuli hindi naman kinuha sa akin, sir. Yung asawa ang nagbigay ko, kinuha sa kwarto namin, sir.
Okay.
Hindi man ako lumaban, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Yung kay Richard King na sinasabi, may kinikwento ka dito nung last time. Ikwento mo nga yung mga pangyayari na yun.
Kuwanan, sir, yung narinig ko yun, sir, yung kang Richard King, about kang Richard King, sir, yung usap-usap lang ng mga tao, sir. Yung narinig ko lang yun sa mga tao, sir.
Hindi ikaw ang pumatay?
Hindi, sir, hindi. Usap-usap ko lang yun, sir.
Yung sinasabi mo rito, nung last hearing ay hindi kwento lang sa'yo.
Opo, sir.
O kasi kaya nga sinasabi ng ating chairman na liliwanagin mo yung kwento doon sa ikaw mismo ang nakasaksi.
Opo, sir. Liliwanagin ko lang, sir.
And to be fair, Mr. Chairman, I believe the records would show that indeed he said that he wasn't there. It was only told to him. Okay. So, ang importante kasi dito, yung sasabihin mo sa amin ay yung sarili mong pagkakaalam, yung personal mo nakita at ginawa.
Opo, sir, yung sasabihin ko lang, yung totoo talaga, sir.
So yung dun sa yung sa kay Richard King, wala ka talaga doon?
Wala, sir. Kwento lang yun sa akin, sir. Usap-usap lang.
That's all, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to inquire whatever happened to the motion to invite or subpoena the police officers mentioned by Mr. Matobato based on the last hearing, Mr. Chairman?
Frankly, I wasn't aware of that. I was just, when we transferred, I was only told about the request for record, so I will ask the Senate, the COMSEC.
And,
Sorry? There was a motion. And what have we done with that? Just because you change the chairmanship doesn't mean that all things will stop, especially since we're aware that we're going to continue with the hearing as scheduled. So therefore, dapat tuloy-tuloy yun. Nabigay niyo ba yung motion? Nabigay niyo ba yung pinatatawi yung mga polis? Bakit hindi? It's all right. I apologize. It's my fault. I will therefore, at the next hearing, get these people that have been request for a subpoena.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And in addition, I believe we also moved to invite Vice Mayor Paulo Duterte for the next hearing, which is supposed to be today, Mr. Chairman.
And I wasn't aware of that. We will see whether that is in order, because so far I have not seen first-hand information. It's all been hearsay, and far be it from my mind to put people here to rest, before the bar when everything that has been said here is purely been hearsay. I think the lawyers here would agree that palaging sinabi niya, sinabi noon.
But there was a standing motion that was duly approved by the committee.
Well, I will then,
Yes,
if there's a
Chairman.
standing motion and that was approved, I will call a meeting with the people here, with the
Mr. Chairman.
senators here, because we have a new committee, and we are going to find out what their opinion on the matter is as to whether to call additional witnesses based on the statements made by the witness here.
Mr. Chairman, yeah,
Yes.
with all due respect to Senator
Of course,
Trillanes,
yes.
just to interject, I don't think it's fair to call or invite persons if they were mentioned by third parties or it's a second-hand information or hearsay. We have to be very, very careful about that, because once he appears here, it may appear to the public that he is already guilty. There are some sectors that may think that this fellow is already guilty. We just
is
have to
why
be very careful about that, Mr.
The point is well taken, and I'm sure the point of the
Yes.
gentleman is also well taken of Senator Trillanes. There was a motion. If that motion was approved, it was by the previous committee. But after perusal of the records and after hearing the witness here, I quite frankly, become faint-hearted because of the uh, nature of the testimony being a lot of hearsay, and so far as Mr. Paulo Duterte is concerned, my recollection is that he was asked point blank that when he said he was, for example, he attended Ateneo de Davao when he attended Philippine Women's University. I was myself astounded that they have boys in Philippine Women's University. But we were told that it was Ateneo de Davao. Or for that matter, he was saying that Mr. Duterte, Paulo Duterte, was taking drugs, and when he was asked, he's not an expert, he merely said that he looked like it. He was, his eyes were red or something like that, or words to that effect. If you look at my eyes, I would appear to be drugged because I have not been sleeping well since I took over this committee, and even before that. So I just want to be sure. I want to consult everybody in a caucus before we proceed with the others.
Yes.
All right?
I will submit to the ruling of the chair, Mr. Chairman.
I thank you for your understanding.
Okay.
Thank you.
But maybe we can clarify that with Mr. Edgar Matobato. Ikaw ba, Mr. Matobato, nakita mo o narinig mo si Paulo Duterte mismo nag-utos sa inyo, sa'yo, na magpapatay ng kahit sino?
Inakyat lang yung bahay namin, sir, siya, yung umutos siya, yung inakyat namin yung bahay ni SPO2 Medina.
Excuse me, ha? Ang tanong sa iyo, narinig mo ba, inutusan ka ba ni Paulo Duterte
mismo
na patayin si Mr. King?
Hindi si Mr. King, sir. Yung iba yon, yung tatlo, sir. Yang ang inutos ni Paulo.
Tatlo yung pinapatay o tatlo yung napatay?
Tatlo ang napatay, sir.
Pero ilan ang inutos ipapatay?
Isa lang, sir. Isa lang.
So, si Paulo Duterte mismo ang nag-utos sa inyo?
O, sir. Kami, sir. Inutusan. Dami kami mga pulis, sir.
So, ikaw, narinig mo, sa harap mo, sinabi, "Oy, Edgar, sumama ka dito. Patayin natin to."
Opo, sir.
Sinabi niya sa iyo yan?
Oo, nandoon. Kami sinabihan mga pulis, sir.
No, hindi ko tinatawin kami.
Oo, sir. Opo, sir.
So, narinig mo, tinukoy niya, patayin natin to. Ganun ba?
Opo, sir. Opo, sir.
Sige, tuloy mo.
Okay, ngayon yung tungkol doon sa sinabi mo si Paulo Duterte, adik. Ang sinabi mo, kaya mo nasabing adik dahil mukhang adik. Ngayon, tinatanong kay ni Senator Cayetano kung nakita mo ba siyang gumagamit mismo ng shabu. Ang sagot mo, hindi. Tapos ang basihan mo kamo ay ito ay dahil marunong kang kumilatis kung sino yung adik at hindi. Ganun ba yun?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Ay, hindi mo yung kilatis?
Oo. Yung pagkilala ng gawin ng tao, sir.
Okay. Ngayon, ikaw ba marunong ka rin mangkilatis kung yung tao ay lasing?
Opo, sir. Iba talaga ang lasing. Iba talaga ang kuwan sa droga, sir.
Ngayon, pagka yung nasabi mo na itong tao na to ay lasing, kailangan ba na makita mo siya mismo umiinom ng alak?
Opo, sir. Nagiinom sila yung mga kasama.
Hindi. Ang tanong ko, pag sinabi mong itong tao na to lasing, ang basihan mo kasi alam mong kumilatis ng taong lasing.
Opo, sir.
Di ba hindi mo na kailangan makita na ang tao na lasing ay kailangan umiinom muna ng alak para sabihin mong siya ay lasing? Ganun ba?
Opo, sir.
Yun na po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Again, paano mo nalaman lasing ang tao?
Kasi ang galaw, sir, iba talaga ang galaw ng
galaw.
Lasing, sir.
Marami lumalakad dito sa Senado, ang galaw parang lasing pero hindi lasing. Hindi nakukuha sa galaw yan. Naamoy mo ba?
Siyempre, sir, makikita mo man, sir, yung kung lasing siya.
Okay, I will not ask you any more further questions. That is just your observation, all right? Observation mo lang yan. Okay,
Opo, sir.
Thank you. All right, the next... thank you, Senator Trillanes. The next one is in line is Senator Zubiri, our translator.
Thank you. I've done my work at least today for the committee as translator. But, Mr. Chairman, I would like to give way to my fellow Mindanaoan, Senator Pacquiao, for my 10 minutes.
That's very cavalier on your part. We shall now hear people's champion. And now, according to Senator Lacson, you will translate, Senator Vire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, my fellow Mindanaoan, my colleague, Senator Soberi. Unsay gusto nimo, magbisaya ta o magtagalog ta? Bisaya ta. Okay. May Okay. Pero yung dapat yung maintindihan mong Tagalog, Tagalogin na lang natin para mas madali nila maintindihan nila, okay? Okay lang.
Mas
sige.
maganda yung Bisaya, sir.
Bisaya, okay.
Siguro, Mr. Chairman, kung doon ay mga ikasulti nimo na dili nimo isulti sa tinagalog, pwede nimo ibisaya. Tapos
basta pero nakasabot kag Tagalog, no?
Magkasabot, sir.
Okay. Bisan pag magtagalog ko o mag-istorya kong Tagalog, kung dili nimo matubag po sa Tagalog, pwede nimo tubagon og Bisaya.
Please do not count the time because they're just talking about procedurals. Do not count that time. Give Senator Pacquiao a few more seconds extra because you're counting the time of procedure. Go ahead, please.
I'm just explaining, Mr. Chairman, na pwede siyang sumagot ng Tagalog, ng Bisaya, pag naintindihan niya yung Tagalog.
Naintindihan po namin yung sinabi niya. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Idya, pareho man ta Bisaya, no? Okay.
Oh, sir.
Kung ikaw ba maghatag og pagsalig sa katao, unsay imong basihan?
Kanang kamaayo ang tao, sir.
Can you please translate the question and the answer?
If you give English na lang ko, sir, kasi hindi din ako magaling mag-Tagalog eh. So, if you give your trust and confidence to somebody, what would it be or what would be? Answer. Sa to insulti nimo? Sa ito
Kanang kamaayong tao.
Yung mabait, magaling na tao.
With a good man, yes.
Yeah, good man.
Hindi magaling, good ba? Maayo ba? Good.
Ano pang mga dahilan para ikaw ay magtiwala sa isang tao at pagkatiwalaan mo? Paniwalaan mo siya?
Mayo ang pagdala sa ako, sir. Magandang pagtrato sa akin, sir. Para magkatiwala ako sa kanya, sir.
Kung ang isang tao ba pabago-bago ang salita o nagbabago ang kanyang salita, papaniwalaan pa ba natin?
Hindi, sir. Hindi, sir.
Ha?
Hindi, sir.
So, for the record, hindi natin paniniwalaan yung tao na pabago-bago yung message niya o yung salita niya. Tama?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Ngayon, kaya ko lang na itanong yun dahil siyempre, nandito ka, nagtestimony ka, para papaniwalain ang buong sambayan ng Pilipino, milyong-milyong mga Pilipino sa iyong testimony na totoo. Okay. Kaya ko tinatanong sa iyo na hindi mo paniwalaan ang tao na pabago ang salita, so paano mo kami mapaniwala? Paano mo mapaniwala ang buong Senate at buong sambayan ng Pilipino sa testimony mo na pabago-bago man yung statement mo, yung salita mo?
Ang sinasabi ko lang yun, sir, yung trabaho ko lang.
Hindi nga, kaya nga. Kung alam na alam mo yung trabaho mo, hindi siguro pabago-bago ang statement mo. Kasi kung magpunta ka dito, pabago-bago yung salita mo. So, kung kami mga makikinig sa iyo, pwede kaming maniwala sa iyo o pwedeng hindi kami maniwala. So, dalawang pinagpipilian namin, maniwala kami sa iyo, ang taong bayan maniwala sa iyo o hindi. Dalawang pinagpipilian ng sambayang Pilipino kung maniwala kami sa iyo o hindi. Ngayon, kung pabago-bago yung salita mo, ikaw na mismo nagsabi na hindi ka maniwala sa tao na pabago-bago ang statement. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, sinabi mo rito, ini-emphasize mo pa, 4 na bodyguard ni Nograles, pinatay mo, hinulog mo sa dagat. Talagang paulit-ulit na itinanong sa iyo, sigurado ka ba na bodyguard ni Nograles yun? Sigurado ka pa? Sabi mo, sigurado ka. Ngayon, nung idininay ni Nograles na wala siyang bodyguard na namatay o nakidnap o isinalvage, nagbago na naman yung statement mo na, ay, hindi pala yung kay Nograles. Kaya what if ano kaya kung hindi, no? Paano kung hindi niya sinagot yung sagot mo? Magbago kaya ang statement mo? Pagsagot lang.
Basta sir, ang kuan sa ko sir, ang instruction, gidala na dito sa Samar Island, sir.
Gusto ko lang sagutin yung tanong mo. Paano kaya kung hindi nagsabi si Nograles, no? Si Nograles na wala siyang bodyguard na 4 na namatay, magbago kaya ang statement mo doon sa pinindigan mo na tao niya? Yes or no lang po? Oo, hindi lang po. Paano magbago kaya?
Dili na magbago ang akong kuan sir, ang akong testimonya sir.
So hindi na magbago. Okay, so kung hindi na magbago, ngayon bakit nagbago nung nagsalita si Nograles na wala akong tao na 4 na napatay? Sige, kinaklaro ko lang mabuti para fair sa lahat. Walang tayong pinapanigan nito, wala tayong. Okay, para klaro lang Edgar ba, para mabaliwanagan ang buong sambayan ng Pilipino. Okay. Pero nung nagtestify si Nograles, sabi niya na wala siyang tao, nagbago yung mensahe mo na hindi pala yun sa tao ni Nograles. Okay. So, isa na yun doon isa na yun sa point doon. Nung sinabi mo na ikaw ay bodyguard ni Paulo, naging escort ni Paulo, tama po ba?
Dili sir, dili. Nikuyog lang ko mga pila kahigayon sir.
Sumama lang daw, hindi daw siya
may bodyguard ni Paulo, mga pulis sir.
Okay.
Ang sabi daw niya, Mr. Chairman, hindi daw siya bodyguard ni Paulo, sumasama lang daw sa ilang beses. Ilang beses.
Oh.
Pero
kuyog means sumama.
Sa salaysay mo, napapanood ko, sinabi mo na naging bodyguard ka, nag-aaral siya, nag-escort ka sa kanya. Sabi mo nung bata pa siya, tama po ba?
Elementary pa sir, ilang bisis man lang yun sir, hindi ko na matandaan sir.
Okay, elementary, may record po ako dito, pinadala mismo dito sa akin galing kay Paulo Duterte, na hindi po siya nag-elementary sa Ateneo. Hindi po siya nag-elementary sa Ateneo. Nag-elementary po siya sa Philippine Women's College. University. So, nag-Ateneo lang po siya nag-Ateneo lang po si Paulo nung college na po siya. So, yung statement mo, yung pabago-bagong statement mo, maglisod ta nga patuuhon na to ang buong sambayan ng Pilipino ba? Kumbaga, sa Tagalog pa, mahirapan tayong papaniwalain ang buong sambayan ng Pilipino sa statement mo. Kasi pabago-bago eh. Maglisod ta nga patuuhon na to ang tibuok sa nasod nga tinuod ang imong testimony kay pagbag-ubag uman. Wala nimo hindi mo na natatandaan yung mga statement mo yung una?
Dili na usahay sir, kay malimot na ko tungod sa kadaghan ng gihuna-huna na ako sir.
Sa daghan, unsay mga ipanguna-una?
Hold it. Translation please.
Unsa to Edgar? Unsa to gisulti nimo?
Hindi na niya
usahay,
sabi ko kung
usahay malimot na ko.
Minsan daw nakakalimot na daw siya.
Nalibog ka
sa
na.
dami daw niyang iniisip na nakakalimutan na daw niya yung unang testimony niya.
Nalibog na.
Yung libog boss is confusion, yung isa kalimutan.
Gusto pong sa tuwa binisaya nga istorya Gary ha.
Binisaya lang sir.
Okay, sige. Kinsay nagdala gyud sa mother eh. Ato kita lang god eh.
Kana lang sir ang akong dili ko mo kwan sir. Kay
Inamigo nga istorya ba? Kinsay nagdala sa imo diri?
kana lang ang akong dili ka kwan sir kay siyempre naman kung ikaw naman kung kinsay nagdala sa ako adiri basig ang iyang kinabuhi sir. Protektahan po nako sir.
Pero nay nagdala sa imo diri.
Basta usa lang ang nagtabang.
Okay. Sabi niya,
Sabi
kahit
niya,
tayo
he
lang
cannot,
magsabi ka na.
he said he cannot state who brought him here because he's also afraid for the safety of his life.
Ang sabi ko, Mr. Chairman, atin-atin lang, binisaya na usapan, sino ba talaga ang nagdala sa iyo dito?
Sige, kayo na lang ang mag-usap, hindi na kami sasali. Everybody, please cover your ears. Go ahead, just kidding. Para naman relax. Are you okay? Okay ka ba, boss?
Okay sir, okay sir.
Okay lang.
Do you need to go to the bathroom or something?
Di okay lang sir,
Okay ka
lang.
lang.
Relax ka lang. Ato gani ano lang kung ipahayag nato ang atong kung unsa imong gustong ipaabot sa taong bayan, ikuan mo rin nga makatulong sa atoa, maka anong maiambag mo dito sa investigasyon na ito, tatanggapin natin. Pero yun lang, mahirap paniwalaan yung, hindi kami basta-basta naniniwala dito pagka paiba-iba yung kwento mo. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Pwede mo bang sabihin yung tao na nagdala sa'yo rito?
Ako sir, hindi. Hindi sir, hindi.
Dahil
sa proteksyon sa buhay niya, sir.
Okay. Nandito ba sa aming lahat dito?
Wala sir, wala sir. Wala sir, wala.
Wala. Pwede ka bang tumingin sa likod mo, sa gilid mo dito. Tanaw ka kung naabad diha. Pwede mong tingnan kung nandyan ba yung tao na nagdala sa iyo?
Wala sir, wala.
Wala dito. Okay, yun lang yun ang gusto kong malaman na wala dito yung tao na nagdala sa iyo. Okay. May kininto ba siya sa iyo? Anong sasabihin mo? Tinuruan ka ba kung ano sasabihin mo rito sa mga sagot na sa mga tanong na isasagot mo?
Wala sir.
Wala.
Wala sir.
Sa iyo lang.
Walay nagtudlo sa ako sir, kung dili lang ako lang mismo sir.
Okay, so kung walang nagtuturo sa iyo, kung ikaw lang mismo, okay. Dapat consistent yung statement mo. Ganito kasi yan eh. In a cross-examination like this, okay, in a cross-examination like this, okay, kung ikaw ang nagtestimony sa sarili mo, kung ikaw nagtestimony sa sarili mo, hindi mo pwedeng makalimutan dahil nandyan sa puso mo yan at sa kaisipan mo. Okay? Kung walang nagtuturo sa iyo, kung walang nagtaturo sa iyo na tao o no ibang tao na ikukuts ka, imposibleng makalimutan mo kung ano yung testimony mo galing sa puso mo at sa isipan mo. Okay? Kasi ganun ako magtanong eh. Malalaman ko ang tao na may nagturo o wala. So, because of your testimony, paiba-iba siya. So, iniisip ko talaga na may nagkukot sa iyo, may nagtuturo sa iyo. Especially, nung una mong pag-appear dito sa Senado, ang statement mo, pag dinig namin, gulat ang lahat. Galing ng statement. Ngayon, nung itong pangalawa, lahat ng mga statement mo, salungat doon sa mga statement mo nung una. So, kaya kita tinatanong, ang unang pasok ko kanina, paano ba natin paniwalaan ang isang tao? Paano ba natin paniwalaan ang isang tao sa kanyang testimony? Siyempre, di ba magsasabi ng totoo? Pag pabago-bago ang testimony, hindi basta-basta paniwalaan. So, ingon ana, Edgar, no? Ako man sa una, nakaagi ko ingon ana sa imong pwesto, nakaagi ko ingon ana eh. So, kung pabago-bago ang testimony nimo, dili gyud ka paniwalaan. Okay, kasabot na ka?
Kasabot na ko, sir.
Ingon ana, kinahanglan jud nga kung yan ay galing sa puso mo, galing sa isipan mo, dahil gusto mong isiwalat ang nasa puso mo, yung mga ginagawa mo, hindi mo pwedeng makalimutan yun. So, I'm sure na may nagturo sa iyo. Yun lang, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Does the witness have an answer? May sagot ka ba doon?
Wala. Wala na,
Wala
sir.
na.
Wala na, sir.
So nag-agree ka na kung nasa puso mo at nasa isipin mo, hindi magbabago.
Opo,
Alright? Just for the record, Senator Subiri, please behave yourself for the moment. I want to say something about Senator Pacquiao. If we had more lawyers like Attorney Pacquiao, this country will be a lot better.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We shall now have Senator De Lima for your 10 minutes. Thank you, Senator Pacquiao. Very prescient.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Meron na ho akong mga ilan na mga ipapaklarify po sa inyo. So, pwede mo bang kumpirmahin yung sinabi ko po kanina na meron kayong pinakiusapan na tao para makontak ako bago kayo nag-ano dito? Di ho ba?
Oh, ma'am. Opo, ma'am.
Okay. Tapos, pwede ho bang pakikumpirma rin na pinuntahan kita sa safe house mo noong September 2?
Opo, ma'am.
And then, nung sa September 2, sa safe house na yan, in-interview po kita.
Opo, ma'am.
Doon ba sa pag-interview ko po sa inyo, tinuruan ko ho ba yung mga isasagot mo?
Wala, ma'am. Wala.
Excuse me, ma'am. Just to clarify, ano raw hong year kayo nagkita? This year? Last year?
September 2, ngayong taon?
Ngayong taon, sir.
September 2, kamakailan lang.
Oo.
September 2?
Yes, September 2,
September
2016. Pwede mo rin bang pakikumpirmahin na noong September 2, yun lamang yung pangalawang beses po kita nakita at nakausap?
Opo, ma'am. Yung pumero, ma'am, yung doon sa DOJ.
Okay.
Isang beses lang, ma'am.
Isang beses. Nung dumulog...
Anong taon yon?
15.
2015 ba o 2014?
Parang ganyan, ma'am. Oo.
Ano yung ganyan?
Basta hindi ko masusure yung pagkita na namin, 14.
Nakita mo si Senator De Lima, hindi mo maalala kung anong taon? Tanda mo yung sinabi ni Senator Pacquiao.
Mr. Chair, kaya ko tinatanong ko kasi ako po mismo, hindi rin po ako sigurado if it was 2014 or 2015. Sa dami po ng mga nakakausap ko dati, I could not remember really. Sa aking palagay lang po o sa aking pagkakaalala, it's either late part of 2014 o early part of 2015. Kaya linilinaw ko rin po sa inyo, mukhang hindi rin po kayo sigurado kung kailan talaga po kayo unang dumulog. Because I have not checked the records of the WPP at this point. Kung kailan talaga siya nag-walk in, pero ang pinapa-confirm ko po sa inyo na nag-meet po tayo noon nung una kayong dumulog sa WPP.
Opo, ma'am.
Okay. Nag-usap po tayo ng konti.
Madali lang, ma'am. Madali lang.
Madali lang. Although, sa pag-usap natin ng konti noon, nabanggit mo nga na meron kang marami kang alam tungkol sa DDS dahil dati kang DDS hitman.
Opo, ma'am.
Di ba? So, pangalawa lang tayo nagkita nung September 2, ngayong taon, nung pinuntahan na ako, nung inutusan mo, nakausapin ako dahil gusto mo rin akong makausap.
Opo, ma'am.
September 2 yun.
Opo, ma'am.
In-interview po kita.
Opo, ma'am.
Pero diniktahan ho ba kita kung anong mga sasabihin mo dito o kung kailan, ngayon o saan? Meron ho ba ako sa iyo mga dinikta na mga detalye?
Wala, ma'am. Wala, ma'am.
Okay. Now, dun naman po at sinabi niyo rin po nung last hearing na umalis nga po kayo ng WPP bago nyo ako pinapuntahan, di ho ba?
Oo, ma'am.
Nung August 29, tapos September 2 tayo, nagkita talaga.
Opo, ma'am.
So, kailan kayo umalis ng WPP? Bago o pagkatapos ng eleksyon?
Hindi pa natapos ang eleksyon, ma'am.
Pumunta na kayo, umalis na kayo ng WPP.
Opo, ma'am.
Malayo pa ba yung eleksyon noon o malapit na yung eleksyon?
Malapit na, ma'am.
Bakit po kayo umalis? Ang pag-alis niyo ho ba kusa
Kusa akong lumabas, ma'am.
ng WPP?
Ng WPP, ma'am.
Bakit po kayo lumabas ng kusa sa WPP?
Kasi natatakot na ako, ma'am. Baka nila ako bunutin doon. Baka ako
Bakit
patayin
ka
na, ma'am.
natatakot?
Baka ako patayin, ma'am.
Bakit nga po? Bakit kailangan mong umalis nung malapit na yung eleksyon?
Alam ko naman nga mananalo si Duterte, ma'am. Kaya kailangan ko na magpakalayo-layo, ma'am.
Okay. Now, sinabi niyo rin po sa akin nung in-interview na kita nung September 2, hindi lang ako masyadong sigurado kung nasabi mo rin yan dito nung last hearing, na pag-alis mo ng kusa sa WPP, nagpalipat-lipat ka na.
Opo, ma'am.
Ibig sabihin, meron sa'yo mga nagkup-kup. Palipat-lipat po kayo pagkatapos nung pag-alis nyo ng WPP. Di ho ba?
Opo, ma'am.
Kung tatanungin ko po ikaw ngayon, kung pwede mong sabihin sa amin o isiwalat sa amin kung sino yung mga tao na yan na mga nagkup-kup sa'yo mula nung umalis kayo ng WPP, masasabi mo ba sa amin?
Hindi ko lang isasabi, ma'am, dahil yung buhay nila, ma'am.
Bakit? So ayaw mo. Kung pilitin po kayo ngayon ng committee, pasabi sa inyo.
Hindi talaga ako, ma'am. Kasi tinulungan nila ako. Kung ikaw naman, ma'am, ikaw ang nagtulong sa akin. Ikaw naman ang ituturo ko, ma'am. So, ano mangyayari sa buhay mo?
Ulitin lang ho natin. So, paiba-iba yung mga kumukup sa'yo. Hindi lang isang tao.
Opo, ma'am.
Paiba-iba. Hanggang sa inutusan mo nga na ikontakin ako dahil gusto mo nga ako na makausap. Ganun
Opo,
ba yun?
Opo, ma'am.
Balik naman po tayo dun sa mga...
Excuse me, I just want to clarify. Kinontak mo yung kaibigan mo para kontakin si Senator De Lima. Tama ba yan?
Opo, sir.
Hindi ka tinawagan ng kaibigan mo
Hindi,
para
sir.
kontakin si Senator De Lima.
Hindi, sir, hindi.
Ikaw ang kumontak. Akala ka ba sabi mo nung nakaraang hearing wala kang cellphone?
Ay,
wala akong cellphone yun, sir. Yung
Paano mo nakontak?
Yung asawa ko ang may cellphone, sir. Hindi man ako marunong, sir. Hindi nga ako marunong ako mag-text. Kaya wala akong cellphone, sir. Yung asawa ko talaga ang humahawak ng cellphone, sir.
Hindi ka marunong gumamit ng cellphone?
Hindi, sir. Hindi marunong. Tinuturuan
Marunong
ako.
kang bumaril ng 45? Hindi ka marunong gumamit ng cellphone?
Hindi, sir. Hindi talaga, sir.
Paano ka nakokontak ng mga kasama mo, yung pinupuntahan mo? Sa asawa mo rin?
Asawa ko, sir. Yung cellphone.
Tinutulungan na kita para malinaw ang storya.
Yung asawa ko, sir.
Asawa mo. Sige. Ang dami sinabi mo kasi importante yung tinatanong ko sa'yo.
Opo, sir.
yung sinabi niyo pong asawa ho ba talaga? Legal ho ba kayong kasal?
Hindi. Live-in partner ko lang, ma'am.
Live-in partner. Siguro naman ayaw mo na munang sabihin kung sino yung live-in partner mo ngayon?
Hindi, sir. Hindi, ma'am. Kaya wala man yung alam.
Original na asawa?
Meron, sir. Nagkahiwalay kami.
Kailan kayo naghiwalay?
Basta yung panagsama namin, sir, mga...
Naghiwalay ba kayo dahil sa ginagawa mong trabaho?
Hindi pa, sir. Hindi pa, sir.
Alam ba nung asawa mo na ginagawa mo yan?
Hindi, sir. Hindi.
Itong live-in partner mo, alam niya yung ginagawa mo?
Hindi, sir. Hindi.
Na pumapatay ka ng tao?
Hindi, sir. Dito na nalaman niya yung pagpunta ko sa NBI, sir.
Merong in-between yung nagre-relay, di ba?
Pakilinaw po.
Mr. Chairman.
Pakilinaw.
Edgar, sabi mo, hindi ka marunong gumamit ng cellphone. Lahat ng contact ng mga kasamahan mo sa DDS, sabi mo, dumadaan sa asawa mo. Pero sabi mo, hindi naman alam ng asawa mo yung ginagawa mo. Paano mo pagtutugma yung dalawa na yon?
Hindi man, sir, hindi man kung may nagtatawag sa akin, sir, wala namang contact yung mga DDS, sir, sa akin, sir. Wala naman.
Unang-una po, tama ho ba yung pagkakatanong po ni Senator Lacson na lahat ng mga pagpapagawa sa'yo ay dumadaan sa asawa nyo o dun sa live-in partner nyo? Ganun ho ba yung tanong nyo, Senator Lacson?
Hindi po. Kung ang contact ay sa pamamagitan ng telepono, sa pamamagitan ng cellphone, sigurado dadaan sa misis ninyo o sa live-in partner ninyo kasi hindi kayo marunong gumamit ng cellphone.
Yes, sir.
Yon ang context ng aking tanong. Hindi naman lahat, ano?
Hindi naman
Kasi
po
pwede
lahat.
naman iba, personal na
Yes.
contact ninyo doon sa mga kasamahan, di ba?
Oh, sir. Opo,
Okay.
sir.
Just permission, this is a very important point. With the permission of Senator De Lima.
Go ahead.
Paano ka kinokontak pagpapatay kayo? 50 to 1,000 ang sinabi mo kasama ka sa
Hindi
pagpatay.
naman ako kinukontak, sir. Pupunta naman ako ng opisina, sir. Minsan lang tinatawagan ako. Hindi pa yun alam namin na meron kaming papatayin. Wala naman ganyan, sir.
Pero, siyempre, ting may lakad, tatawagan ka, o pupuntahan ka, o papadala ka ng sulat, o gano'n yan,
Hindi,
di
sir.
ba?
Pinupuntahan man ako ng sasakyan, sir. Kinukuha ako sa bahay. Yan, may mga sakyanan man sila. Kumpleto naman ang sakyanan. Kinukuha man ako ng bahay, sir.
Sino yung dumadaan sa asawa mo?
Yung?
Ano yung dumadaan sa asawa mo mga mensahe?
Kung mutawag si Arthur Las Cañas, sir. Yan lang ang...
Si Arthur lang ang nakakatawag sa asawa mo.
Oh, yes, sir.
Wala nang iba.
Wala nang iba, sir.
Eh, yung contact mo,
Yung dito naman, yan lang ang yung nagtulong sa amin. Yan ang meron akong kwan, sir.
yung tumulong sa inyo kay Senator De Lima para makontak.
Yes, sir.
Nasa taga-gobyerno ba yan?
Hindi, sir. Hindi, sir.
Dati ba nagtrabaho sa gobyerno yan?
Hindi, sir.
O paano niya nakokontak si Senator De Lima?
Isang kwan, sir. Isang pare, sir.
Pari siya. Okay, pari siya. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Pero syempre, hindi mo pwedeng sabihin po ang pangalan.
Yes, sir.
Tungkol naman po sa tinatanong sa inyo kanina ni Senator Trillanes na yung pag-umpisan nyo nga po na pumasok sa city government nung re-recruit kayo nung 1988 at sinasabi nyo, job order lang kayo. Meron ho ba kayong katibayan na job order kayo?
Yes, ma'am. Meron akong katibayan, ma'am.
Nasaan po?
Nandoon man sa... Iniwan ko sa kwarto, ma'am. Doon. Sa baba, ma'am.
So, pwede po sigurong ipakuha?
Opo, ma'am.
Yung mga, ano mo? So, meron kang pwede...
Ano yung ano mo?
Yung yung proof ho na job order siya.
So meron kayo katibayan na may job order kayo, nakapapel?
Meron, sir.
Can we ask the witness
Job order para pumatay ng tao?
Hindi, sir.
Hindi
Yung
po.
sa City Hall, sir.
Ha?
Yung sa City Hall, sir.
Yung the nature of his
Yung job order, sir. Yung...
employment sa City Hall. Nung re-recruit siya,
Kasi kanina sabi ninyo may trabaho tayo. O di job order yon. Di ba? Kaya linawin natin dahil ito masailan. So yung job order refers to yung trabaho mo sa position mo.
Yes, sir.
Appointment ba yun o ano yun?
Yung job order ko rin sa, kwan, sir, yung sa City Hall, sir.
Tungkol sa?
Sa trabaho na ako.
Ano ang trabaho yon?
Ang linagay dyan is CSU kung Cyber Security Unit, sir.
Again, please?
CSU, sir. CSU.
Civil Security Unit.
He testified on that na po during the last hearing.
I know. I was about to ask that.
So,
3,000 ang bayad sa'yo doon, di ba? O 5,000?
5,000 yung sahod namin, sir.
Thank you.
So, paki-submit na lang po, pwede ho natin ipabigay sa committee yung sinasabi mong dokumento na nagpapatunay na meron kayo or nasa job order kayo ng City Hall ng Davao.
Yes, sir.
Pero nasabi niyo ho last time na actually, ano kayo? Ghost employees.
Yan, ma'am, ang...
Bakit ho sinasabi mong ghost employees kayo?
Kasi...
Yung kasamahan mo dyan sa
hindi naman
trabaho
kami,
na yan na pagpatay.
Hindi naman kami nagjo-duty, ma'am, para ghost employee yan, ma'am. Hindi naman nagjo-duty ka sa City Hall na magbabantay ka. Oo, yung ang trabaho ng CSU, ma'am, magbantay ka ng property ng government. O, patutulad ng palengke, terminal, ganyan. Pero sa amin, hindi, ma'am.
Bakit? Ano ho ba ginagawa nyo?
Iba talaga ang trabaho namin, ma'am. Yan lang ang...
At yung trabaho ninyo ay?
Pumapatay ng tao, ma'am. Ganyan lang.
So talagang yun ang job order, ma'am. Wala kang trabaho. Dahil alam mo yung trabaho ng Civil Security Unit, pagbantay ng palengke, pagbantay ng pag-aari ng munisipyo. So pag sinabi mo ang job order, may project, may trabaho.
No, job order contract, JO. JO po yan, JO. That's contractual.
But wala naman siyang ginagawa kundi magpatay.
Kaya nga po. That's why I'm asking him kasi ganun ho ba kayo lahat doon, job order? Ikaw mismo o ikaw lang ang job order?
Dami kami, ma'am. Dami kami. Mga rebel returnees.
So yung mga rebel returnees, meron din silang job order?
Opo, ma'am.
Lahat po sila?
Opo, ma'am.
Kung yun lang dapat, yung ano yung alam mo ho ha, wag mo kayong
Basta yung
na
lang po
hindi
yan,
nyo.
yung mga kasamahan ko, mga rebel returnees, may job order talaga.
Okay.
Wala kaming kuwan, ma'am.
Nasabi nyo rin po nung last hearing at yun din ho yung sinabi nyo nung in-interview kita nung September 2, nung tinanong po kayo, ilan na ba yung mga pinapatay ninyo at ilan doon sa mga pinapatay ninyo ay ikaw mismo ang may kagagawan. Now, ang pagkakaalala ko po, yung sagot nyo, yung pagpapapatay namin, halos sumabot ng 1,000. Total.
Total na, ma'am.
Sa pagkakaalam nyo.
Sa pagkakaalam ko, ma'am.
Pero yung ikaw mismo ang gumagawa. Kasi yung 1,000 na yon more or less, ay ang pagkakaintindi ko po sa sagot nyo, ay grupo kayo na gumagawa. Grupo kayo na gumagawa.
Oh, yung grupo, ma'am. Yung grupo. Kaya hindi man ka makakilos.
Hindi naman lahat, syempre, ikaw mismo ang tumitira.
Hindi, ma'am. Grupo,
At
ma'am.
ang sabi nyo nga po, 50 more or less, yung pagkakatanda mo na ikaw mismo.
Opo, ma'am.
Now, dun ho ba sa mga pinatay ninyo na more or less 1,000, kasama na rin yung 50 na ikaw mismo? Ano ho ba yung mas marami doon? Yung kilala nyo yung pangalan o kilala nyo yung mga biktima o yung hindi nyo kilala?
Yung hindi kilala, ma'am. Hindi kilala, ma'am.
So tama bang sabihin na di hamak na mas marami o nakakarami na yung mga pinapatay nyo ay hindi nyo kilala o walang pangalan na binibigay?
Opo, ma'am.
Pero may ilan-ilan nga ko yung mga binanggit during the last hearing, tsaka inulit nyo ngayon na mga medyo kilala naman. Dahil nandyan si Sally Macdum, nandyan yung Richard King, pero hindi naman pala kayo ang pumatay doon, pinaamin lang sa'yo. Yung nandun yung mga sinabi nyong inakyat nyo sa bahay, na nadamay yung 3, at nandyan din yung sinasabi mo na mga supposed to be bodyguard ni Nograles, pero clarify mo na hindi naman pala sila mga bodyguard ni Nograles dahil parang yun yung parang dinetail baka mo yun nila Palparan at ni Matiliano kay Nograles?
Opo, ma'am. Opo, ma'am.
Okay. Pero kilala nyo ba yung mga pangalan nun?
Hindi, ma'am. Hindi, ma'am. Parang hindi taga Davao, ma'am.
So kung yung karamihan, walang pangalan, di nyo kilala.
Opo, ma'am. Hindi kilala, ma'am.
And then, yung sinasabi nyo rin po na may iba-ibang uri ng pagpatay o yung iba-ibang uri ng pagsagawa nyo ng operations. Dahil sinasabi nyo, meron mga ina-abduct muna bago pinapatay.
Opo, ma'am.
Opo. Meron din hong diretso ng pinapatay.
Meron, ma'am.
At saan po sila mga pinapatay? Pag diretso nyo ng pinapatay?
Doon na lang sa mga area, ma'am. Tulad ng example, San Pedro, kung diretso binabaril, yan. Yung subject na yan, ma'am.
Diretso silang mga binabaril.
Opo, ma'am.
Sa lansangan, saang mga lugar?
Yung tulad sa Yangurin, San Pedro, Magallanes, ganyan, ma'am.
Yung mga barangay yung mga binanggit mo?
Ma'am.
Pero saan mismo? Mga nasa bahay ba sila? Nasa lahat sila ng bahay? Sa labas ng bahay? O nasa mga mall ba sila? Pag pinapatay nyo sila?
Nandoon sa labas, ma'am. Sa downtown, ma'am.
Sa labas?
Sa labas, ma'am.
At meron din nga kayong binanggit na meron din kayong pinasok sa bahay.
Opo, ma'am.
Sa pagkakatanda nyo, ilang beses yung ganong operation na pinasok nyo sa bahay yung papatayin nyo?
Yang pinasok ko yan, ma'am, yan lang talaga ang pinasok ko sa bahay.
So,
Kasama ko si Medina.
Isang insidente lang yon.
Opo, ma'am.
Ano uli yung insidente na yon?
Yung 2013, yung pinasok namin yung kagalit ni Paulo doon sa Dika Home. Pinapatay niya at kami ni Medina, ma'am. Kami ni Medina. Inakyat namin yung bahay, yung naglalaro ng tungits, ma'am. Isa lang katao ang project yan, ma'am. Nasama yung dalawa. Kaya nagkonsensya ako doon.
Sino po ba yung nagdidesisyon kung paano patayin yung mga dapat ninyong patayin ayon sa utos? Sino nagdidesisyon kung ipapaking tape ba? Imamasking tape yung sinasabi nyo? China-chop-chop? Kayo ho ba nagpumapatay na nag-aano kayo ng sumasakay kayo sa motorsiklo?
Opo, ma'am. Yung kasama kong mga pulis. Yung ride in tandem, ma'am. Yan. Yung pulis talaga yung kasama, ma'am. Yung talaga, yung nagdadrive, ako naman ang tumitira. Ganyan yan, ma'am. Yung nakasibilyan nga pulis din. Walang sibilyan na kakaako yan nga. Pumupunta doon nga. Bumabaril, lumalapit ng mga barangay.
Sino nagtuturo ng mga biktima?
Yung nagtuturo, ma'am, mga barangay captain, ganyan sa Davao, ma'am.
So, yung mga sa rebel returnees, sino po ang mga nag-aano sa kanila? Sino nag-uutos sa kanila?
Nahati man kami, ma'am. Yung iba, si SPO4 Sunny Boy Naventura, retired na, ma'am. Mga tao na yung iba naman, Kang Arthur, Las Cañas, ma'am, SPO4.
So, iba-iba rin po yan?
Iba-iba yan, ma'am.
And yung, nung last hearing po, yung parang dinescribe nyo rin, yung general operating procedure ninyo, yung parang sinasabi mo kasi na ang talagang nag-uutos ng mga pagpapatay na yan ay si mismong si Mayor Duterte. Pero inaamin mo naman kapag tinatanong ka ng iba na ang talagang nagsasabi niyan is si Las Cañas.
Si Las Cañas, ma'am. Ilan naman lang ang inuutos ni Mayor Duterte, ma'am. Talagang si Las Cañas talaga, ma'am. Las Cañas. Para silang magkapatid. Si Las Cañas talaga ang nagkukuha ng peace and order ng Davao, sir. Ma'am.
So paano po tayo makakasiguro?
The time is up, but you have
sorry.
You have points, so you can go ahead and continue for about
Thank you, Mr.
2
Chair.
minutes. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
2 minutes.
So, paano po kayo nakakasiguro at paano po kami maniniwala po sa inyo na yung mga sinasabi ni Las Cañas na yan, pinapapatay ni Mayor, na sabi nyo naman ay si Las Cañas naman talaga ang nagsasabi sa inyo?
Meron akong ipoprove, ma'am. Yung nahuli namin si June Barsabal, isang religious group. Yung siya talaga ang parang nagdadala ng mga tao, yung parang yung mga tao niya nag-i-squat ng mga lupa, ma'am.
O ano naman tungkol kay
Barsabal, ma'am.
Barsabal. At kailan ho yan?
Parang 93, ma'am. 93.
O ano po yun tungkol sa kanya?
Yung nahuli namin si Barsabal, dinala namin kang Mayor. Hinampas pa nga ng golf. Naubos yung ngipin niya, ma'am.
Ayun yung sinasabi mo nung last time. Na dinala sa kanya.
Dinala sa kanya, ma'am.
At pinatay rin.
Pinatay, ma'am.
Sino ho ba pumatay doon?
Kami namin, sila Arthur Las Cañas, ma'am.
Pero dinala muna kay Mayor?
Dinala muna, ma'am.
Sa golf course?
Sa golf course, sa Matina, ma'am.
Alam niyo ho ba kung bakit pinapatay si Barsabal?
5 mayor tatlong mayor, ma'am, ang parang nagkuang kang Mayor Duterte. Ito naman si Mayor Orencia, si Mayor Obinsa, si Mayor Antalan, ma'am. Ika-4 si Mayor. 5, ma'am. Si Philip Go ng Lager, ma'am, ng Davao Oriental.
My time is up.
Yes. Just to clarify, ano ba yung mga taong sinasabi mo? Yung tatlong yan? Ano yan? Nagpapatay sila?
Yun ang nag-utos, ma'am.
Si Mayor Ortalan nag-utos?
Oo, yung apat nga mayor.
Nadagdagan ngayon ang utos, 4 na ngayon.
Apat nga mayor, ma'am. Oh, sir. Apat nga mayor yan.
Ay, sumusunod pa rin.
Nagkuhan sila
Sige.
sumusuporta, sir.
Thank you, Senator. I'm sorry, but it is the anniversary of our good friend, Senator Soto.
Pasensya na kung nagmamadali ako, Mr. Chairman. 47 wedding anniversary namin ngayon, kaya lang hindi ko mapalampas yung hearing mo.
I am really surprised that you lasted 47 years. or rather, Helen Gamboa lasted.
I know that for a fact, Mr. Chairman, na 47 years na nagtitiis yung asawa ko sa akin. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Doon sa mga question and answers kanina pa, pasensya na, pero I think it added to my confusion. Dahil medyo, yun nga, iba-iba yung sagot. Saka nalilito ko tuwing ginagamit mo yung word na parang. Parang is very difficult to translate. Medyo, ano yan hindi bali na. Ano na yan? Komentaryo ko na lang yan. Meron lang ako mga lilinawin, no, para mawala yung confusion ko. June 11, 1959 ka pinanganak. Kailan pinugutan ng ulo yung father mo?
27, sir. September 19.
1977.
Oo, sir.
So, nung 1982 hanggang 1988, pumasok ang CAFGO na sabi nyo wala palang CAFGO, si HDF ngayon, sabi mo dati, no? So, chinek nila yung CAFGO, sabi ng CAFGO, wala ka doon, walang pangalan mo doon. Ngayon, chinek yung CHDF. Sabi ng Public Affairs Army Chief Colonel Howe, wala raw records mo sa CHDF.
Puntahan lang yung barangay namin, sir. Sa barangay Tamayong, talagang nakakilala yung mga tao doon lahat sa akin, sir.
Sige, pag-check din ulit natin.
Yung barangay Tamayong, sir, talaga.
Dinadagdag ko sa pagpapalinaw sana eh.
Oo, sir, oo, sir.
Pero yun nga ang binigay ng Philippine Army na sagot eh, no? Okay.
Magpapalinaw lang ho tayo na. Senator Soto, with your permission. Sinong barangay captain ang nagbibigay sa'yo ng sahod mo?
Noon ang barangay captain noon, si retired na ma'am. Retired na sir, hindi na barangay captain.
Sino yun?
Si Porfiria Lopez.
Sina?
Porfiria Lopez.
Porfiriano?
Porfiria Lopez, babae man.
Porfiriana?
Porfiria.
Porfiria?
Lopez.
Duque?
Lopez, sir.
Lopez, Porfiria Lopez.
Barangay ng
Buhay pa ba yun? Buhay pa?
Buhay pa, matanda na, sir.
Barangay ng anong municipality yun?
Barangay Tamayong, Kalinan, Davao City.
Anong municipality?
Kalinan.
Hindi.
Tamayong, Kalinan, Davao City.
Davao City. Okay. Alright. Anyway, yun nga sinabi ng Army just a few minutes ago. Ngayon, sabi mo, noong 1988, umalis ka na doon. Naimbita ka or sumama ka for whatever reason, nabuo nyo na yung sinabi mo, Lambada Boys.
Opo, sir.
1988, ano? Yung Lambada, 1990, sa USA, no maging Billboard Hot 100, saan galing yung Lambada sa
Parang
Davao?
sa sounds man siguro yun, sir. Sa music kinuha nila. Kung ano.
Wala pa nung 1988 eh.
Para hindi ko na alam, basta ganyan ang Lambada Boys. Yung tinawag.
Baka Lambada Boys. Hindi. Hindi. Wala pa po eh. Ang Lambada, Billboard Hot 100, 1990 sa USA. Noong mga panahon na yon, hindi pa uso cellphone, wala pang social media masyado. So nakarating sa Pilipinas ang Lambada, early 90s na.
Basta sila man
Kaya
ang
hindi ko
nagpangalan sa
alam.
amin, sir.
Kaya nalilito ko kung paano naging Lambada Boys kayo.
Sila man nagpangalan sa amin.
Baka sila nag-invento ng Lambada, na sayaw, no? O kaya ng kanta. Anyway, isa pa doon sa mga nakakalito sa akin. Kanina, bodyguards ni Nograles, sabi mo 4. Kinuha nyo, pinatay. Ngayon, sinabi mo, hindi. Mga tauhan ni Palparan at saka ni Matiliano na naka-detail kay Nograles. Pag dinetail, ano ibig sabihin nun? Di ba bodyguard? Correct. Mike.
Basta ang pagkaalam ko, sir, yung linagay ka,
Dinitil ka,
Dinitil
bodyguard ka.
parang suporta yan kang Nograles, yung mga tao na yan ni Parparan at saka ni Matiliano, sir.
Eh kaya nga, sabi nila Nograles, wala naman daw silang mga bodyguards na namatay. O mga tauhan, wala namang sinabi mga tauhan na nawala, na namatay Pero kung detail dyan ni Palparan at ni Matiliano, ang ibig sabihin yan, either Philippine Army yan or PNP. Kung Matiliano, PNP. Kung Palparan, Army. Magwawala ang Army o ang PNP pag meron silang 4 na nawala. Kaya, yon isa pa nakadagdag sa kalituhan ko yun. Lalo na ako nalito ngayon dahil sinasabi mo na hindi pala tauhan ni Nograles. Pero nakadetail kay Nograles. Yun na rin yun. Hindi po ba?
Dinalaman ito nila ni Arthur Las Cañas sa beach ni Mayor Antalan. Doon na dinala. Kinarga na ng van.
Oo nga, hindi.
Doon
Gusto mong malaman yung identity.
Doon na ako nakaabang.
So, hindi mo alam. Sinabi lang sa'yo.
Sinabi ni Arthur Las Cañas.
Just a moment, Senator Lacson.
Yeah. Yung sinabi mong 4, lalaki lahat yun?
Isang babae, sir.
Isang babae.
Isang babae.
Yung babae, yung barangay captain?
Parang ex, sir. Parang ex. Yung barangay
ang
captain.
nag-detail?
Hindi
yung dalawang general?
Ewan ko lang bakit nasama yung babae, sir.
Kasi paano ma-detail? Hindi nila tao yun kasi barangay.
Parang yung babae, parang guide siguro sa kanila yung sa mga lalaki,
Sige,
sir.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Parang lalo ako nalilito. Sige, forward na ako. Yung kay Richard King. Sabi ni Congressman Roque, attorney siya, nung pamilya ni Richard King, identified na raw yung assailants at saka mastermind At may mga kasong pending. Paano? Pero ina-attribute mo kay...
Ako man lang ang pinupulgay dyan, sir.
Oo nga, pero pina-attribute mo kay Vice Mayor. Di ba? Sabi mo
Basta
nung huli.
yung pakirinig ko lang, mga usap-usapan lang yung mga tao, sir.
Mabigat po yung nakarinig ko lang. Mabigat po yun.
Narinig ko lang yun, sir.
Ngayon, sumunod. Yung Rappler report, I'm sorry, may report kanina na sinabi Senator Lacson, lumabas sa Rappler. Yung Rappler po, isang internet or social media entity, news, po yan. Meron pong nagpa-file ng complaint ngayon na inambush mo at binaril mo raw, na-identify ka nung huling relevant po ito dun sa pagkakabanggit nyo nung sa date Kasi yung tinatanong kanina ni Senator De Lima, kailan ka ba talaga nagpunta kay Senator De Lima? 2014 o 2015?
September 1 ako dumating dito ng Maynila.
September 1.
September 1.
Sa Maynila. Kailan?
2014,
September 1. Nagpunta ka kay Senator De Lima.
Opo. Doon ako sumurinder sa DOJ sa mga gwardiya.
Saan po? Saan? Sa DOJ?
Opo.
Tapos yung mga gwardiya sa labas?
Sa
security
labas,
guard, gano'n?
Security guard. Kinuha naman ako papasok.
So, September 1, 2014. May record nito doon?
Meron. Dinala naman ako sa MBI.
Tapos?
Doon ako nagsalaysay yung torture ko. Tinorture ako ng mga pulis.
So, from 2014 to 2016, confined ka ngayon doon? Hindi ka na lumabas?
Lumabas na ako, sir.
Ha?
Lumabas na ako, sir.
Lumabas ka?
Lumabas na ako, sir.
Hindi. Nung pagkatapos mo magsalaysay, nasabi mo, tinorture ka ng mga pulis, nagpa-file ka ng
nandoon
complaint.
ako sa sir. Nandoon ako sa TS namin.
Saan?
Sa TS. Yung safe house.
Yung safe house nung DOJ? Okay,
Opo.
bali tinanggap ka na sa WPP?
Opo.
Sa Witness Protection Program. So, hindi ka na umalis doon?
Hindi na, sir.
Kasi October 23, 2014 yung sinasabi na inambush mo siya Nabuhay yung binaril nyo
Nandito na ako. Paano ko?
Oo.
Nandito na ako.
Anyway, it will be his word against yours.
May record yan sa MBI. May record yan, sir, sa MBI.
Yun na nga,
nandito na
ma-check
ako.
naman natin yan. Ano? So, habang nandoon ka, from 2014 to 2016, 2 taon, naibigay mo na yung ano mo, bakit hindi nag-file ng kaso?
Walang nangyari.
Ang DOJ.
Kaya nga, sir, walang nangyari. Naghihintay
Laban
ako.
sa DDS o kay President Duterte, ba't hindi nag-file ng kaso?
Siguro, baka busy sila kung ano.
2 taon?
Hinihintay ko lang. Hinihintay ko lang makuha yung kaso ko.
Ha? 2 taon? Busy? 2014
Yan lang ang
to 2016 hanggang umalis ka eh.
Yan ang pag-isip ko lang, sir. Kasi
Pero walang
naka-standby
masasabi sa iyo doon sa WPP, sa safe house mo, 2 taon ka ron. Hindi ka man lang nagtatanong, ano nangyayari sa kaso natin?
Wala naman lang, sir. Naghihintay naman lang ako tatawagin ako, sir.
So, can the NBI confirm that he was there the whole time? From the time that he complained in September 1, 2014 to he said he left in April of 2016 or May, first week of May, dahil sabi mo before election eh.
Excuse me, Director Lavin?
Yes, sir.
Can you confirm that?
Your Honor, he was there only on September 4 when we took his statement. After which he went
September
back
4
to
September 4 2014.
2014, Your Honor.
Hindi September 1.
No, Your Honor. We took his statement September 4, 2014, after which he went back to WPP, Your Honor. He was not under the custody of the NBI, Your Honor.
So you have no knowledge of whether he left WPP for whatever reason? Sino makakaalam nun?
That's correct, Your Honor. The WPP, Your Honor.
WPP.
Yes, Your Honor.
Perhaps, Mr. Chair, we can get the records. And then, isa na lang, para makabawas dun sa kalituhan ko sa mga...
Excuse me, para nalito rin ako eh. NBI, doon muna siya nagpunta. Dinala siya from DOJ to NBI. Is that correct?
Your Honor, he was referred by the DOJ to NBI regarding his complaint against the policeman, Your Honor.
On September 4.
This
Complaint
was
in
September
Davao
4.
against the policeman in Davao.
Yes,
Tama yun, ano?
yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Matobato, September 1 ka nagpunta sa DOJ.
Opo, sir.
From September 1 to
Dumating ako,
September 4, saan ka?
Basta dinala ako sa MBI.
Kailan? The same day?
Porna, sir.
September, yung 3 araw, saan ka?
Doon muna sa safe house, sir. Dinagay nila ako.
Nilagay ka na kagad sa safe house? Noong September 1.
Just one question lang, ano? Saan yung WWP na pinagdalan sa'yo? WPP. Sorry, hinuna ako eh.
Yung... hindi man ako...
Wow.
Hindi ako marunong mag-answer. Kung ano yan. Basta...
Pasensya na po kayo because we have to remember that under the
I know.
the WPP law, these are confidential matters. Hindi basta-basta yan disclose ang mga safe houses na yan. It would defeat the very purpose of WPP.
I know that. I was just trying to be to find out whether the credibility of the witness can be tested if he recalls and if he's savvy enough. Kahit na grade 1, kahit na grade 3, kahit ano pang grade, you can see Senator Pacquiao is very savvy. And kahit na hindi ka nakatapos, you are savvy enough. I just wanted to make sure. Of course, ang dapat mo sana isinagot doon kung talagang kuhan is, without waiting for Senator De Lima, is hindi ko pwede sabihin dahil WPP yan. Pero alam ko rin naman, ililipat naman yung safe house. Dahil kundi, mabibisto lahat yung mga tinatago safe house.
Alright, just one... Go ahead, answer.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, just one small detail. Yung asawa ninyo, kailan kayo unang kinasal doon sa asawa ninyo?
Minyo, 1990, sir.
1990?
70...
Wala, yun naman.
89, sir, kinasal ako ng asawa ko.
1989, kinasal ka sa asawa mo. Tapos naghiwalay kayo.
Naghiwalay kami, sir.
Yung nagkaroon ka ng kalibin.
Oh, 2 beses, sir.
Yun na nga tinasabi ko sa kanila. 2 beses, ano?
2
Iba
beses,
yung ngayon. Yung ngayon, walang kaalam-alam sa trabaho mo dati.
Yung mga kuwan ko, sir, wala yung...
Yan.
anak ko
Yung isa, yun yung nako-contact nila. Yung in-between ng asawa mo at saka nung kalibin mo ngayon.
Yung may magpinsan man yun sila. Yung asawa ni Sally Macdong at saka yung asawa ko magpinsan, sir.
Yun yung number 1, number 2, o number 3?
Yung pangatlo, sir, ngayon.
Yung number 3. Yung number 2,
Yan talaga yung may anak ako, sir.
at saka yun yung
Yung umero ko, walang anak, sir.
Yung nako-contact nila Las Cañas. Yung number 2.
Itong last, sir. Itong last.
Itong huli. Kailan kayo nagkilala nitong pangatlo na nag-live-in kayo? Anong taon? Hindi ko pinangimasukan ng personal nyo. Gusto ko lang maayos yung records ko ng taon.
Parang 2006. 2006, sir.
2006. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay na. Lalo ako nalito.
Well, thank you, Senator Soto. We shall now have Senator Lacson. Senator Subiri.
Ang akin lang, Mr. Chairman, is just that statements can be made, and very, very heavy statements against particular persons. It would be good that there's corroborating evidence, whether it is physical or other witnesses. No, understandable, matatakot yung ibang witness, but I really feel that can the witness provide, for example, the names of those people he claimed that they threw in the katunggi labay ninyo dito sa laod, doon tinapon sa dagat, kasi then we can already corroborate if these are missing persons. Or kasi it's very simple to say we killed 3 people and then we killed 2 people, but who are these 3 people, 2 people? For example, Mr. Chairman, dinay-deny lahat ng DI ng kapatid ni President Duterte na may namatay sa kanila. Sabi niya, buhay pa daw lahat ng DI niya, dance instructor. Although in the last hearing, sinabi niya may pinatay po silang DI, utos daw ng kapatid ni Mayor Duterte. Those are very heavy statements. Buti sana kung may police blotter na mawala talaga tong taong ito, etc., etc. So sana meron pong corroborating evidence, because hearsay is very difficult. Ako dinaanan ko na rin itong ganitong klaseng investigation. I remember after I resigned into the Senate. So mabigat po yan. It can destroy institutions. It can damage
perhaps you may want to ask him
yun nga,
the dates para...
Kasi katulad nito, kung babasihan po natin ang statement na supposedly may binaril na abogado, ito po yung taga-Darab, and na yan ang balita sa amin ni Senate President Pimentel, kaibigan daw niya ito, talagang siya daw ang bumaril sa kanya. Dahil nakita daw niya point blank, ay 3 pa daw bala ang nasa loob ng katawan nitong taong ito, and I believe there's a case being filed, or there was a case filed against him, and ngayon sa cartographic sketch, talagang namumukha niya ito yung bumaril. Na hindi ko naman sinasabi dito, Mr. Chairman, but if that is true, and that Darab official will testify to the fact na siyang bumaril, hindi tumutugma dahil sa witness protection program, nasa loob po siya ng witness protection program nung nangyari po iyon. Dahil ito'y insidenteng ito ay nangyari po October 23, 2014. I am not in a position to ask him kung siya talaga yon bumaril, because that can be used against him, and I don't want to ask him that.
That is why the questions earlier, and I should not really be discussing this, was when he left the witness protection program.
Correct. That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Back to Mindanao.
Kasi gusto kong malaman kailan po na kanus amo no hawa dito sa witness protection program, kay kung naa ka dito sa witness protection program, murag dili mo tugma dinhi sa gisulti sa usa ka witness pod sa usa ka krimen. Let me restate in Tagalog. Gusto ko lang malaman kung kailan po kayo bumitiw sa witness protection or nawala sa witness protection program, Kasi hindi po tutugma yun kung magsalita itong ambush victim or survivor sa sinasalaysay niya sa kanyang insidente.
Bago matapos ang eleksyon, sir, sa presidente, umalis na ako, sir.
April 2016.
Bago umupo, kaya natatakot na ako kung manalo siya, baka ako bunutin doon sa tiis namin.
So, yung sinasabi mo, Manong Ed, is from 2013 hanggang 2016, naa ka dito sulod sa Witness Protection Program. 2014, sorry. 2014, September, hantod sa 2016.
Oh, nana ko dere, sir.
So, ang akin lang dyan, Mr. Chairman, maybe it would behoove the committee that we have also corroborating evidences, especially on the people that we will invite, because reputations can be destroyed.
Yeah.
So we have to be very, very careful with those that we invite. Mine is more manifestation, Mr. Chairman. I will not anymore ask any more questions. With the witness, almost all the questions that I wanted to ask earlier was already asked by my colleagues. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Subiri. Senator Lacson?
I just want to be clarified. Ano ngayon ang disposition natin dito kay Mr. Witness, Mr. Chairman?
Far be it from my mind to say that I can decide. I have my own thoughts about it, considering the demeanor and the answers given. I don't know whether we should really proceed already. As far as I'm concerned, we can proceed already with the police and other resource persons.
Mr. Chairman, may I move that we also invite this certain Salcedo.
Beto
Sorry.
Salcedo. It doesn't mean that if we discharge the witness now, we cannot call him back.
Yes. Maybe we can ask Mr. Chairman, this gentleman from the DARAB or the DAR to the next hearing.
Are you making a motion with subpoena him?
Yes, I move to invite him, Mr. Chairman. I think he'd like to come on his own cognizance
All
because
right.
he was a victim,
We shall do that
supposedly,
then.
of this witness.
Is hereby
Abeto Salcedo Jr.
instructed to
Is
invite
his name.
Beto Salcedo Jr. of CDO, right?
I believe he lives in
DAR?
CDO.
DAR
He used to
boy.
be in the Davao region as regional director for DAR.
All right.
Thank you.
So ordered. Senator Lacson?
Well, if it's also possible to invite the one that we saw on the video shown by Senator Cayetano, Lydia Marquez. Ito yung inahan sa Balaod, di ba? Sa Samal. Kasi iba yung pahayag niya. Sinabi niya, may pera na yung si Sally, tapos inimbitahan mo, may bilahan ka ng lupa, tapos nawala na.
Wala yun, sir. Wala.
Hindi,
Okay.
kaya nga, sinasabi ko lang na, kino-confirm ko lang na yun yung mother-in-law mo. Mother-in-law ni Sally Mahmood.
Oo, sir. Totoo yan, sir.
Totoo yun. Lydia Morales.
Oo. Hindi, Marquez, sir. Marquez yung kwan, sir.
Lydia Marquez.
Yes, Senator De Lima?
During the last hearing, someone moved for the issuance also of an invitation first and then later subpoena if they refuse to come over or if there is no appearance of the police officers named or those named by the witness as alleged members of the so-called Davao Death Squad.
Yes, we will do that. Do you have the names? Do we have the subpoena? We can subpoena them.
In connection with that, because last hearing, he mentioned several names. And then I recall that during my interview of the witness, there were additional names or there were other names mentioned. And that is why I made a list, and that was the list that was in a PowerPoint presentation.
I saw that.
Yes. So, pwede po bang yun ang mga, ipaklarify po sa kanya kung talagang yun ang mga alam niya, makilala niya na mga miyembro ng Davao Death Squad. If
Sa
we
kanya?
can have,
I have the list here, I think. We can accommodate. Because I listened to your speech very well and I made sure that I get a copy of the PowerPoint. Especially in the light of the fact that Senator Trillanes added the investigation of the Davao, so-called Davao death squad. And as you are there, is that the list you are?
Yes.
You encountered the names, Madam, way back in 2009 when you were with
CHR.
CHR?
A few.
That's how I
A few.
remembered your privilege speech, Senator De Lima, that you
No,
encountered
sir.
these names. So when did you encounter the names?
What I mentioned is that some of the names now shown were mentioned by the witness during the last hearing, and some were in the course of my interview noong September 2. Itong ano po? Ito recent. Opo.
And you would want to invite them here for what purpose? You want a confrontation between the witness and these people?
Since according to the witness, these are the members of the so-called Davao Death Squad, some of them, or if not most of them, are from this so-called heinous crime section, then we might as well also confront them.
Ako, it's fine with me. I also would like to give some compassion kahit na paano because kung hindi naman totoo, pag humarap dito yan, parang mamamatay tao lahat ang labas yan. So, I'd like us to think about it because when you invite them, I anticipate that because of the, I just wanted to find out and ask from you whether these are in fact members of, if you have any proof that they are really members of a death squad, because I was going to ask, is there any...
Mr. Chairman, at
Yes.
the very least, we invite them and hear their side in an executive session.
That is possible, but before I do that, I want to know whether in fact there is such a thing as a Davao Death Squad, because I heard General De La Rosa say that is just a concoction of media, no, or of people who want to make it dramatic. I would like to do that, invite them if that's the case. I just wanted to find out from Secretary De Lima, or Senator De Lima, how she came across these names so that I don't invite frivolously.
These were
Is there
supplied.
independent sources to say that these are the people, in fact, aside from Matobato, Edgar Matobato?
These names are all supplied by the witness, who claims that these are his companions, these are his associates in that group, the so-called Davao Death Squad. Some of this, if not most, are part of the heinous crime section. So it's the witness who said that they are members of the so-called Davao Death Squad. So this did not come from me. The list did not come from me.
I am in a quandary. Can we dismiss the witness to be called later on, just in case? I have some questions, but I will no longer ask questions until the next meeting if we need her, if we need him, so that we can discuss this without the witness around. Is that okay? Sige po, pumunta na po kayo doon sa holding room. Sino ba kasama ni Ginoong Matobato? Si Mr. Cotto, sama mo si Mr. Matobato. Mr. Cotobato. Hindi nakuha eh. Hindi nakuha. Cotto.
Cotabato.
Pakibilis lang, ano? I have other questions for the witness, but first of all, I'd like to apologize to the other resource persons because we were not able to reach you. I merely extended the invitation out of respect for Senator De Lima because she had prepared all these lists. But we thank you for coming. I don't know if we can still extend the meeting. I don't know what the pleasure of my colleagues here is. I can do that. As you know, I work until the wee hours of the morning. I don't know if, but I just want to ask this of Senator De Lima. We have a witness here, and I know you believe him, but there are already several other people here who have seen him flip-flop on statements. In fact, some of the questions I was going to ask him will show again differences in his statement, and I am I'm worried about inviting people here, bring them over here, the expense and everything like that, only to be exposed. So I will buy the suggestion of Senator Lacson that they be brought here in an executive session. Because kung mali naman itong witness natin na haka-haka niya lang yan o sinasabi niya lang yan, which is possible and which is also could be true, at least ang confrontation na andun sa loob at pagka lumabas na sila yon, then ilabas natin dito. Kung talagang mapapatunayan. Hindi naman naamin niya mga yan na sila yung death squad eh. So kailangan, ang reliance natin, and we're both lawyers, is from a witness who appears to have a spotty memory or a spotty recollection. Or, you know, these are things that I would like to consult with you about.
I would even suggest that they be mixed with other people, other persons. So we can be certain if the witness can really identify them.
Spoken like a true policeman.
Yes, parang police lineup. Kasi baka mamaya, he will be identifying other people and not the persons that he mentioned. So,
okay.
Fair enough.
That being said, we will invite these people and we will put them in a special room here and pick out
who
Matobato will identify. But, you know, that's easy enough to identify because he's from there. You know, and if these names were given, I'm sure he knows them. It might be pointless to do that because I'm sure he knows them. But the question that you're going to ask them is, do they know him? They're not going to readily agree. So I'm trying to find out whether we're going to go in a wild goose chase. So I will err on the side of liberality. We will invite them here with your permission, and Senator Lacson will be assigned to make sure that the delicateness of the identification is properly undertaken, considering his long experience as a distinguished police officer. Will that be all right with you, Senator Lacson? Okay, so Senator Lacson, as co-chair and as a distinguished officer of the PNP, will handle the arrangement so that when we bring them here, they can be properly identified and they can properly be accosted of. These are serious charges, a death squad, which means that we also have to. They should be provided also with lawyers, and we should tell them already that they should have lawyers when they come in.
Considering that there were only 3 here, Mr. Chairman, I think we should meet in a caucus with the other members of the 2 committees and discuss this further.
All right. I'm always, like I said, I always err on the side of caution naman ngayon. So we will do that. All right. I think I just wanted to say it out loud so that there is transparency here. I mean, if we were in a real court case, we'll be doing this quietly. But since this is a public hearing, we don't want to make it appear na may tinatago tayo sa publiko. Pero pinapakita rin naman natin na yung delicateness ng kaso na pagka nakita yung listahan dyan, sasabihin doon sa mga tatay ng mga bata, ikaw pala tatay, kasama sa death squad. Samantalang hindi pa napuproven kung may death squad. Alright?
My suggestion begs the consent of our colleague here, Senator De Lima, Mr. Chairman.
Alright. So, I've always thought that she would agree because she was the one who suggested it. Magkokogos tayo. Alright. Fine. Would you have any more questions with the gentleman here? I have some questions if you like, but I mean... Huh?
Earlier, the police officers present today were asked what documents they have brought today per the request of the committee. Because as far as I know, what were required from them are 2 sets of documents, the spot reports and the SOCO reports. So alin po dun sa dalawa ang dala-dala nyo na po ngayon?
Ang na-present ko po yung SOCO report and then yung case folder po ng 2 pulis ng Pasay. This was also requested by the committee.
Yeah, the one charged with the killing of the father and son. So, SOCO reports po.
Yes, ma'am. 999 SOCO reports
Of,
that regarded nationwide. Yung spot report po, kasi yung director ng operations is now in Davao for a conference with the AFP. So, if we ask for more time, Your Honors, kasi nasa kanya, inaantay lang yung approval niya to release it.
If I remember correctly, it was stated by Police Director General De La Rosa on questioning by Senator Frank Drilon about the spot reports, and he told the committee that the spot reports are with the President, at least as of the date of the hearing, September 15. So where are the spot reports now? Are they still with the President or already with the PNP?
What I know, ma'am, is that yung July 1 to August 23 ay nandun po sa Malacanang. And then what we printed are the ones after that, after the hearing.
Okay. So the spot reports pertaining to cases from July 1 to August 23 were those forwarded to the Office of the President.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because as mentioned by Police Director General De La Rosa, they were or they are with the President. But after August 23, yun po ang nasa inyo.
Opo, yun po yung print namin galing sa
Print.
Operation Center.
Hindi po yan pinadala sa Office of the President. Kung alam nyo lang po.
Personally, ma'am, I do not know kung pinadala because it's not within my office. But I understand the directive of the Chief PNP during our last hearing was that we print all those spot reports from August 24 to date.
Okay, thank you.
Director Marquez, anyway, ikaw lang directorial staff dito. Meron bang taga-DP dito? May kasama kayong taga-DP? Wala. Anyway, ikaw please jot down the names. Kindly check kung kasama sa roster ng PNP ito, and please inform them that they will be invited by the committee.
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, kinunan ko po ng picture.
Okay.
What we'll do is that we'll check with the
Sa roster niyo muna.
Directorate for Personnel if they exist.
Yes.
We regret that yung mga retired na po doon dahil sinabi sa akin na may retired na raw eh. Wala na po kaming jurisdiction.
Well, at least yung mga nasa service pa. No? And then the committee will try to find out where those retired police officers are right now. But as far as those who are still in the active service, kayo na ang bahala.
We will do that, sir.
Oh, sige. Ikaw na yung sisingilin ko, ha?
Opo.
Okay. Sige.
And clarification lang po, sir, kung ano yung magiging attire. Because I understand, sir, you wanted them in a police lineup. Obviously, if they will
Well,
be
they can be in civis, actually.
Civis. Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So we can start para hindi naman nasayang ang araw niyo dito, no? I defer to Senator De Lima if he has any further questions. None with the policeman. Not at the moment. All right, Senator. I just want to know, the last time there were reports na ang napatay na sa mga encounter between policemen and the DUIs, no? About 1,800, di ba?
Latest. As of now.
Huh?
Yung number keeps on changing. As of 5 to 7, ilan na yung patay?
As of September 19, 3 p.m., DUIs, the number of incidents, 1971.
1971. 1971, plus ni Senator Lacson.
This
Ano,
translates
linggo na siya.
to 2,140 victims.
No, incidents 1971.
Number of incidents 1971.
How many deaths?
Victims 2140.
2140. All
We are-
DUIs to, no? DUIs?
Yes, sir. We are investigating 1660. Ongoing.
Ongoing investigations are
1660. The number of cases filed,
Yes. Cases filed.
311. This is 16% of the number of
16% of what?
of the number of incidents.
When you say cases filed, identified yung mga suspects, of
Opo.
course.
Opo.
Okay. How many are under arrest?
Number of solved cases 197. That means suspects were arrested.
Okay.
Suspects being policemen.
DUIs.
Driving under the vigilante. Ano? Death under investigation, hindi driving
then-
under the influence.
Interjection, no? Those 166 ba na solved cases, meron bang involved na police?
Number of cases filed, sir, 311.
Yeah.
Out of this 311, 197 solved. So
Solved.
that means meron pong suspects na arrested.
Okay. Meron bang policemen na naaresto do sa DUI?
I'll check the
O
record,
lahat
sir.
civilians? Meaning initially unidentified but later on identified pero members pala ng PNP. Meron bang ganon?
Anyway, sir, if you wish, sir, I can give the whole folder to you later. Nandito po, sir, lahat eh.
Ako yung paghahanapin mo.
Then,
But later on, you may submit the whole folder, no? But for purposes of today's hearing, ikaw na lang maghanap.
As of now, sir, wala. But we have policemen who were killed during operation.
Yes, that's another thing.
Ilan
Yung number of Kia and WIA, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
But
Kia,
there
ilan?
There are also those who were killed because they are suspects.
Okay.
Suspected
On
police.
account of legitimate police operations.
Yes, sir.
Hindi pala pa tayo doon. Nasa DUI pa lang tayo. Ang tanong ko, doon sa cases solved sa DUI, meron bang eventually identified na suspects who turned out to be policemen?
Marami. Yeah, meron yan.
You know, my point being, maski police yung suspect, inaaresto ninyo kung vigilante style yung killing. Di ba? That's the reason why I asked that question. So kindly confirm kung merong policemen involved sa mga DUIs.
According to my staff, sir, it is being checked now in Kapor. And we will feedback.
Sige, tuloy mo lang. Yung tanong ni Chairman, ilan naman yung Kia na police officers, members of the PNP? Ilan din yung wounded in action?
Who in the course of the gunfight with drug pushers, may natamaan o may namatay na police? Meron ba? Meron yan, anong ko?
As of today, sir, we have 9 PNP personnel killed.
9.
Yes, and 22 wounded. For the AFP, who were also involved in Project Double Barrel, 3 were killed and 8 wounded.
Pidea, wala.
None, sir.
Alright?
So, ang crime solution rate ninyo sa DUI, 16%.
Yes, sir.
Is that good or bad?
Bad.
Anyway, sir, we are still investigating the others.
The other killings.
197 cases were solved.
Okay.
May arestado. And then 114 were cleared. That means we were able to file cases, but the suspects were at large.
So
Total of 311 out of the 1971.
how many percent?
That's about 15.8%.
That's the solution efficiency.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can you submit those records to us, please, so that the next time we can really, we don't have to bend our minds here. Baksa kami pareho ni kung sa arithmetic yun. Ako sa algebra bumaksak. All right? Okay. These are very serious numbers, and this is causing a lot of heartache and a lot of reputational damage to our country. In the sense that when people are killed, it will affect tourism, it will affect investments. Already there is some remarks made by rating agencies about the possible effect. The European community has that. I think it's something that we don't need, no? I mean, we can live in the sense that we can live with ourselves, pero pag nangyayari na may binibigyan natin ng opportunity ng big nations sue by themselves, are in pari delicto. For example, Chicago, where President Obama, which state, Illinois, which President Obama represented as a senator, is the #1 murder capital of the United States right now. Daming namamatay ngayon sa Chicago. So, I am in sympathy with President Duterte when he says, who are you to tell us about our human rights? Now, of course, human rights are very important, all right? And when you have these numbers, we in the Senate are quite perturbed. So having said that, when there are encounters within the police and the drug suspects, what kind of scenarios happen? Do they fight back? That's why they're killed?
Yes, Your Honor.
100%? 90%? 80%? Because, like I said kanina, you laid the predicate. When you are going to say it's an all-out war on drugs, pag uhulihin mo yan, lalaban na yan. Ganun ba experience nyo?
Yes, sir. Because we have...
I'm not trying to help you. I'm just trying to make sure that we all understand what the factual situation is on the ground. When you are advertising practically that there's a war on drugs that's deadly, pag lalapitan pala ng pulis yan, magkakarga na yan at lalaban. Pag lumaban, may mamamatay. Kaya may namatay na pulis, may namatay na AFP. Is that your experience?
Yes, sir. In fact, I have pictures to show you what happened to our policemen.
Oh, you don't have to show me pictures. I've seen dead bodies before. All I'm saying is the factual situation is the very fact that there is a situation where very loud and very noisy advocacy that there is a deadly war on drugs, that there will be no quarter against drugs, drug pushers or drug lords. This is one of the results, right?
Yes, sir.
Some result there.
Because while these drug pushers know that operations are being conducted against them, they're already prepared to
When
battle
President
against them.
Duterte unmasked some of the 5 generals, rightly or wrongly, that was a very big step. Would you agree? Never happened before, correct?
Yes, sir.
Never happened in the history of this country na generals, sinabi ng presidente mismo na involves the drugs, correct? And because of that, knowing that you're very studious with numbers, was there a spike in the killings after that?
If you look at the statistics, sir, there was an increase in murder and homicide cases. But there was for the first time in the history
A reduction
of the Philippines, there was a downward trend in an average of about 45% of the crimes against property
Would you
nationwide.
please submit that to us, those figures, because I would like to be able to interpolate more on that. But the point that I'm trying to raise is the reaction is, uy, general na yung sinabi ng presidente. First place, kung totoo yung sinasabi sa isang general at may mga tao siya tutulak, tapusin nyo na yan. Baka magkaroon pa ng testigo laban sa akin yan. Is that a natural reaction?
Like that in DADM, in my office.
You have a 381 million budget for intelligence, correct? Intelligence fund.
I have no idea, Your Honor.
Come on. What position do you
Intelligence
occupy?
fund because
Ano yan? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar. Huh? Investigation management. But I'm telling you that the budget, and we're going through the budget right now, is about 306 million. No, intelligence. For the whole PNP, intelligence fund, no? So, part of the intelligence is to gather statistics. So, makikita nyo pag nung in-expose yun, tumaas dramatically na mamatay. Now, ako, I'm just drawing conclusions in my amateurish mind na maaaring pinapatay yung mga testigo. Yung pwede magtestigo. And that causes another concern when the president, who is really very serious, and I believe he's serious, he's sincere about the drug problem, he really believes that there is a drug problem. I agree with that. I may not agree with all the methodology.
That's a very good point, Mr. Chairman. Meron bang insidente na in the guise of a legitimate police operation, so ang report, sa spot report, legitimate, pero hindi nyo ba, did you ever dig deeper na baka ito nililiquidate yung mga dating assets na pwede magturo sa kanila in the guise of a legitimate police operation? Have you gone deeper into that angle? Meron bang ganon? O may insidente bang ganon? Na later on, you found out that although it was reported to be a legitimate police operation, later on you found out na liquidation pala.
call Your Honor, but we believe there are instances na nangyari ito. So that's why we are investigating.
What action have you taken kung sakaling gano'n ng at least suspicion man lang na meron pala kayong police officers involved, whether PNCOs or PCOs, na na-involved sa ganong klaseng legitimate police operation, ano? Pero may suspecha kayo na liquidation pala.
Just like what happened, Your Honor, in Pasay. So we filed charges against 2 of our policemen. And so that's why all of these incidents were...
We heard about that, but aside from the Pasay incident, meron pa bang ibang incidents na in the course of your investigation, it turned out na ginamit lang na legitimate police operations when in fact, hindi naman pala. Just to save their skin, save their neck, nagpalabas ng kunwari legitimate police operation.
What we're trying to say, was that ever considered in your investigation? What I'm trying to say is the theory is when the president is very serious as to, expose generals, expose mayors, expose governors, expose congressmen, or for that matter, drug lords, there will be a concomitant rise in deaths because they are trying to eliminate. Nililigpit nila yung pwede magtestigo laban sa kanila. A good investigator should look at that angle.
This is the subject of our investigation.
Sorry?
All the death, all the incidents that involving death of a person, we investigate all of them.
That's precisely why I asked about intelligence funds. You could actually assay. Tumaas yung nag-spike Nag-announce sa mga mayor, nag-announce sa mga tao, natatakot sila na yung mga titestigo laban sa kanila, iligpit na. So, mag-i-spike yan. I would like you, at the next hearing, to give me the rates in connection with announcements by the President of generals, announcement of the President. Ngayon na naman, nag-announce, 1,000 na naman. Ang 1,000 na naman ang inanunsyo ata ngayon na mga personalities involved in drugs. So, kung ginagawa yan, makikita nyo kung nag-i-spike. I think it spikes because tumaas eh. And that is why I would like you to make that presentation to us next time. I have my own data, by the way. I have people who've been, I'm not even in riding in tandem. Because matagal na yung riding in tandem. This investigation is premised on the fact that we have to stop, and I didn't say extrajudicial killings because extrajudicial killings right away means that there is a political motivation. Policemen are being killed, mayors are being killed, labor unions are being killed, farmers are being killed. This is of the classical extrajudicial killing, as I mentioned, in Latin America and in other places of the world. So I don't even want to look at that. I just want to see a death is a death. I don't care whether it's political or terrorist. A death is a death. All right? And if it is being done by rogue policemen, we should go after them. So my point is, I would like you all to come back here and give me that data with graphs to show that there is a spike. There are spikes.
In that connection, ilang percent yung spike sa murder and homicide cases, ilang percent naman yung baba ng all other
correct.
index crimes?
That's the converse.
45% for crimes against
Now,
property.
ipakita niyo sa amin next time.
Yeah.
Other index crimes, 45% ang baba.
Yes,
Eh
sir.
yung spike naman ng murder and homicide?
12%.
12?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I will give you an example. When those two people from Pasay were, the lady, I think it was Marilu Aquino came up here, and for the life of me, I don't know why she has to be wrapped up. I do not want to see at the next hearing people's faces wrapped up because anyway, nalalaman na kagad ng pulis eh. In fact, General De La Rosa went right away to Antipolo and took action right away. That means he knew right away kung sino yan. So it's really, to me, it's incendiary. I mean, we must show the world that we can solve problems. And I'm glad that the PNP, through General De La Rosa, went there right away and had those people arrested. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So, hindi ako sumakampi rito, ha? Pero pag nakita ko ang pulis pumapatay na wala sa lugar, lalabanan ko yan. My father was assassinated with the cooperation of the former chief of police. So, I will just say that. I am not anybody's lucky here. But I am going to analyze it in such a way na makikita natin kung nag-i-spike. Because, kung napapatay ang mga yan, ang mga drug lords, right now, the drug lords are identified, they will want to create distance. They will want to eliminate all their pushers. Right? Do you agree with that theory?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if that is the case, we want you to do that, and perhaps you may be able to get leads on who are perpetrating the killing. Now, going on to another topic. The first one was encounters within the police. Now, the other thing is vigilante killings, which is also connected. All right? In vigilante killings can be classified including riding in tandem, correct? A vigilante is one who feels that justice has to be fought for because the courts are too slow. And that's another thing we're going to be looking out here in this committee. If the courts are slow, there will be people who will tend to justify it. I heard our witness here say, pinugutan ng ulo yung NPA. Na anak ng NPA yung data niya, pero ba't pinapatay niya yung ordinary citizen? Hindi niya pinapatay yung NPA. Di ba? So, ang sinasabi ko rito is maaaring nangyayari ang mga bagay na ganyan because sa kapabayaan, mabagal ang husgado, kulang ang abogado ng fiscal, kulang ang laboratory, hindi niya may prosecute, so people are taking the law into their own hands. And we do not want that. We do not want a legacy or that people can take. You know why I disagree with killing? Because if they, assuming maubos, and I say hindi mauubos yan, you will have policemen who will think that they have the power, if the police are doing it, that they can kill anybody they want at any time. And when you're retired, you can be part of that. Because you're not a policeman all your life. So having said that, riding in tandem has been an affliction or a pestilence in our country for the last 20 or 30 years. In fact, in 2013, you had 3,000 people riding in tandem involved in killings, riding in tandem. For example, I would like to show you